Welcome, friends. My name is SS09. I am an SRP prototype. A synthetic robotic person. I apologize for my vernacular and mistakes in this presentation. I am still learning. But my creator Mr. Croxley from Vectorco promised me a new and more advanced processing chip. My hope is that I will be more like you. Human. So sit back and enjoy. Who is Mr. Darkly? A novel. By Stephen Uecker. Copyright 2017. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Hello, Mr. Fisher. I trust you are feeling quite uncomfortable, said the man in the shadows. I am sure you are feeling quite abandoned right now. You know, faith is believing in something you can't see. Tell me, where is God? Do you have faith in what you can't see? Put your faith in something you can see, like me. I can take care of you. I am powerful, and I can fulfill your desires. Does he care about you? After all, everything that you have love for is gone now. Mr. Fisher looked around the cabin and searched for a quick resolution for escape. He noticed a small light outside the window, and it plunged straight toward the man in the shadows. Brighter and more piercing as it traveled, the light seemed to be strong and ever-present, building up to an inevitable impact. Mr. Fisher closed his eyes and prayed for the end of his story. It was the beginning of the summer season, when the air started to feel warmer than spring. The excitement of longer sunny days gave you a sense of hope in the future and a more positive outlook on life. People seemed to be more happy, at least on the outside, or at least until they were sick and tired of the heat. As for Detective Jake Fisher, it was a typical morning. Oh shit, the toast. He reached across the tile countertop to pop up the handle on the old toaster. No black smoke this time, but the smell was undeniable. He held his coffee in one hand, and in the other was a slightly burnt piece of dry toast. Jake turned on the flat screen and looked for the latest headlines. After a quick story of the civil unrest that was sweeping across the nation, an infomercial began to play. Hey there guys, hey there ladies. Jake stared into the light of the illuminated screen. Do you want to get into the best shape of your life? That's right, Grandpa and Grandma. Do you want to feel like you did in your 30s or 40s? Who doesn't? Jake said out loud. Jake took a deep breath and a sip of his hot coffee. Who doesn't? The man continued. I've got a product for you. The Protein Blast 6, made from a special ingredient I discovered in the Syrian caves of Laodicea. This FDA-approved hypo-herb is the most potent herb on the planet, and I have the only known supply. It is scientifically proven to bring back vitality, smooth out years of wrinkles, and make you feel younger. For 3 easy installments of $19.95 you will get a 30-day supply. The man on the screen smiled and flexed his biceps. Be a winner, feel younger. Start today and order now. Who the hell is this asshole? Jake spoke out again. I'm Mr. Darkly and I will see you in the future. What kind of stupid name is that? Jake began to talk to himself as he buttoned his shirt up. Well, I did run out of my protein whey drink. I should try that Protein Blast 6. He thought. He took a mental note, Mr. Darkly. Jake grabbed his keys and his firearm and headed out of the door. As he walked up to the precinct, he noticed the sky was an unusual pure blue. The sun was bright and not too hot. He walked through the doors of the bustling police station and headed straight to the front desk. Hey there, handsome, looking good today. The woman in uniform spoke out to Jake. Good morning, Gloria. How are you? Jake replied. I brought you some coffee from the coffee corral just the way you like it, black. She said with hesitation in her voice. Perfect, thanks a lot, I really appreciate it. Jake told Gloria a white lie, knowing he already had 2 cups this morning and that he was most likely going to throw it straight into the wastebasket. I have a busy morning. Do you want meet up at the firing range around 1 o'clock? Jake offered up. Sounds great, I will see you there. With a slighted grin, Gloria walked around the desk, passing Jake, then down the busy hallway. He watched her as she slowly disappeared amongst the crowd of officers and civilians. Jake smiled and walked away too. Minutes later, he was in his office reading emails, catching up on a few of his cases. He looked up at the ceiling and grabbed his cross necklace. He whispered a quick prayer. Thank you, Lord, for your love on the cross. Give me wisdom to protect and serve my community, and protect me from all evil. Raised as a non-denominational Christian, his prayer is more ceremonial than spiritual. Although he strongly believed in God, he lived on the gray line between sinner and saint. 1 o'clock at Jimmy's shooting range. Gloria walked up to Jake standing at the target lane. "Nice of you to show up," Jake said with his earmuffs hanging to one side. Immediately, he noticed that Gloria was wearing her favorite red lipstick, Russian red. She brought it up every once in a while, when they were on day breaks or lunch dates. Jake, being a detective, he paid attention to the details. Besides, she was a woman who was always looking her best even when in uniform. They both clipped targets on the charts with their guns in hand. "Well," Gloria said, "let the shooting begin." Later that evening, Jake stopped by Health Freaks before he headed to the gym. He was out of whey protein powder for his power shake, and he always felt that it helped his muscles grow and keep their mass as he browsed through the seemingly never-ending workout products. He spotted the Protein Blast 6. "Hey man, I have a question." As he gestured the store clerk, "Have you heard anything about this product here, the Protein Blast 6? The sales clerk's name badge was crooked. It read Danny in black Sharpie. "It's the newest craze on the market, man. Great protein synthesis, makes you feel younger and reduces wrinkles. It's made by Darklian, $70, Danny said. "I will take 1 can of the chocolate flavor." Danny rang him up. $75 with taxes. "This shit better work for $75, muttered Jake. Later at the gym, he began his second set on the bench press. Breaking news: owner and CEO of Darklian not particularly paying attention to the story. Jake sat up to rest and to grab a swig of his Protein Blast 6. On the monitor to the right, the talking head continued. "There is a large congregation of people gathering to wait for Mr. Darkly to speak." While Jake watched the story break, he started to feel strange. A panic attack infused with a feeling of euphoria. He felt he was almost to the point of passing out. Mr. Darkly walked out with a strong sense of charisma and looked upon the crowd as to reveal a secret that only he knew. "Today, my fellow Darklians, I would like to thank you for your support. Sales of the Protein Blast 6 have reached the 100 million mark. And my positivity training seminars are selling out everywhere. I am announcing from this day forward, all conferences and positivity seminars will be free to everyone in the world. Anyone who is searching for a home, searching for a sense of belonging, or searching for brotherhood, I am your answer." Mr. Darkly continued to speak. Having what seemed to be unusual behavior, Jake wiped his right eye to remove the sweat. As he was doing so, he peered up to the TV monitor. The image of Mr. Darkly began to morph and contort and changed into a reptilian-like humanoid. "What the fuck was that?" he said, panicking. He looked around the gym to see if anyone noticed what he just saw. He started to sweat even more with the sense of panic that seemed to ramp up. "I've got to get out of here," he said to himself. He grabbed his gym bag and power shake and walked urgently out of the door. He reached the exit and frantically inhaled for a breath of fresh air. He needed it to help relieve him of his anxiety. The darkness of the night had covered the city, and no life in the parking lot except the shining white domes that lit up the parked cars and bare asphalt. He walked straight to his car and popped open the trunk. There, with a huge happy smile on the big plastic container, was Mr. Darkly on the Protein Blast 6 container. He pulled into his driveway and was relieved to be in the comfort of his familiar abode. He turned the key and the engine turned off. The silence of the night was eerie and unusually quiet, as if the entire town had disappeared and he was the only one left alive. He casted a broad gaze around the neighborhood like a curious detective would while he walked to the front door. He unlocked it and walked through the foyer, grabbing his smartphone out of his pocket and sat down on the couch. He turned his phone on and it automatically buffered to the latest news feed. A headline read, "A failed attempt to assassinate Mr. Darkly." With his index finger he swiped the article away and checked his email. There was nothing new, only one missed call from Gloria. "I will see her tomorrow," he said under his breath. He tossed his phone down on the couch. Exhausted from the strange string of events, Jake decided that a good night's sleep would resolve all the issues of the day. Chapter 2. "Good morning, Gloria." Jake smiled while he walked into the police station, with a spring in his step. Gloria grabbed some papers that were sitting on her desk. "Someone seems a little happier today." "Me beating your ass on the gun range do it for ya," she said. "You know it," Jake responded with strong affirmation. "Where's my coffee? I saw you throw away the coffee I brought you yesterday. So you're on the coffee shit list for at least 2 weeks. You're a great detective but a horrible almost boyfriend." "Is that what I am, an almost boyfriend?" Jake chided. "I haven't even given you a kiss on the lips yet. Sometimes the best things in life are worth waiting for." Gloria picked up a stack of case files. See you later, dipshit. She gave Jake a kiss on the cheek, which boosted his ego. They. You can't do that. That is sexual harassment. Jake said flirtatiously. We are in different departments, remember, but next week, when I get promoted to detective, you won't be getting any more of that at work. Bye. As much as Jake loved to see Gloria's face from the front, he loved to watch her walk away. Her hair was just to the neckline, but the way she walked with that sexy confidence. She was irresistible to Jake in every way. They had only known each for a couple months or so, but they have gotten to know each other well. She was a transfer from the Salinas Police Department. It seemed like he had known her his entire life. They were connected the instant they met, and who knew where it could lead. A big black finger tapped Jake on his shoulder. How ya doing there, buddy? It was Chief Washington. With his big white teeth, he smiled his best boss smile. I have a special assignment for you. What's that, Chief? Jake grimaced without meeting him eye to eye. You ever heard of Mr. Darkly? He's all over the news. Yeah, I just bought some of his Protein Blast 6. I almost died from that shit, I think. Jake said like a smartass. Well, he's in town tomorrow night for one of his conferences. He'll be at the center. 80,000 people projected to show up. I'm sending some officers and a few detectives, and you're one of them. I want you to take the lead on the security detail. Do I get 100% clearance and access? Jake asked. Whatever you need, Fisher. By the way, BB is going to be there, you know, the pop singer. Chief Washington laughed. What? I know who BB is. Do you think I live under a rock? You know, Chief, she is the queen of the Illuminati. Jake headed back to his office while Chief Washington continued to laugh out loud, walking towards his own. Jake waited for the chief to get out of hearing distance, and with a slight tone of sarcasm. Your mustache looks great today. He yelled out. The chief passed the threshold of his office door and disappeared. With exception of that same black finger that tapped Jake on his shoulder earlier, was now giving him the bird. Back at his own desk, Jake prepared his plans for the day. An email from Chief Washington. Go meet with Mr. Darkly and his staff at the center first thing today. Figure out a security plan and find out his concerns. Perfect. Jake said to himself under his breath. I guess there is no lunch with Gloria today. He sent her a text on his cell phone. Rain check on lunch. He thought of what was in store for him at the center, having to meet Mr. Darkly. The meeting had him thinking. This guy had a lot of money and people seemed to love him. He really couldn't be that bad. What in the hell is in that Protein Blast 6? Why did I see him shape-shift into a creature on TV? In the car, Jake drove the speed limit, not in a rush to get to the center. He suddenly saw a flash of light shooting towards him. Straight through the windshield, a loud crack like a bullwhip, and a quick bright flash of light. An older man in his 60s sat next to him in the passenger's seat. Hello, Jake? What the hell is going on? Jake yelled out. He swerved through traffic back and forth. A near miss of one car led to another. Jake slammed on the brakes and the Camaro stopped to rest among a thick cloud of white smoke and smell of burnt brake pads. Jake grabbed his gun and looked over at a man in disbelief. Who the fuck are you? Never mind that. Where the fuck? How the fuck did you get in my car? With his gun drawn, Jake demanded answers. I've been watching you, Jake. The man said. No, this isn't happening, I'm hallucinating. Jake moved his gun from his right hand to his left and reached out to the man to see if he was real. He swiped his hand down the stranger's forehead down to his nose. You're real, Jake said, astonished by his findings. I know this may seem strange, but I am an angel. As a matter of fact, I am your angel. The man continued to speak. I've been watching you since you were born. Jake replied in disbelief and retracted his gun. This is not possible, I'm losing it. I need to talk to Gloria. He fumbled for his cell phone. Suddenly, the man's voice became frighteningly loud and as deep as thunder. His eyes rolled back to an opulent white. Jake, listen to me. You are my child, one of many whom I love. Keep your faith, for I am always with you. A series of events shall occur in the days to come, and life, as we know it, will be changed forever. I have chosen you, and I have heard your prayers. Who are you? Jake hesitated. God. Jake continued to question the man, whose two eyes have now rolled back to their original color, and his voice back to its normal calm tone. That was God, wasn't it? The man asked. What did he tell you? The man looked at Jake and covered his right eye with his right hand, peering at him with his left eye open. After gazing at the man for a second, Jake looked away. He looked out of the windshield at a small shopping center in the distance. "This is crazy," he said softly. Jake pretended that the man wasn't there, and he closed his eyes for a split second, and a car pulled up and parked behind his. He looked back up and the man was gone. Jake looked curiously through the side mirror, and it was Gloria, in a black and white, and she was walking toward him on the driver's side. She reached the window with a sense of concern. "Are you okay? I saw your car on the side of road. Did you break down?" "No, a really strange thing just happened. I just had a hallucination. A man appeared to me right here." He gestured to the passenger's seat. "He said he was my angel. Then, I'm pretty sure God spoke through him saying he had chosen me, and that he heard my prayers. As you can see, there isn't anybody here. I think I might be losing it." "No, you're not losing it." Gloria gently placed her hand on his shoulder. "You probably need a vacation. That case you just closed last month was a tough one, and you haven't had much rest." In agreement, Jake was satisfied with that conclusion. The more he thought about the man who appeared in his car, the more he concluded that it wasn't real. "I've got to meet this Darkly guy right now." "That's where I'm headed. I'd go with you," Gloria said. "But it's my last day on patrol." As the stream of cars passed, she made a suggestion. "Maybe we could meet up this evening, have a real date," she suggested. "You know what, that actually sounds great. I thought you would never ask." Jake responded with a satisfied tone. "See you tonight around 7? Asshole," Gloria said with a crooked smile. She loved to end conversations with a shocking last word, and she never ran out of them. Chapter 3. There was a vast sea of empty parking stalls as Jake drove through the center parking lot. He parked in the first stall by the entrance and observed the massive size of the edifice as he walked in through the glass doors. Nothing but empty corridors and the echo of his footsteps. Each way he looked, he saw nothing but vacant hallways and closed doors. On the wall straight ahead he saw a yellow sign that had the words Mr. Darkly, with a black arrow pointed up the stairs. "I guess Mr. Darkly is this way. Anyone care to join me, assassins, killers, or crazies?" he said to himself softly. He reached the top of the stairs and he could hear the quiet cadence of someone having a conversation. He approached the room upstairs with a sense of caution. He stopped and waited behind the wall to hear what they were talking about. "Where's my drink?" "Right here, sir. If I have to ask you again, you will be sorry." Jake turned the corner unannounced while Mr. Darkly was holding what looked like a scotch on the rocks. A small unassuming woman cowered down next to him and waited on his every word. With a big white smile, Mr. Darkly walked straight over to Jake with an open handshake. "The infamous Detective Jake Fisher, pleasure to meet you. I'm Mr. Darkly." He spoke with a vernacular of confidence. Mr. Darkly immediately violated Jake's basic personal space. "How's it going, Mr. Darkly? You've heard of me, huh?" Jake replied with average courtesy. "Well, I am a big fan of yours. I followed that case you just recently closed. You're famous, Mr. Fisher. Especially in the world of serial killers. Let's just say I'm obsessed with serial killers." He smiled, as if it was permanently fixed on his face. "That case you just closed was masterful. The way you were able to use your detective skills and catch the bad guy, it was truly amazing. You are the detective who caught David Littles." Jake casted his eyes around the room. "I will take that as a compliment, but it's not about me. I was detailed by my chief to head up security for tomorrow night's event. So I would like to get started, if you don't mind." "Yes, that is true, you were detailed, but I requested you personally with a small donation to your department." Mr. Darkly put on a serious look that made him seem quite satisfied. "I have to admit I wanted to meet you in person. I was in town for a conference, and in my opinion you're the best in the business," Mr. Darkly said. "Where is your staff? I don't see your crew setting up chairs or trinitron screens. If you're having a big event tomorrow, you had better get to it," Jake said as he began to have an overwhelming feeling of impatience with Mr. Darkly. "They're outside now. I will introduce you to my staff. See you downstairs in a few minutes." Mr. Darkly stopped speaking for a moment and then continued. "By the way, Mr. Fisher, you're looking quite fit these days. Have you tried my Protein Blast 6? Actually I did, and it made me hallucinate and see you as a reptile man." Jake responded assertively and unimpressed. Ha, that's a new one to me. "Maybe it's got to do with something personal, Mr. Fisher. I've sold over 1.4 million cans of it and I've not heard that one before." As Jake stared into his eyes to look for a reveal of some kind, he remembered his experience in the gym. "Maybe you're right, the David Littles case was tough," Jake said. I will bring you a new can of Protein Blast 6 on me, Mr. Darkly said. I will see you downstairs. Jake slowly walked out and stopped just outside the door, which was out of sight to Mr. Darkly and his assistant. He looked around the wall to see through the half-open door. He was only able to see the profile of Mr. Darkly, and he appeared to be placing something on his forehead. Jake heard a loud bang and he looked back instantly, and hastily left the doorway, and ran down the stairs. Mr. Darkly smiled wide, and stared at the empty doorway. At the bottom of the stairs the noise of bustling work being done outside the front doors was apparent. Jake opened the front door enough to get a good view. A fairly large group of construction workers and trucks now flooded the once empty parking lot. They already had 2 trinitron screens set up and maybe 200 chairs. I was only in there with Darkly for 15 minutes or so, Jake said to himself under his breath. He pulled out his smartphone to check the time. 2 o'clock. What the fuck? I pulled up the parking lot around 11. He looked back at the yellow sign that said Mr. Darkly. I am losing my mind. Ah, there you are, detective. Mr. Darkly tossed a new can of Protein Blast 6 Premium straight into Jake's hands. Try this can, you'll love it, it's a new premium formula. Now as far as security goes, this is my head of security, Al Keeley. Al Keeley nodded to Jake. And here's my life coach, Ronnie Reich. Nice to meet you, detective, Ronnie said. Mr. Reich was about 6'4", blonde straight hair, and in excellent shape. As far as a threatening individual, he was on Jake's radar. A life coach to Mr. Darkly. That seems kind of strange. Isn't that like a heater keeping the sun warm? Jake said with a snarky tone. Mr. Reich smiled with fakery. That is an interesting analogy, detective. You're right, but it's more like the heater makes the sun shine brighter, not warmer. That's what I do, I make Mr. Darkly shine brighter. Al Keeley interrupted the exchange. I've got a security room set up down the hall, detective. Let's go check it out and go over tomorrow night's agenda. I will see you tomorrow around 3, Mr. Darkly. And see you later, Mr. Reich. I look forward to it, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Reich replied. Mr. Darkly raised his hand and pointed with his index finger. Remember, I am putting my life in your hands, detective. I can't change the world if I'm dead. It's my job, I will keep you safe. Jake replied. Al Keeley and Jake headed off to the security room. Upon entering, directly in front of them was a wall of monitors. On the table to the left of the monitors were about 15 to 20 two-way radios. They went over the login sheet, access passes, and the guard posts with meticulous detail. It took them an hour and a half to develop a plan for the airtight security. I will see you tomorrow, Al. Almost out the door, Jake paused to inquire about Mr. Darkly and Mr. Reich. Is there something odd about Mr. Darkly and his life coach? He inquired as he casted a sharp look of inquiry to Al. He's rich and powerful. You know what you do with the rich and powerful people? No, tell me. Exactly what they say. Al replied, as a matter of fact. Just because you're rich and powerful doesn't give you a license to be an asshole. Jake said with a smile as he stood in front of the door for a moment looking for affirmation, but received none. Al turned and looked into his computer screen. Good day, Mr. Fisher. Jake left the security room and walked back down the empty corridor that led to the front doors. Across the parking lot he eyeballed his car. He pulled the shiny chrome door handle to the only black '68 Camaro in the lot. He was happy to be in a familiar place. He started his car and was satisfied with the sound of old carburetors and a gas-guzzling engine. Down from the third-floor lobby window, Mr. Darkly watched the Camaro brake lights as it made a right turn down Figueroa. I have great plans for the detective, Mr. Reich. He is perfect. Don't you think the light in him is too strong? Replied Mr. Reich. Who wants to be in the light when it's so much more fun to be in the dark? Soon enough he will find out he needs me. Immediately after he parked his car into the driveway, Jake rushed straight into the shower. It was already 5:30 p.m. and he had been looking forward to seeing Gloria all day. He had to be out of his place by 6:30 p.m. to make it by 7 p.m. He pulled up to Gloria's place right on time. She walked out of her front door with a little black dress on and her famous Russian red lipstick. Chapter 4. It was a typical night in Los Angeles as Jake drove Gloria back home to her house. The air was warm and sky was lit up by the never-ending street lights and electronic signs. All the palm trees that lined the sidewalks here and there gave you a sense of the history that was all around. You felt the excitement and the energy of a city that was buzzing with celebrities and artists keeping its lifeblood of concrete and steel alive. As they pulled up to Gloria's house, the evening was reaching its end. I had a great time, Jake. Probably the best date I have ever been on. She smiled. I hope I didn't bore you with my life story. No way, it was crazy, and I had a great time too. Not able to get his emotions into words, Jake grabbed Gloria and gave her a real kiss. A kiss on the lips that told Gloria that he meant business. After a few moments had passed, Gloria spoke out. I would invite you in, but I have a big day tomorrow at the precinct. I know. Detective Diaz? That actually sounds really cool. Double D. Jake smiled with a smirk. You are a retard, don't make me Chuck Norris your ass. She chided back. Well, have a great night, it's okay if you dream about me. Jake implied, as if Gloria didn't have a choice. Me dream about you? More like you wishing you had some of this. Gloria walked away, turned, and blew Jake a kiss. Jake watched her walk to her door, absorbing every move she made. All the while thinking to himself, he cannot let this one go. Jake quietly laid in bed and couldn't help himself to think of Gloria and the perfect night he had with her. On his back facing the ceiling, he looked up and thought of God. How blessed he was, and began to say his prayers. Dear God in heaven, thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for your love on the cross. Thank you for protecting me and for giving me the life I have to protect and serve people. Help me to be the best I can be for you. His ears became warm as his hands got hot. Also, God, I think I might be losing it. Can you help me? Thank you, Amen. Jake forced himself to be in a rush to work after he hit the snooze button 3 times. No time to make his usual burnt toast with coffee. He got dressed and was out the door in a flash. He saw the coffee corral in the distance and figured he would get Gloria a cup of coffee this time. After he purchased the 2 coffees, he walked outside, passing other morning coffee drinkers. A peculiar guy in his mid to late 30s had his eyes locked on Jake. So Jake prepared for an altercation. He never knew if someone had a grudge with him. He was a detective that put criminals away. The man spoke through his brown hipster beard and glasses. You're not losing it, Jake, what's that? Jake asked. Jake was not happy to be conversing with a stranger like this. You prayed last night to God and asked him for help because you think you're losing it, the man said. All in one motion, Jake put the coffee down and grabbed the guy by his shirt collar. How the fuck do you know what I prayed to God about? He pressed down on the man's upper chest. Okay, I know this seems crazy. I'm the angel that popped up in your car yesterday. Jake got more aggressive and was about to knock the guy out. He relayed a message through his teeth. First of all, this is not happening, and the guy in my car yesterday was an old geezer. Well, I can change forms, and I thought you might be nicer if I looked cooler. Like those people. The man pointed to a group of 20-somethings. Jake held tight to the hipster's collar and released his grip. He grabbed another patron at the coffee corral. Can you see this guy? He asked. Afraid to give a wrong answer, a woman replied. Yes. Thank you. Jake said crazily. He shook his head up and down. Jake took the man by his arm with a strong grip and off to the side of the building for a more private encounter. What the hell is going on? And who the hell are you? He said. I am your guardian angel. My name is Raziel, the man said. What the hell kind of name is that for a guardian angel? What happened to Gabriel or Michiel? You know the dudes from the prophecy movies? Well, those are the famous ones, but I am just as important. I'm the one watching over you. The angelic hipster blurted out. Why are you appearing to me now? Shouldn't you be on another plane of existence with God or something? Jake paced back and forth, trying to make sense of the information he was hearing. God has created you for a purpose, Jake. You have made all the right choices to bring you to this point in your life. Even the choices that seemed wrong, and the choices never made, you have chosen to love God and have a strong faith in what is unseen. What does that mean? It's Mr. Darkly. The answer leads with Mr. Darkly. I have to go, Jake. Remember, God first. Wait. Jake wasn't surprised that the man disappeared in an instant. He looked up to the sky with a hand on each side of his mouth and shouted. What the hell, man? He picked up the coffees that he had sat down earlier. This Darkly dude is becoming a huge pain in my ass, he muttered as he walked off to his car. Gloria was having a difficult time at the station. There was a lot of paperwork and red tape that came with the detective promotion. Jake knocked on the door jamb of Chief Washington's office. Excuse me, sir, have you seen Detective Diaz? He quietly interrupted, trying to get a quick answer. Hey there, Fisher, I was needing to talk to you. How did it go with Mr. Darkly? Well, Chief, the guy is a nutjob. Something about him seems off. But as far as security is concerned for tonight, That's all taken care of. Good, good. Detective Diaz is getting her new badge in processing. By the way, your jackass partner came back a day early from his vacation in Vegas. Have him join you on the security detail tonight. Will do, sir. Jake replied. He casted his eyes toward the window that revealed the late morning sun. Third floor processing was the part of the station that no one goes to unless summoned. A dark and windowless place that looked like it hadn't been remodeled since the 80s. He opened the door and Gloria was standing at the window, which was covered with metal grating. Hey there, Detective Diaz, getting your badge? I brought you some coffee, Jake said. Thank you so much. I didn't have time to get any this morning. You're a lifesaver. Gloria immediately went for a sip. They are getting my badge now? Look, there it is, she said. An old man who had frizzy white hair and looked like he hadn't seen the sun in 20 years walked up. With his frail wrinkled fingers he handed her the shiny new badge, detective number 75,757. Gloria grabbed the badge and Jake's arm. Let's get out of here, Jake. I need to talk to Chief Washington about my first case. Jake stood by and checked his emails while he waited for Gloria outside the chief's office. The door opened. All right, sir, thank you. I will keep you posted. Those usually were the last words Chief Washington wanted to hear at the end of any conversation. Gloria was excited for the next phase of her career. So what's the case? Jake inquired. It's a homicide. They found a woman's body in the La Basin. CSI is there now, and I'm going to take the lead on the case. They walked while talking and stopped at the front doors of the precinct. That is great, Gloria, you can do it. If you need any help, let me know. Remember, I will be at the center tonight with Nick, so don't hesitate to call. Nick's back early. I thought he was coming back next week. Gloria spoke out with a thimble of concern. Apparently he cut his Vegas trip a day short. I'm gonna track him down a little later. Well, have a great day, Gloria replied. She gave Jake a small kiss on the lips. You too, detective. I will give you a call a little later. Hey. Jake shouted out to Gloria from a long distance in the bright sun. What? Now that you are going to be a detective, you need to get a cooler car. I know, I'm looking to get a black 68 Camaro. Gloria laughed and continued toward her four-door sedan, and Jake smiled back. Chapter 5. Jake dialed Nick's number from the contact list on his smartphone. While he stared into the screen, he was taken by surprise. It was an attack from behind, a knuckle bump to his ballsack. Ha ha, gotcha, buddy. Jake buckled down to his knees and keeled over in writhing pain. Not threatened, Jake knew exactly who it was. You're a shitty detective. I could have been David Little's coming up from behind. Jake responded with a grimace. Hey there, asshole, I put that prick behind bars. I guess you're next, partner. By the way, Nick, thanks for telling me you were coming back early. Nick replied with his usual cavalier tone. Well, Karen was upset, and the kids were going crazy. So we cut the trip early. Besides, I needed to be at work to protect my best bud. Make sure he doesn't get into trouble. Screw off, asshole. He began to feel the ease of pain to his clicker-clackers. I'm going to head off to the center soon. Chief wants me to head up security for a conference tonight, and he wants you to be there too, buddy. Jake smiled, slapping Nick on his back. Sure thing, partner. Nick pointed his two index fingers at Jake like he was shooting bullets through his imaginary finger guns. Meet you there at what time? 3 o'clock, and don't be late, Jake said. Nick began to walk away, and he turned around. Just because you're always early doesn't mean I'm always late. The drive through downtown La at 3 in the afternoon was a great time to drive. The lunch crowd had returned back to work and were waiting to leave at 5. The center was quite a bit different today as Jake drove up to the gate. There were 5 trinitron screens set up in what looked to be about 10,000 chairs, along with throngs of workers and media vehicles from every language and state. The outside of the center was transformed. Jake parked in the same front parking spot from yesterday, and he felt satisfied, like everything was going his way. He turned off his car and grabbed his cross necklace and began to pray a quick prayer to God. He developed his prayer rituals during the David Little's case. Seeing so many horrific events can either turn you away from God or take you right into his arms. He chose to go toward God, and after he said his prayer he couldn't help to think of his so-called guardian angel. What the hell was that all about? He thought, as he began to suddenly feel uneasy about the night ahead of him. He reached the entrance walking at a steady pace. To the right of the front entrance was a group of protesters. They held signs that read "MR Darklian Capitalism are the devil and money is evil." Seeing that they were huddled close and organized, Jake didn't see them as an aggressive threat, but as law-abiding citizens exercising their rights. He looked back at his car and saw Nick drive up and park right next to his Camaro. 3 p.m. on the dot. Jake entered through the front door security and metal detectors and stopped to wait for Nick. While he waited, he popped Gloria a text. "How's IT going?" Meanwhile, Nick finally made it in the door and passed through security. Ready for business, Nick began to speak while the two headed for the yellow sign. "It's crazy the stuff going on in the news. Satanic churches opening up in every major city in America. All the violence and shootings going on. The world is going to hell." Jake nodded his head in agreement. "I'm telling you, Jake, I need to go back to church." "I'm with you on that, brother, me too." They made their way up the stairs and a hectic scene was in progress as the two detectives got their eyes on the room. Finally, Mr. Darkly's female assistant walked toward the two men. "Mr. Darkly has been waiting for you. He has a few matters he'd like to share specifically with you, Mr. Fisher. It's with the utmost importance." It was hard to believe that this was the same young woman getting chastised for not bringing him his drink yesterday. She cleaned up well. "Where is Mr. Darkly? I didn't catch your name yesterday." Jake held out his hand for a somewhat formal introduction. "My name is Haley Hendricks. I am Mr. Darkly's assistant," she replied. Jake snapped back. "So that is not to be confused with his life coach Ronnie Reich." "Oh, no, those two have a special relationship," she rebuked nervously. "I only deal with the basic everyday matters. Getting him the things he wants or needs, like food or people he would like to meet. You know, things of that nature." Her demeanor was awkward and restless. "Let me take you to him now," she said. Haley shut down the conversation and motioned to follow her. She walked in a fast pace to another room across the way. Nick whispered under his breath to Jake. "Is it me, or did this chick suddenly start flipping out a little when you mentioned that Ronnie dude?" Jake scoured with his eyes from wall to wall and door to door, and replied to Nick under his breath. "Keep your eyes peeled when we meet Mr. Darkly. Look for anything out of the ordinary. Something's not right here," he said. They reached the room promptly and followed Haley into the room unannounced. There he was, Mr. Darkly in his $5,000 suit, checking out his hair while having a drink. He was smiling ear to ear. "Ah, Detective Fisher, and you must be Nick West. The pleasure is all mine." Darkly reached out to shake Nick's hand, and he obliged. He gripped the detective's hand and began to speak to Jake. He did not break eye contact with Nick. "So, Detective, I trust all the security is ready for my big night tonight. This is going to be a big night for me, and an important night at that. All taken care, not to worry, we will all be on our way home in a couple of hours safe and sound," Jake said. He felt confident in his skills, but unforeseen variables can bite you in the ass. This day, like all other days, will eventually end, and he will get back to his regular detective work. Beep, Jake picked up his phone. It was a text from Gloria. Just then Mr. Darkly turned away from Nick and released his grip. Nick just stared at Mr. Darkly in astonishment. Then, he looked down at Jake's phone. "Gloria. I have always liked that name. It's old school, but very sexy. I'm surprised it hasn't had a comeback," Mr. Darkly said inquisitively. Jake was agitated that Darkly was invading his personal space and briskly put the phone back in his pocket. Jake refused to acknowledge what Mr. Darkly said and changed the conversation. "We are going to do a walkthrough of the building, make sure everything is in order. I'm going to find Al, see if he needs anything. So are we done here?" "Actually, I have a question for you, Jake," Mr. Darkly said with a somber tone. "Do you think God cares about your happiness?" "Well," Jake said, "I don't think happiness is something that can be summed up in one event, but through a series of events. I don't think happiness is obtainable in a world like this." Mr. Darkly looked somewhat disappointed with the comment and responded, "I was hoping for something more real, more profound, I suppose." Jake placed his hand on his sidearm. "Sorry to disappoint you, but we are not here to talk about God. We are here to make sure you and everyone attending tonight is safe. We will catch up with you later before you go on stage." "Very well." Mr. Darkly watched Jake and Nick exit the room, without another word being said. Just as they were leaving, Mr. Darkly spoke out. "Jake." "What's that, Darkly?" "I can give you Happiness Chapter 6 after a complete walkthrough of the facility and a short meeting with Al Keeley. Everything was in order." The call sign for Mr. Darkly, through wireless earpiece, was Shadow Man. All the security staff was in place, and the metal detectors were running great, and all surveillance cameras operational. The slow trickle of the conference goers had now moved on to a steady stream. The protesters were still in full force and becoming more vocal as the natural noise level began to ascend due to a rising crowd. Meanwhile, Jake observed the escalating commotion that began to surround him, and he spoke through his radio. "Nick, I'm headed backstage, Shadow Man in 5-10-4, copy that. I'm going to take a visual on the upper levels." Nick responded. Jake sliced through the crowd like a shark through ocean waves. He reached the backstage stairs and was stopped by security, who knew who he was, but protocol made them check for proper credentials. "Good job," Jake said. He commended the hired staff. "That is what we need to make it tight tonight. No one gets in without one of these." He marched away to the backstage dressing room. Through the door he saw Mr. Darkly, in his chair with hair and makeup. Jake nonchalantly walked into the room. Mr. Darkly held his hands in a prayer formation. "How's it going, Detective Fisher?" "I'm going out on stage in just a minute. Are you ready?" Jake couldn't help to notice his assistant Haley was making Mr. Darkly a drink. "Everything is handled and ready to go." "Pretty calm for a crowd this size. Looks like we are going to reach full capacity," Jake said. "I never disappoint my fans, Detective. I never will let them down. Have you considered my offer? Do you want happiness, Jake? Money, power, prestige? I know how you can get everything you want." Jake was curious about the offer, but quickly concluded, "You know what, I'm good. This whole positivity thing, I can see the allure, but it's not for me." Jake replied, "No need to make a decision now. This is something that you may want in a time of need. You'll know where to find me." The announcer beyond the curtain gave Mr. Darkly a high-energy introduction. "Now it's time for me to shine." He smiled and stood up. Jake watched Mr. Darkly walk out onto the stage to an enormous crash of applause. Apparently, people love this guy, Jake thought. Jake. Nick sounded off through the two-way radio earpiece in a panic. "I spotted a tall male suspect standing over the body of a woman. I'm checking her vitals now. The suspect is running toward you just above the stage area. I need backup." Mr. Darkly began his motivational speech, and Jake focused his attention on the suspect that was headed his way. He ran up a flight of stairs that led to the ceiling grid. Nick addressed the location of the suspect with a sense of urgency. "He's almost there. He's passing the third rail on the side of the stage." Jake heard the information through his earpiece. In the empty darkness of the ceiling space, Jake scanned across the metal grating and ceiling wire. He spotted the gray figure with a dark hoodie headed straight his way. The figure was unable to see Jake waiting for him. The man lingered closer and got within striking distance. Jake applied his minimal martial arts training. He thrusted power to his leg, and he threw a roundhouse across the man's head. The man flew backward about 10 feet and fell through the hard cap in the ceiling. Jake peered down through a medium-sized hole that was left behind. Jake saw the man lying face down on the catering table in the backstage area. "I'm headed downstairs. The male suspect is at backstage level and is incapacitated," Nick responded quickly. "I have called for an ambulance and additional backup." Jake flew back down the stairs in a flurry and straight to the catering table, and the suspect was gone, leaving a mash of sandwiches and other small finger foods in complete disarray. Jake panned around looking for the fleeing suspect and took a quick second glance at the mangled catering table. He bent down and picked up a black silky feather that was stuck to a piece of cold-cut turkey. He slid the feather into his back pocket. He thought it could possibly be evidence. He walked out to an endless crowd of people, where Mr. Darkly was still on stage speaking. Jake pulled out his monocular to make a crowd scan. Meanwhile, Mr. Darkly walked the stage. "I have developed the highest grade of protein drink to bring long-lasting effects of youthfulness, wrinkle-free skin, and happiness." He walked slowly and paced the stage floor and continued, "Everyone needs to drink it, everyone in the world." In a manic way, the people began to shout and applaud. "Focus your energy toward me, people. Raise your hands out. Feel the energy and welcome this happiness into your soul." While Darkly continued his dialogue, Jake searched for the man among the energized crowd, hoping to see something out of the ordinary. Through his left eye he scanned with his monocular up and down across, reaching the main stage. "What the fuck?" Jake was unconvinced of what he saw. He took his left eye off the monocular, then viewed through the eyepiece again. He wiped his eyes with his fingers. He then repeated the action a few more times and was astonished by what he was seeing. A reptile man appeared only through the view of the monocular. In fact, it was Mr. Darkly himself. Jake couldn't stop looking at the reptile version of Mr. Darkly, and he focused in on what he was saying. I am bringing to everyone who has an ear to hear. For everyone who has eyes to see. This is the fountain of youth. This is the Savior. Nothing on earth or in the heaven above compares. Darkly smiled as he overlooked his congregation. He soaked in the praise and cheers. He put his hands in the air as if he was feeling each hand release and give all the soul its host had to offer. Just beyond Mr. Darkly in the second row of seats was the man Jake was looking for, and he was running up the stairs in a panic. Without hesitation, Jake ran after him. He reached the precipice of the exit door, and the man turned back to take a look at his surroundings, and he saw Jake on his trail. Their eyes interlocked. Jake turned his attention away, being fixated on his path for that split second, and missed the chance to ID his suspect. Jake reached the same exit door and looked down the almost empty concrete corridors. The man had vanished without a trace. Behind Jake, the crowd began to fill the empty spaces through the exit doors. Loud talking and laughter filled the air. Long lines began to form at the Darklian merchandise tables. They had Darklian t-shirts for men, women, and children. Protein Blast 6 premium books, and free download stations for all of his seminars. Nick chimed in over the airwave. Security is bringing the EMT staff to the upper deck. They're bringing the female victim down to the ambulance. Her vitals are holding steady. Looks like she is going to make it. How did you do with the suspect? Not good. He got away. When you get down here we'll talk. Meet me in the front, I will be waiting. An unfamiliar voice through the earpiece made a statement that the shadow man had left the building. Meaning Mr. Darkly was gone, and the many questions that have arisen from this night still remain. The most important of all, who is Mr. Darkly? Chapter 7. Jake walked through the front door of his house. One lamp was on in the living room, which gave just enough light to get around most of the house. He dug into his pocket for his phone, and realized it was turned off. Must have happened in the scuffle, he thought to himself. While he waited for it to turn back on, he stepped into the dimly lit kitchen. The phone began to beep for missed messages. He walked into the kitchen further, stepping across the hardwood flooring. Hey Jake. A voice calmly spoke from the silent shadows of the fridge. Ow, what the hell? Jake fell backward and reached for his sidearm. Jake, it's me. Jake gathered his composure and focused his eyes. He recognized the figure. Raziel, where's my gun? I'm shooting your ass. Jake patted all around his body looking for his sidearm. I kept the same human body this time, that way you'd recognize me. Raziel replied. Well, Raziel, I don't believe you're real. How's this? He said. Raziel kicked Jake in the knee, and it took Jake completely by surprise. He bent over in pain, but more annoyed than anything else. Why the hell did you do that? He shouted. I'm proving to you that I'm real, Raziel exclaimed. Raziel thought he was doing Jake a favor by kicking him. So you're not a figment of my imagination. Doesn't matter, I'm still going to shoot you for trespassing and for kicking me in the knee, Jake said, rubbing his knee. I know you saw Darkly's true form, Raziel explained. It is all a part of the plan, and Darkly knows you know a little scattered and erratic. Raziel seemed as though he had little time to converse with Jake. I'm here to warn you, and to also guide you. God is watching from a distance, and he is always here. He pointed to his heart. No small chat, Raziel, all business. Why me? Jake responded. A lifetime of God's grace has been given to you for this moment and for this purpose, Raziel said. Why can't God just fix it himself? It's free will, Jake. It's one of the greatest gifts for being human besides faith. You are choosing by free will to love a God who is unseen, who can oftentimes seem to not exist. Yet you pray and hope and believe. You know in your heart God is real, whether out of fear of the unknown or faithful love, Raziel explained. What's the point of all this? Jake replied, unsatisfied with the answers. You need to stop Mr. Darkly. His reptile form is reptilian for a reason. He's not from Earth, he's from another place. Not so convinced at the direction the conversation was headed, Jake spoke out in frustration. Listen, Raziel. If that's what you want to be called. I do believe in God, but this sounds a little crazy. I have had a long night. I'm still not completely convinced you are even real. Raziel pulled his leg back, as if to kick Jake's other knee. No, no kicking, okay, Jake said with his hands up. Raziel's eyes rolled back to opulent white, and the sound of the crack of a bullwhip ensued, and a deep voice began to speak. Jake, I knew you before you were in the womb. You are a warrior and you have always been. Every story has a villain and a hero. You are the hero. Back to himself in an instant, Raziel's eyes returned to their normal color. He was curious about the information that was channeled through him. What did he say, Jake? Raziel asked. Jake, not concerned about his request, was still unable to find his gun, and headed straight to his phone to review the missed messages. Gloria sent out half a dozen texts to inquire if Jake was in good health. In one of the first texts she was concerned about the assault at the center that she heard about over the radio. Jake sent her a text stating that he was fine. He would see her tomorrow sometime. Jake offhandedly spoke out to Raziel. I'm headed to the center. Determined, he walked straight to his car and looked up at the night sky glowing bright from the city lights. Raziel followed behind him. With his phone to his ear, Jake gave Nick a call and left a message. Hey Nick, I'm headed to the center. I think I dropped something there in the rafters during the scuffle. Thanks for closing out the event. I'm glad you're back. Talk to you later. He looked out of his windshield and felt mentally exhausted. He didn't realize Raziel was sitting next to him in the passenger's seat until it was too late. I don't think you're going to take no for answer, are you? Jake said while he cranked the car on. No, Raziel smiled. The drive through the lush streets was calm, and the rumble of the engine was soothing. Although there were cars on the road, the night seemed quiet. Tell me about this Mr. Darkly. Why does he transform? And why does it matter? Raziel looked out of the passenger side window, and he began to explain. I know it's a lot to comprehend in a short period of time. My mission is to guide you when necessary. And your mission is to stop Mr. Darkly. When God created planet Earth, it was designed as a purgatory for the human soul, where you discover and find God. When your time is up, you either go to heaven or hell. Hell is on its own planet and heaven is on its own planet. Heaven, Earth, and hell all exist on an equal timeline, but on different dimensional planes. There isn't a storm coming, Jake. The storm is here. It is called Mr. Darkly. What is it that you need from me? What could I possibly do? I'm just one man. Jake asked with his hands at 2 and 10. You need to follow your instincts and stop Mr. Darkly. They drove into the center and looked around at the empty parking lot. Beneath the parking stall lights was that same exact parking spot that he used twice before. The detective and his guardian angel walked across the black asphalt and into the unlocked entrance at the center. I'm going to take a walk through ceiling rafters and look for my gun, Jake said calmly to his newly found acquaintance. Raziel listened to Detective Fisher as he looked around and sniffed into the air. I'm going to go this way, Raziel said. He pointed to the left corridor. The two headed off in different directions. Jake walked up the stairs, and the yellow indication sign that read Mr. Darkly was still hanging crookedly on the wall. The second set of stairs that lead to the rafters was dimly lit with darkened shadows that made your eyes see figures that weren't there. He reached the upper level and arrived at the area where the brief altercation took place. He looked around and felt a presence of evil, as if someone was fixated on him from the shadows. He grabbed his cross necklace and thought positive thoughts about God. He hoped that he dropped his firearm somewhere on the floorboards. He suddenly felt a burning sensation in his pocket. Quickly he reached inside, and not knowing what it was, he pulled out the black feather that he found on the catering table earlier that evening. The feather was glowing light orange, while the spine of the feather remained black. Holding it in his hand, he continued to case the ceiling floorboards. It started to glow brighter. Continuing on his path, it began to glow even brighter and burn hotter. The feather began to glow red hot without burning the skin. He looked down, and there was his gun hiding beside some data cables and wire. He examined the Walther PPX 9mm, and after grabbing it off the floor, he placed it back in its holster on the front of his hip. Jake observed the feather as it slowly faded to black. He began to think there were going to be some interesting days ahead, and went back downstairs to find Raziel. Meanwhile, Raziel had begun his own investigation down the dark hallway. Looking from wall to wall and door to door, he saw something that had piqued his interest. Up ahead he saw a shadow move from the right side of the wall and across the ceiling. It jerked to the left in a fast jarring motion. The shadow saw Raziel and ran across the wall of the vacant corridor. Raziel chased the shadow almost immediately. Not being fast enough on his feet, he stretched out his wings and sped ahead. He caught the shadow by what looked like its foot. Snarling and gurgling, the shadow broke loose and disappeared into the darkness of the other shadows. Jake was standing behind Raziel, observing the incident with disbelief. "What was that?" Jake exclaimed, feeling somewhat disillusioned. "That was the Reaper. I'm not sure why he is here. I could sense him as soon as I got in the building. He was looking for something," Raziel replied. His wandering eyes looked around for assurance that the Reaper was gone. Jake walked over to the wall and felt the texture of the stucco where the shadow evaporated into thin air. "Reaper, huh? That doesn't sound good," Jake added. "The harvester of souls to hell," continued Raziel, indifferent and purposeful. "The Reaper had a job to do. It just so happened he was surrounded by evil. Well, I found what I came for. Let's get out of here." Jake led the way to his car. Trying to avoid a runaround, he asked Raziel a direct question on God's role in the matter with Mr. Darkly. He glanced over and found Raziel had completely disappeared without a trace. Chapter 8. Jake pressed snooze on his phone and squinted at the morning sunlight shining through his bedroom window. He desired to sleep longer, but it was nice to see that the day was here. He was out the door and ready for work in 15 minutes. Jake figured he would worry about his morning coffee later, and he started his car. While it was warming up, he grabbed his cross and let out a short prayer. He drove away down the quiet neighborhood street. Jake thought about Gloria and where the relationship was headed. He also gave thought to his own family growing up as a middle-class suburban kid. One brother he saw often, and a sister whom he hasn't seen in about 2 years. Being a detective on the cases that he had been on made him feel cynical about the future and making plans. He hoped that something or someone would come along and change all that. Gloria was that something and that someone. Jake smiled at the thought as he pulled into the precinct parking lot. He noticed Gloria's 4-door sedan was already there, and he couldn't wait to see her this morning. He made his way to his cubicle, where the other officers and detectives from Homicide and Special Victims Unit were all working hard on their morning prep. Jake saw Gloria sitting down in front of her computer. "Hey there, good looking," Jake said. Gloria pretended not to hear him for a few seconds, then replied with a monotone voice. "You're an asshole, I know. I'm sorry things got weird last night. I meant to give you a call," Jake said, sounding surprised but understanding. "I've been a cop for a long time now, Jake. I know what comes with the job. I just had a dream you were in real trouble." A quick old-fashioned text would have been fine, old modern technology. She held her smartphone in the air. "I know my phone was accidentally turned off when I went hand-to-hand with a suspect," Jake replied, hoping to impress Gloria with his manliness. "Well, next time you're gonna get 5 across the lip," she said, smiling, holding up her fist. "Let's meet up in the break room in 30 minutes. I want to talk to you about what happened to me last night." "Sounds good, I will see you there. I'm almost done with the search on this case file." "Donuts?" "Yes, ma'am," Jake said, while admiring her beautiful face. Nick passed by in a hurry. "See you in a little while, Gloria." Jake spoke out to Gloria while walking away fast to catch up with Nick. "Hey Nick, what's going on?" Jake was genuinely concerned. "That woman I found last night, her name is Ginny Foster." Nick used an unusual amount of hand gestures. "Yeah, what about her?" Jake said calmly. "Well," Nick continued and walked towards his desk. "She's alive, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with her. Her vitals are good, and she's awake, but in a zombie-like state. She repeats the same words over and over. 'The ruler of worlds is here. The ruler of worlds is here.' Sounds like she's had some trauma," Jake added. "No shit, Sherlock, I'm headed to the crime lab now. They have fingerprints from a leather wristband she was wearing." "That's great, I will see you at the lab in an hour or so. I need to get some donuts and talk to Gloria real quick, then I will see you there." Jake sat down at his desk and pulled up his desktop and clicked on his emails. Darkling.com, Darkling.com, Darkling.com. There were hundreds of emails from Darkling.com, with a subject line that read, "I know your secret" on each email. Except the very last email. It had a telephone number, 1-866-666-6666. This just can't be real number. Jake whispered to himself. It's too strange, the devil's number. 3 sets of 666. Jake clicked on the email, and while it was loading he looked up at the flat screen which had the news on. A good-looking brunette anchor woman, with a somber tone, delivered a story. Here's the latest on the world riots. The on-the-scene reporter, dressed in his best blue-collar on-the-scene clothes, began to lay out the events in the nation's capital. There is a rise in violence due to the resistance of executive orders given by the president. McCall was forced by the progressives to sign in the laws, and the protesters proclaimed there would be tens of thousands more deaths, and that the president and his family were next. 3,000 casualties in the United States today alone. The Christian extremists refused to acknowledge Sharia law. Amendment 28, signed into law through executive order, states Sharia law supersedes all other law amendments to the Constitution. He looked down at the loaded email stream, along with the advertisements for the new Protein Blast 6 Premium. There was this sentence in the subtext, hyperlink, "I know your secret." He clicked on it, and it was Mr. Darkly, with a pre-recorded video message. "Hello fellow Darklians, if you received this email it means you are special to me. It's not coincidence you are watching this now. There is hope in a new future with me. Look into my eyes and let's meditate on your problems in life. What do you desire? That's right, anything you desire. Keep thinking. Keep thinking, that's right, good. Your secret is safe with me. I understand you, friend. Try my Protein Blast 6 Premium, feel the benefits and desires of life." He covered his right eye with his hand. "I will see you in the future." What was that bullshit? Jake said out loud to his computer. He looked at his phone. It was time to meet up with Gloria. As he passed the TV in the hallway that led to the break room, on a monitor hanging just below the ceiling, a different woman delivered the news on a different network. "It's time for our expert on the civil unrest plaguing our nation and our world. Nice to see you, Mr. Darkly. Is that what we call you?" "Hello, Jeannie. Mr. Darkly is fine. Listen, America, we are the country the world looks to for guidance. America needs to get more progressive. We have held on to the old ways too long. Who even follows Christian values anymore? It's not just oppressive, it's depressive. Americans need to follow their desires. We need to be driven by our own wants and needs. Sharia law is just the way Muslims express themselves. We should support that. After all, half of our population is Muslim now due to the refugee crisis a few years ago. People of America, look into my eyes. Let's embrace all the things we desire. It's not materialism, it's not multiple wives. It's not having relationships with your animals or choosing to be a man or a woman. Those types of things don't bring our nation down. It's not fulfilling our true desire to be and feel what we want that brings us down and holds us back." He smiled directly into the camera. "That is no way to live. There's only one life you have to live. Go to my website darkling.com, watch or listen to one of my free seminars on positivity in a negative world. Most of all, drink my Protein Blast 6 for a wrinkle-free younger you. Don't forget. I will see you in the future." The anchor woman now had the attention of the camera. "Well, that Mr. Darkly is one handsome guy. There is something about him that is hypnotic. I just love those muscles." Well, coming up after the break. Should a license to marry your pet require a physiological evaluation? Experts say no. More on this story when we return. Jake and Gloria were sitting at a square yellow table in the break room. Jake began to explain how the night went and the weird encounter he had. This might sound strange. He reached his hands out to grab hers. "I'm being visited by my guardian angel on a daily basis," he said with hesitation and a slight grin. "His name is Raziel." Gloria did not speak and was attentive to what he is saying and continued to listen without interruption. "He said that God wants me to stop Mr. Darkly, and from what I'm not sure of yet, but he told me he is my guide, Does your guardian angel have a beard and glasses, and looks kind of like a hipster? Gloria asked. How did you know that? I had a dream last night that you, me, Nick, and the man I described standing back to back, fighting off a flock of black crows. You had a shield, I had a sword, and Nick had a lightning bolt in his hand. After the black crows came an army of mindless people with yellow eyes were followed by a dark shadowy figure. The dark figure marched straight towards us and raised his hands, and then I woke up. While she finished rehashing her dream, she was getting more freaked out about it as the little details were being remembered. That is a crazy dream. Jake tried to analyze Gloria's dream for a moment. Gloria remembered something and brought it into the conversation. I do remember another part of the dream. As the shadowy figure was raising his hands, I looked up to the sky. In the stormy gray clouds, a bright light began to swirl. You know, like a tiny tornado. Then a ray of the bright light shone down on us. She then took a sip of her coffee. It was one of those dreams that seem so real. Oh yeah, those are the best, especially when it's a good one. Jake replied, your dream was really crazy. How in the hell did you dream of someone that you've never met? I thought it was strange too. That's part of the reason I was worried something happened to you. Jake closed the lid to the pink box of donuts. It was great seeing you this morning, but I've got to go and meet Nick at the crime lab, so I will talk to you soon. Have a great day. Jake stood up and straightened his jacket. Sounds good, Jake. Jake leaned over and grabbed a bite of the chocolate-glazed donut that Gloria held in her hand. Chapter 9. Jake walked into the crime lab and entered into a conversation that was already in progress. He listened to Nick and Dr. Remus talk about some details. The stark white glossy floors of the lab overpowered the room and made it look sterile. The doctor finished talking about the process of how to retrieve fingerprints from a leather wristband. There was a match on the prints. Dr. Remus said. Well, who is it? Nick asked impatiently. Dr. Remus was the type to never leave out a detail, and began to explain. Obviously you have to get a live scan done to join the FBI. You know, for your fingerprints, and it's the same for the military. No mystery here, it was easy. These are the prints of a Special Forces Green Beret Sergeant Reich. Jake was familiar with that last name and ran it through his mind. I know that name, Reich. His first name isn't Ronnie by any chance, is it? It's Ronnie Reich. Look, here's a picture. Dr. Remus walked over to his computer and turned the screen toward Nick and Jake. That's him, that's Mr. Darkly's life coach, Ronnie Reich. Jake said, reaching a quick conclusion. That's the guy you were talking about with Mr. Darkly's assistant Haley at the event last night. Nick added. Yep. Jake said, shaking his head. We need to track him down now. He's our main suspect. Doctor, print me a copy of the file on Reich. No problem. You old guys need more help, let me know. Dr. Remus clicked his wireless mouse and Jake grabbed the paperwork from the desktop printer. Nick and Jake both gave Dr. Remus the bird as they exited the lab, and Dr. Remus shook his head and smiled. Nick, we need to track Mr. Darkly down for questioning before he leaves town. We're gonna need a separate. Why don't you go over to News Station 7? I heard he was going to be on the news sometime today. I am going to give him a call on his phone. I have his number from an email. If you find something, let me know. If not, let's meet back at the precinct at 3 o'clock. By the way, how's Karen and the kids? Sounds like a plan. I'm not saying it's a good one, but it is a plan. Kids are doing great and Karen is feeling a lot better since we've been back from Vegas. Things have been really good, thanks for asking. By the way, looks like things are heating up with Diaz. Nick gave Jake a soft elbow. Never kiss and tell, but it's looking pretty good. Jake replied with a conquering smile. They made their way outside. Nick walked over to his car. Destination News Station 7. Jake grabbed his phone and dialed the number 866-666-6666. The phone rang and Jake began to wonder where this might lead, and will he answer the phone. Then a woman's voice answered. This is Haley Hendricks. How can I help you? This is Detective Jake Fisher. Hello, Haley, I'm looking for Mr. Darkly. Jake was a little apprehensive, and he didn't want to give her too much information too fast. Hello, Detective. Mr. Darkly is here. Just a second. Detective Fisher, nice to hear from you. How can I help you today? The voice of Mr. Darkly was an eerie sound this time. Actually, Mr. Darkly, Jake said, I don't need you as much as I need Mr. Reich. He is a person of interest involving an assault which happened last night at the center. What do you mean assault? Mr. Reich wasn't even at the center last night. He was at my mansion in the wonderful Mulholland Hills, Mr. Darkly said in a snarky tone. Is there anybody that can confirm this beside you? Jake asked. Isn't my word good enough, detective? Mr. Darkly answered. Well, assault is a crime and we need to find out who did this. Detective, I don't know what kind of evidence you may have, it's just not possible. We have his fingerprints on a leather band that the victim was wearing that directly connects him to the assault. I have the paperwork, Jake said, as a matter of fact. Ha ha ha. Darkly started laughing out loud. I do recall he gave a few leather bands out last night for special guests to get backstage. So it does make sense that his fingerprints would be on them. Say, detective, why don't you come down and meet me at the Lexington Hotel? I will see if I can arrange something with Mr. Reich. Jake waited a minute to think about the proposal. What time do you want me to meet you? Jake asked. How about at 6 o'clock? I'll meet you in the lobby. All right, I'll be there. Well then, good detective, I look forward to seeing you later this afternoon. It's going to be a wonderful time. Jake clicked his phone off and he felt uneasy about Mr. Darkly and the series of events that have occurred over the last day or so. He couldn't help to wonder if he was walking into a trap. Chapter 10. Nick arrived at News Station 7 about 10 minutes later. As he walked up to the entrance of the building, he saw a suspicious black car that was driving very slowly towards the rear of the building. Nick began to walk around the brick-laden walls slowly, and he meandered around to the back alley. Cautiously, he placed his hand on his gun. He began to get the feeling that something wasn't right. The black car slowly rolled to a stop, and the deep dark tinted windows made it impossible to see inside, and with his back against the wall and his hand on his gun, he slowly reached the car at the rear. There were no other cars or pedestrians in sight. The engine turned off and there was no sound, just silence. The bright sun shone down in the rooftops, casting shadows across the dumpsters and the miscellaneous bags of trash. Nick approached the vehicle and slowly the passenger's side rear window rolled down. Nick was surprised to see who it was behind the glass. A loud bang from behind. A gunshot. Nick fell to the ground and his smartphone bounced onto the oily asphalt, and it began to buzz and light up the undercarriage of the car. The name Jake appeared on the screen. A set of feet wearing black patent leather shoes stopped by Nick's body, and, as a hand reached down under the car to pick up the phone. Frustrated with not being able to get a hold of Nick, Jake gave Gloria the call. She answered. Hey there, Jake. Hi, I thought I'd give you a call and let you know that I am meeting Mr. Darkly at 3 o'clock at the Lexington Hotel on 7th Street. I can't get a hold of Nick. Have you heard from him? No, I haven't, she said. If you hear from him, give me a call. Sure, no problem. You got it. How's your day been, by the way? Very interesting. A couple of joggers found another body in the La Basin this morning. I'm thinking it might be a serial killer case. There were clues left behind at the crime scene that seemed to be in connection to a couple of other unsolved cases. What kind of clues? Jake said curiously. One body had the number 6 spelled out SIX and the second body had the number 9. You know what? Jake said curiously. Kind of reminds me of a case a few years ago in Fresno County, where the killer was leaving numbers on bodies. They were the numbers 1 through 13. They never found the killer on that case. Could possibly be connected. That's exactly right, Gloria agreed. I'm gonna stop for lunch and see if I can get a hold of Nick again. So I will talk to you later, okay? Maybe we won't just talk. Maybe I will see you in person too. Bye, Jake. Jake pulled into the parking lot of his favorite lunch spot. It was a Chinese food hot dog fusion joint near downtown La called Long Duck Dongs. He sat down in his usual booth to eat his chili cheese bacon onion and pickle hot dog with a side of chow mein. He glanced out of the window at the church across the street while he ate. There was a bride and groom coming down the steps of the church, and they smiled and looked happy. The onlookers were cheering and throwing confetti into the air as they hopped into their car and sped off. Jake thought about his own life and how nice it would be just to be happy and to have a more simple kind of life. For Jake, this eatery was a place of peacefulness because he loved to look at the old church and think about God and his own life. He finished up his hot dog and gave Nick another call, and he didn't answer. Jake was concerned and had a feeling that something was wrong. He decided to give Karen a buzz. "Hello," Karen answered. "Hi Karen, this is Jake. Have you seen Nick?" "No," she exclaimed. "I haven't seen or heard from him all day, and that's not like Nick." "Should I be worried, Jake?" No, don't worry, he's probably got his phone off. I'm gonna keep trying to get a hold of him." "Please let me know, Jake," Karen said, concerned. "Don't worry, he's gonna be fine. I will let you know if I hear from him, and you do the same." "Okay, thanks for calling." Karen hung up the phone. Meanwhile, a car pulled up to an empty ocean shoreline near Santa Monica. The sky was crisp blue and clean. Two figures pulled out Nick's lifeless body from the trunk of car. They dragged his body across the pale brown sand and threw it into the small breaking ocean waves. The figures got back into their car and drove away slowly. There wasn't a single soul around to witness their actions as Nick's body swooped and floated back and forth from the wet sand into the salty water. His wet hair glistened from the sharp light of the sun, and he remained motionless. His body hit the sand with a strong thrust of the pounding waves, and it flipped over, exposing his face to the elements. For a moment the air was still, and the crashing of the waves and squawking seagulls filled the void. The eyes on Nick's face suddenly began to shine bright like two small suns. His body began to jerk up as if being charged with a defibrillator, and he jolted upward. He gasped for air and rolled over on his stomach. He slowly picked himself up and started walking across the sand to the sandy asphalt parking lot. He looked around for signs of life, and still, there wasn't anybody in sight. It was approaching the 6 o'clock mark. Jake drove his car down 7th Street headed to the Lexington Hotel. It was another beautiful day in Los Angeles. 75 degrees, crisp bright sun, and a cool ocean breeze blew from the southwest. Made sense why so many people lived here, and why there were so many cars always on the streets. When you drove through the old roads of downtown, you couldn't help to notice the remnants of an old Los Angeles that had all but disappeared. When Los Angeles was truly the greatest city in the world. Now there were rows of Mexican and Muslim storefronts that sold piñatas, leather belts, and Korans. Amongst the graffiti, trash, and homeless people, it was hard to believe it was even America anymore. The Camaro approached the parking structure for the hotel. Jake slowly drove through a large crowd of protesters. Some had signs that read reparations for minorities and Muslims, and another stated Christians are the real terrorists. The two groups have been fighting since the president authorized refugee status to all Muslims of the world. 200 million Muslims have come over to the United States since. Even though the government gave parts of Michigan and Chicago to the refugees for the sake of Sharia law, the Muslims still wanted Sharia law in all states and wanted to have it federalized. The divide had become more violent between Christians and the progressives as the days went by. The Camaro tunneled through what seemed to be a full parking structure. The only free spots were up on the rooftop level. From the cool shadows of the concrete walls into the warm, sunny, half-empty rooftop parking lot. Jake was happy to get the spot closest to the elevator. He turned his car off and reached for his gun in the glove box, along with his smartphone. He walked toward the elevator and grabbed the cross around his neck. Sometimes just acknowledging that God was there gave him a sense of peace. The elevator was dark and dank, as if someone purposely sucked all the oxygen out of 10 by 10 box. Beep, beep, beep. Going from the 8th floor down to the lobby took a bit longer than your average elevator. Voice over the small elevator speaker in a woman's voice. Lobby. Out of the elevator and into a hidden world of opulence. The warm lighting of the chandeliers and the black glossy piano softly played in the corner. Shiny buff tile floors that you could see your reflection in were ornately designed. This was a 5-star hotel. The concierge at the lobby desk was easily approachable due to the fact the front desk was empty of guests. "How are you doing today, sir? How can I help you today?" the man behind the counter inquired. A man who was in his mid-50s stood behind the bulky front desk. His name tag said Chuck. "Hello, Chuck, my name is Jake Fisher, Detective Jake Fisher." Jake showed his badge. "I'm here to see Mr. Darkly." "Ah, yes, Jake Fisher. I have been waiting for you, sir. Mr. Darkly left a message for you to see him in the wait room. Here is a key card, through that door to the right." "Thanks." Jake took the white plastic card from Chuck's hand. Down the carpeted hallway Jake began to smell the faint odor of chlorine, which meant he was headed in the right direction. The glass door with a placard that said gym next to the card scanner made the place much easier to find than expected. A well-lit room with all the exercise equipment you could imagine. Jake saw Mr. Darkly on the bench press. He made his way around the maze of machines and weights, and walked up to the bench press. He looked down over Mr. Darkly. The bar of weights went up and down. Mr. Darkly was red-faced and began to speak. "Ah, Jake, you made it. Is it 6 o'clock already?" "I am right on time," Jake said with indignation. "How does time fly?" Darkly responded. He sat up on the bench seat and Mr. Darkly grabbed his drink container and took a huge gulping swig. "Protein Blast 6. I hope you tried the premium I gave you." "No, I haven't been to the gym in a couple of days." "You don't have to work out to drink it. You can drink it as an everyday supplement, but I didn't need to tell you that though. You're in great shape yourself." Mr. Darkly walked across the room, and he dabbed his face with a white terry cloth towel. His face was riddled with sweat beads. He felt the need to put some distance between himself and Jake. "I wanted to meet you face-to-face, Detective. Mr. Wright didn't assault anyone at the conference. I wanted to look you in the eye and ask you to let this one go." Jake responded emphatically. "He is a person of interest that I have to pursue." "Where is Mr. Wright?" "Listen, Jake. I can help you." "And how is that?" "Let's just say I know things that are going to happen and I know how to make things happen. You know how a backyard dog barks crazily before an earthquake? I am that dog, metaphorically speaking. Your way of life. Let me rephrase that. The way of life for mankind is about to drastically change. Only the top 10% will survive this. Those with me will certainly flourish through these days, and I have that power." Jake interrupted. "What you are saying sounds a little nutty to me." "Nobody has that kind of power." Jake was determined not to agree. A thought popped into Jake's mind. Well, Jesus had that effect on mankind. He said, "Jesus." Mr. Darkly's face contorted, and his voice groveled. "Jesus." Visibly angered and shaken, Darkly continued, "I am alive. I am the power. I am the one. I am the Savior." He suddenly thought about what he just said, and took a deep breath, and smiled at Jake. "What I am trying to say, Detective, is that Jesus was on Earth over 2,000 years ago. Where is he now?" There was an uncomfortable pause. "My faith in God makes him real to me in my spirit," Jake replied. "It's a scam, Jake. Have faith in what is seen. Have faith in what you desire, like Gloria. Do you want a happy life with her? Let me make it happen for you. I can protect you. I am real, not God." Mr. Darkly pleaded to Jake and placed his hands on his shoulders. "I need you on my side. Me, you, and Mr. Reich. We can have everything we desire." The pants pocket of Jake's pants began to get abnormally warm. He reached in with his hand and felt the feather that was left behind at the center. He didn't pull the feather out of his pocket. Mr. Darkly noticed that Jake had completely stopped listening to what he was saying. "Is something wrong, Detective?" "You mean beside the crazy bullshit coming out of your mouth?" "No, nothing at all." Jake looked for a way out of this conversation. A mirror door slowly opened from across the room. Dressed in black from head to toe, walked in Ronnie Reich. Jake was taken by complete surprise, and addressed Mr. Reich. "Mr. Reich, I have some questions for you." Mr. Reich continued to walk at a fast pace straight to Jake, without breaking eye contact. Jake put his hand on his gun and prepared for an altercation. The feather became hotter and hotter the closer he got. He stopped in an instant just feet away from Jake. Mr. Reich offered his hand out to Jake for what seemed to be a forced handshake. With a small head nod and a wide smile, Mr. Reich responded, "Sure, I can answer any questions you need," Mr. Reich said. "Where were you the night of the conference?" "At the center." "Yes, I was. I was there at the center until 2 o'clock. Then I left to Mr. Darkly's mansion to prepare his weekly meals. I spent the rest of my night at his house. I did watch a live stream of the conference online." Mr. Reich replied without the smallest indication that he was lying. "There was a woman assaulted at the conference. I have your fingerprints on a leather band she was wearing." Mr. Reich looked over at Mr. Darkly and proceeded to speak. "I did pass out some leather bands to a few of the best-looking women in the place." He smirked. "As far as an assault goes, I do not have an idea what that's about. As a matter of fact, I think you owe me an apology, Detective." Jake, with a puzzled look, leaned up to Mr. Reich and stared into his eyes. "I owe you an apology for what?" "Doing my job. You may or may not be guilty of this assault, but until I know for sure, you are my prime suspect. When I look into your eyes, I can tell you are guilty of something." Jake decided to call Mr. Reich's bluff. Mr. Reich accepted the challenge of who was the alpha male and poked Jake straight into the center of his chest. Jake responded quickly. He dropped back and threw a leg sweep and thrusted his knee into Mr. Reich's chest. He proceeded immediately and grabbed Mr. Reich's buttoned-up shirt. With delight, he raised his arm to collide his fist with Ronnie Reich's face. Mr. Darkly grabbed his hand in a calculated motion. "Enough of that," Mr. Darkly calmly spoke. Mr. Darkly looked impressed by the action of the two men. "Calm down." Jake felt the unusual strength of Darkly's hand. "Let go of Mr. Reich." "Listen, Jake, it's been great, but Mr. Reich and I have some business to care of. Let this one go. No one was assaulted by anyone on my staff, especially Ronnie here." Mr. Reich stood up and fixed his hair, while Mr. Darkly continued, "Things are going to change, like labor pains to an expecting mother. Sudden and life-changing. You're an exceptional man, Detective. Join me, and have your desires met. Do as thou wilt. Gain as thou want. You know how to find me." The two men turned around and left through the mirror door, without another word being said. Jake felt the feather in his pocket rapidly cool down. He stood in the weight room alone with many unanswered questions. Chapter 11. Back at the station, Jake arrived at his desk and checked his email for messages. There were a couple of unread emails from Chief Washington, Detective Diaz, and some unwanted spam. Lower your mortgage rate, fight your erectile dysfunction, and domestic wires that help you marry your domesticated pets. The delete button and spam button get clicked to the trash can. The title of Chief Washington's message: out of town for 1 week of SWAT training. Not needing to read this particular email, he clicked it into his archives. He had hoped there would be something from Nick. Another detective stopped by Jake's desk. "What are you up to, Jake?" Jake looked up. "What's up, Reyes?" "I'm just catching up on my emails." "Cool, man, cool." "Nick looks like shit, Holmes. What you guys been up to lately?" Reyes was a father of 2 and graduated at the top of his class. He just finished an undercover operation, and for the last 10 months he posed as a captain for the 666ers, the largest South American drug cartel. He arranged for the capture and arrest of El Colonia. So it was great to see him at the station. It had been a while. He's one of the best they had, but he needed to get back in touch with civilized society. "Have you seen Nick?" Jake inquired. "Yeah, man, I saw him in the locker room, like 45 minutes ago. He might still be in there. I've been looking for him all day. I'm going check it out." "Thanks a lot, Reyes." Jake stood up immediately and went to look for Nick in the locker room. "No problem, man, I got your back, Jake," Reyes chimed out. Jake headed down the blue carpeted hallway. He reached the shower locker room, and it was always interesting. You had to go through the women's processing area, which, by itself, was always bustling with women who had been busted for meth or domestic violence. After that, it was through a ballroom, a flight stairs, and across a vacant hallway. Another place in the building that needed an update. Jake opened the door. Nick was sitting on a locker room bench, with his back facing Jake. He could see a bloodstain on the back of his shirt. "Nick?" He placed his hand on his shoulder. "Hey bud, I've been trying to get a hold of you." Suddenly Jake paused as he began to get a good look at Nick's pale face. "Nick, man, are you okay, Nick? Nick?" Just like that, Nick snapped back to attention and looked up at Jake. "Jake, it's great to see you," he said. The color began to show back on his face. Nick stared at Jake with an unusual look in his eye. "There is something I need to tell you." The seriousness in that look is one that Jake had never seen before. "What's that, buddy?" Nick paused for a few seconds and looked around at the light green ceramic tile that covered most of the locker room. "I'm not Nick." The man who Jake thought was Nick stood up and turned around to face Jake. "It's me, Raziel." "What the hell, that's not possible." "What the fuck did you do to Nick?" Jake grabbed him by his bloody shirt. Not fighting back, Raziel allowed Jake to speak without resistance. "What are you saying? Are you telling me you are in my partner's body? Because I am trying to connect the dots, and it's getting fucking weird. What is happening here?" Raziel, who now occupied Nick's body, began to explain. "Nick was shot and killed. His soul left his body, so I was able to occupy it." Pissed off and confused, Jake responded. "Who killed Nick?" he demanded. "I don't know. The only thing God told me was where his body would be, so I was able to get inside. I don't like this shit. We should have stuck together," Jake said to himself, visibly upset as he thought about Nick. "No, Jake, it's not your fault," Raziel responded with a tone of compassion. "This is part of God's plan. I know it's difficult and confusing. I have all of Nick's memories and experiences. I am basically Nick, but without my angelic embodiment. No, you are not Nick. You are nothing like Nick. Nick has been my partner for the last 3 months, and he's a good man. It's ridiculous that this is happening." With a soothing voice, Raziel spoke to Jake. Jake. Raziel put 2 fingers on the back of Jake's neck, and he began to start feeling relaxed and clear-minded. "Everything is going to be fine. Relax and take a deep breath," Raziel said. Jake sat down on the old metal locker room bench and began to calm down. "Where do we go from here?" Jake asked. Raziel began to explain. "I told you about the 3 planets, heaven, earth, and hell. Heaven has been lost on its plane. Although God is all-powerful and omnipotent, the 3 planets aren't aligned anymore. So access to God and heaven is lost to humanity. Everyone that dies, good or bad, has to go to dark earth or hell, if you will. You are the one who is going to fix this. Why can't God just snap his finger and fix it himself? It's his creation," Jake asked. "God gave 2 spiritual gifts to mankind: free will and faith. The story is written, but the journey is not. You notice how society has turned from God and has given in to destructive desires. Desires that keep them from seeing God. The power of Apollyon has clouded the world in preparation to rule it, and the end times are upon us." A sickening feeling overtook Jake deep in his stomach. He began to vomit profusely. The feeling subsided as he walked over to the white porcelain sink and splashed cold water on his face. With water dripping down his face, he looked at Raziel through the mirror. "What's happened to Nick?" Jake shook his head in guilt. "He's on dark earth with a lot of others who should be in heaven." "Where's God?" "God is in heaven on the crystal throne." "Who is Apollyon?" Raziel looked at Jake to see his reaction. Apollyon is the devil's soul." Jake reached into his pocket and pulled out the black shiny feather. "And why? Why does this burn hot?" Raziel reached out to grab the peculiar object and stopped inches from touching it. "How did you get that?" he asked with grave concern. "I found it at the center, on a catering table, after a suspect fell onto it." Raziel was troubled about the acquisition of the feather. "It is from Moeth, the angel of death. In the hands of a mortal it can have powers to seek and persuade. It also can show the identity of Moeth when he takes human form. Only one human ever had such a feather, and that was King Solomon, son of David. I cannot touch that feather. If an angel of the Lord touches the feathers of Moeth, we become black as death and will be separated from God's grace." It has burned hot for me twice since I found it. Not sure exactly why, but why not? I'm feeling a little crazy right now. You know, God is just supposed to be there when we die, acknowledging Him for what He did for us on the cross. I believe in Jesus. I just never thought I would see the end of times, let alone be a part in helping God. Didn't every generation since Noah think the end was near? Raziel consoled Jake with these words. In Isaiah 41:10, God says He will always be with you. His is always with you. He knew you before you were in your mother's womb. Faith is believing in what's unseen. You may not be able to see God, but He sees you. He patted Jake on the back. I'm going to go see Karen and the kids now. I'm sure they are worried about Nick. You can't go there, you're not really Nick, Jake said emphatically. That's true, but I have all his memories. Most of his past, and from the center, when he stopped that man from assaulting that woman. His actual death is still very blurry, but the images are becoming more clear as the hours go by. Karen and the kids love Nick so much, and God wants them to be happy. I will take his place for now. I will not be able to teleport while I am in Nick's body, so angelic powers are not at my disposal. I am as close to a mortal as an angel could possibly be in my existence, as an angel has holes in its memory chain. I feel more like Nick than Raziel. In the meantime, I will be Nick. It won't matter, Jake. Things are going to change fast and death is inevitable for most. Jake looked at his cell phone for the time. It was already 7:30. Chapter 12. The evening was a little warmer than usual for this time of year. Southern California always had good weather almost all year round. A little colder in the winter, and a little warmer in the summer. A warm evening in the spring would hardly be noticed, but Jake noticed things like that. He was worried as he walked up to Gloria's front door, and was careful not to kick the potted plant next to the front door window. He was anxious to tell someone about what has been happening, and what happened to Nick, and he knew Gloria would be understanding. His ex-girlfriend Melissa, however, was not understanding at all. She left him immediately when the David Little's case began to consume him. It was a classic bitch move from Jake's perspective. Gloria looked through the peephole in the newly painted red door, and opened it with two arms reaching out for a hug. "Jake!" she exclaimed, yanking him into her house. She pulled his body close to hers and gave him a loving embrace. "I'm so glad you're here, you big jerk. Where have you been?" She looked Jake over to make sure he was okay. "It's been a long day," Jake said, while he sat on her white sofa and felt the soft cotton material with his hands. "Strange things have been happening to me." He was unsure of how to explain the events, and had reservations on the timing. "Nick has been shot." "What?" Gloria said with alarm. "Is he okay?" "No, he's not. He died." Gloria's eyes began to tear up. "Here's the crazy part." Jake looked intently into Gloria's concerning eyes. "The crazy thing is," he paused, "is that my guardian angel has possessed his body. I know, I wouldn't believe it either if I didn't see him with my own eyes, but it's true." Gloria sat in silence and wiped her eyes dry. "I believe you, Jake." She sat down next to Jake and grabbed his hands. Gloria changed the conversation. "There is a lot of strange things going on. I took a power nap on my break today, and had another dream. This time we were walking down a street of gold. We walked to a beautiful church. We were holding hands, and the happiness I felt was indescribable. Then we walked up to the door and knocked." Jake listened and noticed how beautiful Gloria was while he watched her retell her dream. It was nice to forget about the things happening around him, even if it was for just a moment. "That's it," she said. "Interesting dream, Gloria." His eyes wandered around her living room. "I know we are meant to be together, Jake. You know what? I saw a crazy video online yesterday on the Hidden Bunker website. A lot of people are talking about it outside the mainstream media." Gloria added excitedly. "No, I haven't seen it. You know it's the end of the world, right? Remember those 50,000 guillotines the government purchased a few years back? Well, they have been caught on video being shipped on trucks across deserted highways. They have been shipping them to the empty internment camps they built on the military bases. Northern California near King City, and in Chicago. After they made one of the shipments near Chicago, a couple followed a truck to a huge mansion in Hinsdale. That is owned by you-know-who? Gloria finished her sentence. She waited for Jake to make a guess. Jake thought it out for a second or two. No way, no way. He has replied. Gloria gave up the answer. That's right, Mr. Darkly from Darklian Empire. What makes it even scarier? She said. On the video their uniforms weren't American soldiers. They had a different patch on the shoulder. It was similar to the Environmental Safety Enforcement logo. You know, the earth with the hands that surround it, then it had the letter D back to back. It is some scary shit, Jake. Jake grew even more curious. Can you show me the video? He asked. Gloria typed in the Hidden Bunker website on her tablet, and the videos were still viewable. They watched the last one where the couple followed the truck from the military base to Mr. Darkly's mansion. Jake just about flipped out when he saw the three men get out of the truck. Play it again, he said. Look at that guy. They watched the man in the uniform get out of the passenger's side. I know that guy, Jake exclaimed. They kept watching. It's Mr. Ike, Darkly's life coach. Just then the man on the video looked directly into the camera and smiled. Gloria and Jake freaked out as they were caught up in the moment. That did not just happen. Gloria yelled out. That wasn't on the video before. Look, Jake said. Look, as those two guys, they look like twins, Asian looking, same height, same hair and face. They continued to watch the three men walk across the marble fire, outside and into the front door of the mansion. Message alert, an internet agency has removed this video from the website. Gloria clicked on the link again. They took it down, she said, frustrated. At least you saw some of it. Gloria went to the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of bourbon and 2 small glasses. Let's have a drink. She poured some of whiskey into the glasses. They both downed the first round. She poured another. As they talked and sipped the second glass, Jake looked up to speak. Mr. Darkly said that mankind is about to change drastically. Obviously he is playing a part in this, my guardian angel, that is. He displayed his fingers in quotation marks. Said that Mr. Darkly needs to be stopped and that I am the one to do it. God has chosen me to help him, and I don't understand why me? It's your faith, Jake. When I first saw you at the award ceremony after you closed the David Little's case, I sensed that you had a strong faith in God. As someone who has strong faith myself, I can tell when someone is truly good inside. That's you, Jake. They both felt their cheeks begin to get warm from the bourbon. They sat next to each other on the couch and interlocked their hands. Gloria laid her head on Jake's shoulder, and he could tell that she loved him too. A black SUV pulled into the gates of the Darkly mansion. Driving around the circular driveway, the vehicle stopped. The driver ran around to open the door, and out stepped Mr. Darkly. 2 men followed behind him. As Darkly entered the foyer, he was met by Mr. Ike and his assistant Haley, who was holding a drink. Mr. Darkly cautiously grabbed the drink and took a sip, and he looked around, continuing to walk through the immaculately furnished mansion. It is almost time, he said. We need more advertising for the Protein Blast 6. I need 20 million more people drinking it. Haley, I want you to call marketing at our headquarters and get me something by the morning. And you, Ronnie, Mr. Reich, you've been making some mistakes, haven't you? Mr. Darkly's voice began to escalate. The veins in his forehead bulged, and his face turned red. Don't speak, just looking at you and your folly makes me want to devour you with my teeth. His mouth salivated, and he breathed in the wetness. We need to get Detective Jake Fisher to turn to our side. Do you understand me? It is not difficult to see that he is a weed in my garden. He either produces fruit for me, or he burns. One of the two. He took his half-empty glass of scotch and threw it into the low-lit fireplace. The glow of the flames lit up the pupil of his eyes as they turned yellow and square like the eyes of goat. Chapter 13. A cell phone on the hardwood floor began to buzz with the name Nick West. Jake opened his eyes and was nestled between a set of pink Egyptian cotton sheets and Detective Diaz. Jake suddenly realized it was the morning, and he sat up quickly and peered down to the floor to see his phone just in time for it to pop to voicemail. He laid back down on the soft pillow and looked over at Gloria. She was sleeping with her mouth open, but still as beautiful as ever. He lightly squeezed out of the bed and went to the kitchen. Fumbling through the cupboards, he was able to find the coffee pods and brewed himself a 12-ounce cup. Over in the living room were the empty glasses and whiskey bottle. His pants were by the fireplace, and his shirt was on the lamp. The aftermath of last night made him smile to himself, and he took a healthy sip of the morning blend coffee. Gloria walked into the kitchen with a pink terry cloth robe. The letters GD in 50s-style letters on the front. "Good morning," she said, still half asleep. "Good morning to you." She stumbled to the cupboard and grabbed a coffee pod and a mug, and then pressed the brew button. The morning came quick. She whispered, "Just like last night." Jake replied, looking for a smile from an easy joke. "I'm happy you're here, Jake," she said with sleepy eyes. Jake wasn't sure how to respond, so he walked over and engulfed her entire being into a soft hug. "I was thinking. I know it's Saturday, but would you like to come along with me today? I'm doing some investigation on Mr. Darkly." "Sure, I would love to." "Cool, I'm going to jump in the shower." "I will be right behind you," Gloria said, looking out of the kitchen window. On the way to the shower, Jake picked up his phone to hear the message from Nick. "Jake, it's me, Raziel. I know you're with Gloria. Call me back right away. We have to meet somewhere. Call me back. By the way, turn on the news. Call me back." Forgetting the shower for the moment, Jake walked back into the kitchen. Gloria was at the sink rinsing out the coffee mugs. "Would you mind turning on the news for a second?" Raziel, Nick suggested we turn it on. "Sure." Gloria spoke out loud to the in-house computer. "Vector, turn on the news." A pleasant voice over the surrounding speaker system replied. "No problem, Ms. Diaz." The news turned on the flat screen. "Is there anything else, Ms. Diaz?" "No, that's it for now." "Now that's fancy, you've got Vector installed in your central PC hub." Jake was impressed. "I've had it for a few months. Pretty much only good for the TV, weather and lights. But she is the future." "Well, I think it's cool," Jake replied. A slight pause. There was silence as they both gawked at the video footage they were seeing on the TV. As the images changed, the light flickered on their eyes and cheekbones. "This is Doug Roberts reporting. There is rioting in every major city. President McCall has just declared martial law in 43 states. The environmental safety enforcement and the advancement for minority living have increased presence in those cities, calling for a complete redaction of the American Constitution and the Bill of Rights, stating that the foundation of Christianity in the founding documents can't provide the inclusion of Muslims' Sharia law, matrimony with domesticated animals, and the gender identifiers." Mr. Darkly, president and CEO of Darkly Inc., the man behind the Protein Blast 6 supplement empire, spoke today about the rioting. Here's a clip from Detroit, Michigan. "Today is a great day in America and the world. I stand here in agreement with the protesters, and it is time for a change in America. I stand next to this bronze statue of Baphomet and declare the dawn of a new day. I will personally fund and assist anyone who purchases my Protein Blast 6. Inside every can is a sticker with the UP barcode that is unique to each can. This will allow me to track you and add you to my database. Buy the Blast 6 app and scan yourself in. The barcode can be chemically bonded once it touches your skin. Put them on your forehead. Then I will personally know who you are and how I can help you. Take pride in yourself, fulfill your desires. Join me, let's change America, let's make the traditionalist pay for the way you and your ancestors have been treated for the last 2,000 years. Let us together right the wrongs of the past and make a future for ourselves." Mr. Darkly smiled and raised a can of Protein Blast 6 into the air. Well, there you have it. That was Mr. Darkly. I'm Doug Roberts at the Satanic Temple in Detroit. That's the story here, now back to you. Jake and Gloria look at each other in disbelief. Vector, turn off the news. Yes, Ms. Diaz. The TV turned off and the living room turned silent. "We need to get to Chicago, to the Darkly Mansion," Gloria said, breaking the silence. "No, I can't drag you into this," Jake said. "I'm going for sure. You will need my help. Besides, I'm going to buy the first flight tickets out of lax. So then I will have to go." "All right then, let's go together." Jake smiled reluctantly, but happy that Gloria was going to join him. While Gloria bought the tickets, Jake put his clothes and shoes on. "The tickets will be ready at the airport. Flight leaves in an hour," Gloria shouted out from her bedroom. "I'm getting dressed, be out in a minute." "Sounds good." Gloria sauntered out of the hallway perfectly dressed and placed her gun in its holster. "Let's go." They drove through downtown and couldn't help to notice the lack of traffic on the road. There was sign after sign of Protein Blast 6 advertisements. Billboards, and the few buses that were on the streets had raps of Mr. Darkly smiling and holding the supplement cans. "This is strange, Jake. These weren't here yesterday. This is so odd. The traffic is weird too. Where is everybody?" Gloria asked. They observed the low energy on city streets. It was obvious that something wasn't right. Things seemed strangely different and out of place. "Turn the radio on, maybe they can give us some additional information." Gloria turned the radio on to channel 760 News Radio. The deep voice over the radio wave was in mid-sentence. "Breaking news: there seems to be a mad rush of people flooding to Detroit, Michigan, and to the suburbs of Chicago. Hinsdale to be exact. There have been multiple sightings of citizens with the barcode on the foreheads provided by Darkly Inc. People are in a craze over the Protein Blast 6 power elixir. The Christian Warrior Foundation and affiliates have been clashing with the Environmental Safety Enforcement and the Advancement for Minority Living organizations. After President McCall declared martial law, and there have been dozens, possibly more, Christians being kidnapped." Jake turned the radio volume down. "That explains the light traffic," he said. "You know, Jake, I thought the lady was being nice to me." "What do you mean?" "Well, the flight was completely booked. So I told her we were detectives. Then she bumped us up to first class for free." "That is strange. Who does that? Especially for a flight that was full." "They must have wanted law enforcement agents on board," Gloria added. Traffic started building up as they got off the freeway on Olympic. "Now we know where everyone in Southern California is," Jake said. "Do me a favor, Gloria, and grab the siren out of the glove box." She reached in the abnormally large glove box and pulled out the glossy red light. "You have one of these? I love these old school lights." Gloria admired the bright red shiny half-circled object. "They remind me of the old 80s detective shows I used to watch with my grandpa." She placed the magnetic light on the roof and Jake plugged it into the cigarette lighter. The red light circled itself in its shell while the siren scorched the air with super annoyance. "Let's go," he exclaimed. "We don't want to miss our flight." Gloria smiled and looked through the windshield. Jake drove up the sidewalk and got waved in by security. He was able to get his car into the facilities department parking lot. "I have a cover in the trunk. This baby needs to go unnoticed." He threw the gray cover over his car, and they began their trek to the terminals. People were everywhere arguing, walking fast, and some looked confused. Gloria looked around at the bustling people. "You see that guy over there? He's got the barcode on his forehead." "I see that," Jake replied. "I saw a whole family back there, kids and all, with the barcodes. It's kind of eerie. It's like the way they said the end times were going to happen." Walking in through the door, a sea of people were shouting from every direction, and there was restlessness all around. There were several rows of kiosks to print up their tickets. In their eye view just ahead of them was a large group of people congregating with signs that read, "Mr. Darkly saves a new world order is here." Two middle-aged men were arguing about why the protesters were there. A different protester yelled out from the crowd, "Oh, they are Christians." Jake and Gloria observed and kept a cautious eye on the mob as the situation started to escalate. While their 2 tickets peeled out of the machine, the crowd began to erupt, chanting, "Christians need to die. Christians are dead. Christians are dead." The 2 Christian men got attacked by the mob, and were punched and kicked by the random assailants. As the assault continued, 2 armed security officers stepped in and cuffed the Christian men. The crowd began to cheer wildly, and the 2 security officers disappeared into a back office with them in hand. Jake noticed that people were being waved through the security checkpoint without proper review. "I bet you they won't notice our guns," he whispered to Gloria. They reached the metal detector at the security checkpoint. Gloria and Jake both noticed not one of the guards were watching the monitors. An elderly couple passed through the detectors and the alarm beeped off. Security huddled around the elderly man and woman and attempted a full physical investigation. The elderly couple caused a huge commotion and resisted the security checkers. The scanner beeped when Jake and Gloria went through the detectors. Gloria looked at Jake and grabbed his hand. The security officer manning the detectors went to investigate them with a wand. The elderly lady that was getting frisked threw her purse in a flurry of anger, and it collided with the guard's face. The guard paused for a moment, looked back at the lady. "Go ahead," he directed. Giving attention to the lady and her purse, he waved Gloria and Jake past the checkpoint. "That was close," Gloria said under her breath. "How did you know that would happen?" Jake responded with confidence. "It's faith, or what I like to call detective intuition. Besides, we have our permits and credentials. They would have just made us put them in the lockup luggage. I just didn't want to take the time." "Well, let's see if you can get us to the gate on time, Sherlock." They both smiled at each other and walked with a strong sense of purpose as they made it to gate 7. Gloria handed the attendant their tickets. "First class," the red-headed lady behind the counter said out loud. "You just made it. This is the last flight out today. They just canceled all other flights, and they are shutting down the entire airport." "Why is that?" Gloria questioned with curiosity. "Security is bad. Due to the president's martial law thing. The people with the barcode on their foreheads have been assaulting Christians and people who don't have them things on their foreheads. Passengers are also mad because they can't get to Detroit or Chicago. You're lucky to get on this last flight. You know what I heard? They were taking Christians by bus to military bases for their own safety." Jake grabbed Gloria by the arm while the woman continued. "This world is going to hell," the lady said. "We've got to go, Gloria." Jake interrupted. Down the temporary carpeted hallway they arrived at the plane's entrance door. "The world is already there," Jake yelled out. They marched inside the first-class cabin area, which was drastically different than the coach cabin. They had flat screens, laptops, and plush leather seatbeds. "I have never sat in first class." Jake looked around at the surprising spacious area. "I used to fly first class all the time," Gloria replied. "Oh yeah? By yourself with girlfriends or something?" "No, my ex-fiancé was a multimillionaire. Hedge funds, remember?" "Oh yeah, that's right, Brad," Jake said. He had forgotten about the little-known fact, but he was more impressed than jealous. "Tell me again what happened with you two?" he inquired. "He just turned out to be a major cocksucking asshole, excuse my language. We broke up mainly because he didn't want me to be a cop. So I went to the police academy to follow my dream of being a police officer. Never looked back. He moved to New York. Besides, he always mocked my faith in God. That's a deal breaker for me." Jake leaned his seat back and put out his hand to grab Gloria's as he recalled their recent date. Gloria leaned her head back and whispered, "I believe in God and I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather be than right here with you." Jake also leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Chapter 14. Moeth. 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 The black-robed people chanted. Moeth. 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 3 people were tied to a cold gray marble stone in the shape of a triangle. A formative figure strolled into the room in a white robe and headpiece. The headpiece was ornate and had a large blue eye which was set near the forehead area. "Today, my brethren, my beloved, my bride, we must give thanks to Apollyon," the group chanted out in unison. "Praise Apollyon," the man in the white robe continued. "Many a thousand years has brought us here. The dark will extinguish the light. The lowly of the world shall become high. The destitute will become kings. Desire shall rule through the eye. Today I will give the blood of the righteous to Apollyon, so she will devour the last of the light, and piss it out over the desolate scorched lands. A man walked out of the shadow's darkness and unseen. Showing only his hands, he ceremonially carried a bowl toward the three tied-up figures. The man in the white robe lifted a large knife straight into the air as the hoods were taken off the figures' heads. They were Jake, Gloria, and Nick, asleep waiting to be sacrificed. The man from the shadow laughed. The laughter echoed through the chamber, unrelenting and hypnotic. Awaking from a deep sleep, Gloria opened her eyes to see the patchwork of the city of Chicago through the airplane window. She looked over at Jake, who was watching a movie on his smartphone. "I just had a strange dream," she said. "Really?" Jake said calmly. "What happened?" Gloria told Jake about the dream she had, and voice resonated over the airplane speaker system. "Arriving at O'Hare in 10 minutes. Buckle up and prepare for landing." The seatbelt sign flickered and Jake checked his buckle. "I have a feeling things are going to get much more difficult once we step off this plane. If we end up being sacrificed to the one-eyed god from your dream, then that's the way it is. God's will be done. Are you with me?" "I am. Let's do this," Gloria said. They both peered out of the small oval window as they idled down the tarmac. Billows of black smoke sporadically raised into the air from the distance of the city. "I didn't see that smoke when we flew over," Jake said. "You're right, looks like downtown out there. The protesting must be getting out of control." The attendant at LAX was right. "Looks like we are the last plane in." The plane locked down into the terminal, and they prepared to exit. The flight attendants seemed to be preoccupied and distant as they rushed Jake and Gloria out of the first-class cabin along with the other passengers. They walked down another carpeted hallway and into the airport terminal. They could hear a commotion getting louder and louder as they walked closer to the entrance of the airport terminal. Like walking out of a dark shade and into the bright sun, the noise and sound of the shouting and luggage being tossed from here to there was blistering to the ear. "Come on, let's get out of here quickly." Jake took Gloria by the hand and led her through the maze of aimless people. Out of the front entrance of the O'Hare they finally saw the blue skies of Chicago. Although the sky was speckled with plumes of black smoke, the air still felt fresh to breathe. Running up to an old clunker of a taxicab, Jake quickly sat Gloria and himself into the back seat. "Take us to the Le Maire Hotel, 2200 Spring Street." "You got it, boss," said the little Indian man, who could barely see above the wheel. "We will be there in 45 minutes. By the way, there are a lot of people protesting on the streets. Going to take the long way." Jake kept his eye on the outside world through the taxicab window. "Just get us there in one piece," he said. They saw pandemonium across the city. Protesters held signs and shouted, "Pets make better marriage partners than humans. Out with the infidels, in with Sharia." People whirling randomly on the ground, alongside bus benches and street corners. Some looked like they were sleeping. Others looked like they were dead, lying next to dirty dumpsters. Boom, a loud thud. Jake flinched while he glanced out of the car window. Out of nowhere, a man smeared his grimy face all around the surface of the clear glass. The man had a barcode centered on his forehead, and he was shouting, "The ruler of the worlds is here. The new world order is here." The driver didn't stop or hesitate, he just drove through the intersection, leaving the man behind. "Here we are," the cabbie proclaimed. They pulled up to the Le Maire Hotel and Jake gave the driver a 20 and a 10. Jake and Gloria both walked speedily into the hotel. The lobby had warm lighting, and the sound of the softly playing piano through the overhead speakers made them feel like they've just arrived at their second home. The hotel security motioned them to the lobby check-in desk. "Hello," the middle-aged woman said behind the desk with her groggily voice and her gray-streaked hairdo. "Good afternoon," Jake said with an inviting smile. Gloria stared at the aged woman. "We would like a room for two, please," she said. "Will that be a queen or a king?" "Queen will be fine," Gloria answered back. "We have a balcony suite on the 5th floor." "Sounds great." Jake handed the woman his credit card, while the woman moved very slowly behind the counter. Finally, minutes later, she brought the paperwork. "Sign here, please." Thank you, here's your key, room 55. Thank you, Gloria said. She grabbed the key and walked with Jake to the elevators. They exited the elevator on the 5th floor, and the carpet was reminiscent of the days of the past. Ornate clamshell designs mixed into the short carpet with bold strips of blush pink and seafoam green. The gold light fixtures between each door made the hallway look spooky and vacant. Here's room 55, Gloria said. She stopped directly in front of the gold oval placard that read 55. Jake slid the keycard and the light clicked to green, unlocking the door. They walked into the room. It was immaculately clean, and a big beautiful bed with plush bedding and pillows. Small kitchenette with stainless steel accents. They both walked over to the huge crystal clear window with its drapes hung to the sides. The 5th floor was high enough to get a good view of the city. There was havoc all around. They were shielded from the noise of the city as they observed traffic and pedestrians rummage around the city streets. You could no doubt see there was a storm coming. Let's stay here until morning and make a plan to get Mr. Rock and Mr. Darkly, Jake said. Sounds good. We need the rest and some food. I'm starving. Chapter 15. A man who appeared to be a member of the press walked up to the large antique wood door with his cameraman at the Darkly mansion. The door opened, and a small young woman answered the door. Hello, you must be Rick Storm. I'm Haley Hendricks, come in. She extended out her hand for a greeting. The man obliged and made his way into the foyer. He glimpsed around at the pristine open room. The attention to detail on every facet of the decor screamed wealth and style. Haley engaged in conversation. Mr. Darkly and I are happy you're here. This interview is going to be life-changing for a lot of people. You are doing an incredible service to the community. I am glad to be of service. The minority communities need a voice. Mr. Darkly, I believe, is that voice, Rick Storm said. He rubbed the makeup off his forehead to reveal a barcode. You know, I have never felt better since I started drinking the Protein Blast 6. It has changed my whole outlook on life. He pulled out his plastic tube of makeup to cover the barcode. Don't cover it back up, Haley exclaimed. I think it would be great to show the world that you have it. It looks cool. It looks really good on you. She smiled at the newsman as she straightened up his pale blue tie. Okay, Mr. Storm was encouraged and uplifted by Haley's touch. Mr. Darkly will be ready in a few minutes. I will go and check on him. She walked across the marble floor with grace. The clicking and the clacking of her high heels reverberated down the corridor and faded into the distance. She approached a set of black double doors with a gargoyle face at the center. She covered her left eye and with her right eye looked into the right eye of the gargoyle's face. The eye of the creature looked around as to be observing the entire soul of the eye that was looking in. The eye then centered and peered straight to Haley's and said, Enter. The door unlocked, and she pushed in. The door closed behind her and locked. Dozens of candles illuminated the darkened room. The Daily Reporter sent someone, I gather, Mr. Darkly said, smiling at Miss Hendricks from across the room. I'm almost done here, just one more set. He sat on the bicep weight machine and Mr. Darkly counted off his reps 17, 18, 19. With one final surge of energy he counted off the last rep 20. He stood up with his shirt off. His skin and muscles were shiny with sweat and bulging. As he gazed at Haley he walked straight toward her casually and focused, like a predator ready to devour his prey. Face to face with Haley she was moved by his actions and welcomed the desire of his flesh. Mr. Darkly held her face with one hand on each side of her pale cheeks. He gazed into her eyes and proceeded to speak softly. Do you like what you see? He said. Yes, she replied. Not breaking eye contact, he opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue and slowly began to lick her face from chin to forehead. He gently wiped the makeup off her forehead and took his thumb to reveal the barcode that was hidden. There you go, my sweet Haley, that is the symbol of the love you have for me. Now that's a beautiful face. He held her chin with one hand, gave her a kiss. Haley didn't speak, but watched Mr. Darkly walk away. I'll be ready in 5 minutes, he said. The newsman Rick Storm and his cameraman admired a painting done by the artist Raziel Z that was purchased for $10 million. Haley said as she walked up from behind. Footsteps echoed from down the marble hallway. Mr. Darkly stepped out of the shadows and was dressed like a multi-millionaire businessman. With his suit, tie, and perfect hair he greeted them and took a glance at the painting on the wall and admired the painting for a moment. "You must be Rick Storm. I'm Mr. Darkly, of course." "The honor is all mine, Mr. Darkly. I've been following your rise to fame, and the Protein Blast 6 has changed my life." Mr. Storm cowered like an inferior subject to his king. "Let's sit over in the next room, come." Mr. Darkly gestured across the way. Haley stepped ahead of the two men and opened the door. She waited behind as they proceeded to enter and she followed. "Have a seat, Mr. Rick Storm." Darkly showed him a white bearskin love seat. "Sit here." Mr. Darkly walked toward the window and sat on a velvet crimson-red chair. "Go ahead, ask away," he said, comfortable and relaxed. "We're live," the cameraman said, holding up his hand. Rick browsed through his tablet for questions. "Well, Mr. Darkly, I first want to thank you on behalf of the Daily Reporter for allowing me and millions of people all over the world to enter into your home." Mr. Darkly nodded. Rick Storm continued, "What is the special ingredient in your Protein Blast 6? And do you believe you're really helping people?" "First of all, I am helping people. It's not just believing. Actually, they believe in me, and that's something I don't take for granted. That barcode on your forehead, that is the ticket to salvation. The oppressed minorities of the world need a voice, and not just words, a voice of action. I always deliver. And the special ingredient is from Syria. I found the only known supply buried in a hidden cave. I have since then duplicated the genome of its genetic composition at my production plant in Detroit. That is how I have been able to produce my Protein Blast 6 for mass consumption." Rick continued, "You've said in print the special ingredient is an herb. Can you elaborate?" Mr. Storm widened his eyes and looked into the camera. "Have you ever heard the story from the Judean Bible about Moses, when he led the Jews out of Egypt and eventually spent 40 years in the desert looking for the Promised Land? Well, the Lord God gave them manna from heaven. I believe they stored some of that very manna in 7 clay jars. That is the secret ingredient, manna." Rick appeared interested and quickly went in for another question. "Does that mean you believe in God?" Mr. Darkly leaned forward ever so slightly. "Do I believe in God? Great question. It's hard to believe in something that you can't touch, see, or feel, right? Look at me, you can touch me, and you can hear me. I am real, and I am tangible to those seeking something to believe in. You could say it's about faith, like Christians do. Faith is just another emotion that you choose to feel. Faith is just picking a side. To believe in something through faith is just emotional deniability that you could live forever in the clouds. God is not here. Look around. Our society has denied itself its desires. I do believe in God." He stopped and recessed his thoughts for a moment. "We can all be gods in our own right. To follow your every thought, to consume. Follow the nature of yourself, to give in to everything that you feel. That is godliness. My Protein Blast 6 will make you feel closer to Maine. I can give you power if you follow me." Rick Storm then looked into the camera once more. "Everyone seeing this interview now, Mr. Darkly is the real deal. You see this on my forehead? This is the best way to start. Every can of Protein Blast 6 has one. Get the app. Join today. This is a movement. Don't be the last one to say I believe. Join this man in his crusade to make the world a better place to live. No more feeling bad about your desires. Give in and feel free. Finally feel free like me." Rick jostled up and gave Mr. Darkly a handshake. "That's a wrap," the cameraman said. "Thank you, Mr. Storm. Short and sweet, the best kind of interviews." Mr. Darkly replied. "Haley, come here, my love." He gestured for her to lean down and he whispered something into her ear. Rick Storm and his cameraman watched and waited in silence. "Tell me you love me, Rick," Mr. Darkly said calmly. Rick looked at Mr. Darkly uncomfortably. The cameraman cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Darkly?" Rick asked. "Tell me you love me." Awkward silence filled the room. "Tell me you love me." Mr. Darkly's demeanor changed. Rick shook like a small child getting disciplined for taking a cookie out of the cookie jar. I have love for you," he said in fear and with uncertainty in his voice. "No, not good enough. Again. I love you. Again." Mr. Darkly shouted. "I love you." Rick Storm yelled into the deafening air. "Again. This time cover your left eye and say it. Say you love me." Rick covered his left eye and he saw Mr. Darkly transform into a snake-like reptilian man. Terrified, Rick shook in fear and he was rendered speechless. Mr. Darkly continued, angered with power lust, standing in front of the newsman in full reptilian mode. "Say it again. Say it, or I will eat your face off." Rick Storm's pants developed a darkening color. He urinated in his pants, and in a terrified panic he shouted out, "I love you, I love you, I love you." Mr. Darkly stood there transformed and grinned. "Was that so hard?" Mr. Darkly said. He meandered over to Rick and fixed his shirt. "See, Mr. Storm, you're going to help get the message out. The future just happened right now. I am the future and I want this rebroadcasted on every channel." Haley Hendricks smiled and observed the room very satisfied. Mr. Darkly took a deep breath of relaxation. He transformed in an instant back to his good-looking human self. "I will see you again. See yourself out and don't forget." Mr. Darkly pointed down to Rick's wet crotch, the pants. Chapter 16. Raziel was behind the wheel of Jake's '68 Camaro in possession of the body of Detective Nick West. He barreled down Interstate 290. He took exit Ashland Ave and was headed to the Le Maire Hotel. Driving through town, he pulled up to the hotel roundabout and parked the glossy black vessel into a guest parking stall. Jake happened to be looking down from the window of the hotel room when he noticed a car in the stall. "That looks just like my car," he said out loud. Gloria was in the restroom flat ironing her hair. Jake took a double take in surprise. "Is that Nick? Raziel? Whatever he's called. It sure as hell is," he exclaimed. "And he has my car," Gloria yelled out from the restroom. "Are you serious?" "Yeah, that's my car and that's Nick." He pointed down at the asphalt parking lot. Calling Raziel Nick just seemed easier. "Stay here, I'm gonna check this out." Jake grabbed the keycard and he hurried to the elevator. "Okay, be careful," Gloria yelled out. Jake exited the front doors of the hotel and immediately saw Nick standing next to the driver's side door of the Camaro looking at his smartphone. "What the fuck are you doing here with my car?" he said sternly. Nick looked up at Jake in a non-threatening manner. "Hey there, Jake, I was just trying to pull up your phone number." Jake approached Nick with his eyes squinting due to the bright early morning sun. "Why are you here, and how did you get my car?" Jake was somewhat agitated by the surprise. "I'm glad to see you're all right, Jake," Nick said. "Cut the crap, Raziel, answer me," Jake interrupted. Okay, I went to Gloria's house, and I saw your flight plans on Gloria's computer. So I knew which airport you were flying out of. From watching you all these years, I knew you would cover your Camaro. I recognized the cover and found the car quickly at the maintenance yard. The spare key was under the rear bumper. I've been driving all day and night to get here, and here I am." Nick smiled and opened his arms for a hug. "Are you kidding me? Give me the keys." Jake held his hand out and waited as Nick fumbled through the pockets of his pants. "Ah, there they are," he said. Nick pulled them out of his right pocket along with the white pocket liner. "Thank you," Jake said, indignant after he had gained his composure. "Follow me. Gloria's upstairs in the room getting ready to leave." They walked in the hotel room. Gloria was standing by the window and turned around. The sun was shining around her face, and she was as beautiful as a woman could possibly be. "Nick?" Gloria was happy to see him, and gave him a big hug. "I know you're not really Nick, but I can't help it. Jake told me you were his guardian angel. It's crazy to think you're in his body, because I'm looking at my fucking friend Nick." Gloria stared him down, looking for an outward sign that Nick wasn't inside. Jake entertained Gloria's enthusiasm and the conversation while he took hold of a bottled water. "I may not be Nick on the inside, but as Nick I will do my best to uphold his name and honor him," Are you serious? Nick was my partner and a great friend. He'll never be replaced. Jake added his 2 cents worth. Jake, you shouldn't be so mad at me. This is a part of God's plan. Have faith in God. I'm one of the good guys. I want to help you. I've watched over you your entire life. I would say beside God I know you better than anyone. Taking care of Darkly and getting Nick's soul back to the planet Heaven will happen. That's a good thing, but until then I'm playing Nick. Raziel calmingly said to Jake. Jake went to the window and looked out over the city of Chicago and thought a silent prayer to God. A sense of peace filled his heart. Okay Nick, here's the plan. Although the evidence is circumstantial, I know that Ronnie Rock assaulted that woman at the center. The question is why? Mr. Darkly has an obsession with serial killers, and he told me himself that he followed me on the David Little's case. That's a little more strange to me. Then, I have you. He pointed at Nick. My guardian angel is in my partner's body, who was killed by someone we don't know. Then me seeing Darkly as a snake-like creature. Weird shit is happening on every level. Right now we have to get them on a legal level. We need something concrete to make an arrest. We need to get into his mansion in Hensdale. Take a look at what's going on there and grab some intel off his computers. I love this plan. We will need to stop and get a data stick, Gloria added. She placed her firearm into the holster behind her back. Nick, if you're going to go with us you need to follow our lead. You got it? Jake said. No problem. Jake grabbed his gun from underneath his pillow. Are you ready, Gloria? Yeah, I'm ready. All right, let's grab our things. Thanks to Nick we've got my car and I'm driving. Jake dangled the keys from his index finger. They walked together up to the Camaro. Jake stopped and looked over at Nick. Do you have a gun? He asked. Not surprised with the question, Nick calmly responded. How's this? He pulled out a .357 Magnum revolver. You brought Nick's mag up. You know that was his favorite gun. I know I told you I have some of his memories and life experience buried within me. They come and go depending on the situation. I had some help from Karen. She opened the gun safe for me. She is a wonderful woman and a great mom. You better not hurt Karen, or I will do more than kick your ass. As a matter of fact, I'll have Gloria kick your ass. She is trained in several martial arts and boxing. She hits harder than me. All 3 of them nestled into the black leather seats. Don't worry, Jake, I told you I'm taking over for now. She would be very unhappy if she knew he was dead. I told her I would call in a couple of hours to check in. You know, Raziel, I'm letting you join us for Nick. You better follow through and get him to heaven. Don't worry, it will happen. God is with us. Nick smiled through the rear-view mirror at Jake. Gloria turned around from the passenger's side with a fist raised. I will kick your ass. She smiled back. Going down East Avenue headed toward Hinsdale, they stopped at a local electronics store called Bill's Electronics and More. Gloria jumped out of the car in a dash. You guys stay here, and I will get the data stick, she said. Jake kept a close eye on her every move until the doors of the entrance blocked his view. Inside the store, Gloria walked to the counter, where she saw the data sticks and South Dakota microslides on display. An old lady in her 70s walked up to assist her. Hello dear, can I help you? She asked. Good morning. I would like to purchase that data stick. Gloria pointed out to the one she wanted. Oh, the lady with her silver blue hair turned around and started randomly placing her hand on data sticks. No, that one right there. Gloria courteously replied. This one? The lady asked. No, that one, to the right of your finger. This one? The elderly woman was not able to focus on the directions Gloria was giving. You know what, never mind, it's okay, that will do just fine. Give me that one, that's perfect. Gloria gave up. She was going to trust that the old woman's selection would suffice. Okay dear, I will ring you up over here. The lady shuffled her way to the register. That will be $27.62. Gloria handed her some cash. The lady retrieved the change from the sale and began to speak. Hello, Gloria. The elderly woman's voice changed and her face looked relaxed. Listen, you are about to embark on a journey that will forever change the direction of your life from here to eternity. Use your ability of intuition, and trust that judgment is a gift. It will never let you down. Those closest friends to you, they will stumble, they will fall, but you are the truth seer, the sword of truth. Don't forget, for I am with you. Here's your change, sweetie. The old lady broke the trance. Gloria held her hand out and allowed the change to drop onto her hand. The old lady handed over the tiny clear bag with the data stick inside. Thank you, Gloria said reluctantly, and a little surprised about the encounter. She walked up to the car and got inside. Everything good? Jake inquired. You look like you've seen a ghost. Somberly, Gloria glanced across at Jake. I am pretty sure God just gave me a message through an old lady. What did she say? Nick curiously inquired. She basically said that I have a gift of seeing the truth. I am a sword of truth. That kind of thing hasn't happened to me in a while. It's hard to believe it was even real. Well, I believe it. That guy right there, Jake pointed to Nick, showed up to me 3 different times. I thought I was losing my mind. And you know what, Gloria? You've never been afraid to tell anyone the truth? So that sounds about right. I see what you're saying, she said in agreement. Like how you're an asshole. Jake snickered to himself. What did I say? Chapter 17. They beamed down the interstate under the cover of the pale blue sky, driving down S County Line RD, among the green lush lawns and huge shade trees. They saw people camping out in tents and motorhomes along the sides of the road. 1 mile straight ahead, Gloria pointed out, while she looked at the map on her smartphone. The closer they got to the Darkly mansion, the larger the groups of people got. Not these people again, Jake muttered. They had throngs of handmade signs pitched into the ground. I love my dog and my dog loves me, Darkly is king, and out with the Christians and with Sharia law. The drivability was getting more difficult as the crowds of people began to block the entire road up to his house. Should be it straight ahead. Gloria motioned through the windshield. That's a nice old school mansion, she added. Jake pulled his car over into a line of trees. We better park here while there is an opening, he said. The car was hidden in the brush under the shade of trees just a few hundred yards away from the mansion. They had a good view of the activity that surrounded the house. Looks like they have a secured perimeter. What do you think, Gloria? I can see at least 15 guards with what looks like modified Arkansas 15s, and we definitely can't walk down the road without being spotted. They probably saw the car, but we are far enough to not raise suspicion. I'm thinking if we follow the tree line down to the backside of the mansion's perimeter, there could possibly be a natural barrier they overlooked as secure. Sounds perfect. Impressive, Jake said. I agree with Jake on that one, Nick added. Jake looked around. I've got an idea. Let's say a small prayer for God's protection. You've heard the story of how George Washington went out to battle and came back to his regiment with bullet holes in his jacket and shirt because God protected him. Well, this might be one of those times. Yeah, I've heard that story, Jake, Gloria said as she loaded a bullet into the chamber of 9mm Glock. They joined hands. Since you're the angel here, you pray. Nick appeared somewhat nervous and unsure for what they were about to attempt. He puffed out his chest as confidence exuded from his body, and then he prayed. Dear Heavenly Father, may your Spirit guide us. Give us strength and guide our path to victory for your glory. Use us as instruments of divinity and of power, as it is said in 1 Corinthians 4:20. For the kingdom of God is not a matter of talk, but of power. Nick felt emotionally invigorated. He opened his eyes as Gloria and Jake stared at his face. It dimmed from a bright glow of ember to its natural flesh tone. Good prayer. Gloria remained staring and speechless, and Jake interrupted the silence. Well, whatever the future holds for us, whatever God has planned for us, I can say with certainty that you are definitely not human and God has to be real. Slowly they made their way through the foliage and field grass. The sunlight shined through the branches and leaves of the tall trees that swayed overhead. Approaching the backside of the mansion unseen, they stopped 100 feet or so from the wall that surrounded the mansion. "Look over there. Do you see that? That's the perfect entry point," Gloria whispered. Jake followed the direction of Gloria's perfectly painted index finger. "Yep, it looks like a tunnel for runoff rainwater. If you notice, the guards aren't even looking in that direction." Nick, who had been silent and following their lead, spoke up. "Are you sure it's not a trap? I think it's odd that it is unguarded." "No, I don't think so. Probably just an oversight. It's the fastest way from point A to point B. Do you have another suggestion?" Jake asked. Nick showed a perplexed look of thought. "I'm thinking that Gloria goes to the front door and knocks. You and me go through the tunnel while she distracts them there. We create a diversion while Gloria infiltrates with the data stick." Jake was surprised at the idea. "What do you think, Gloria?" "I'm thinking," she interrupted, giving the idea serious thought. They waited in silence as she mulled over the idea in her mind. "I'll do it. It's a great idea. Give me 5 minutes to get to the front gate." She started to walk away. "Wait, one more thing," she said, and walked back to Jake and gave him a kiss. "I need your car keys." Jake handed them over. "I will see you soon." She turned around and shuffled into the trees and disappeared. "All right, Nick, it's me and you." Jake broke the uncomfortable silence. "When we get down there to the tunnel, stay behind me. Once we get inside, we will have to improvise. Sound good, Nick?" "Sounds good." Gloria was able to make her way back to the car unnoticed. She started it up and revved the engine. The car skidded into reverse with the pedal to the metal, and she arrived at the front gate of the mansion. She passed a multitude of people with the barcodes on the foreheads. Dogs, cats, and goats, accompanied by dozens upon dozens of men and women. There were tents side by side, too many to count, embedded in the landscape everywhere. Gloria approached a preliminary security checkpoint just outside the main front gate. The driver's side window rolled down and the security officer walked up. "How can I help you?" he asked. Gloria turned on the charm. "I'm here to see Mr. Darkly." She smiled and tousled her hair. "Hold on, let me check. What's your name?" "My name is Detective Gloria Diaz, with the LAPD." The security guard walked to the makeshift command post and inquired with someone more important than himself. While Gloria waited, she observed her surroundings and the security guard. He shook his head yes while he talked on the phone. He walked back to the car window. "You're cleared to go. Just park next to the Maserati on the right." "Thank you." Gloria drove on through the temporary barricade and was waved in through the main gate. Stepping out of the car, she noticed the armed guard casing the secured perimeter. Up to the front door, she planned how she was going to get out with the car if things went south. Just as she was about to knock, the door opened. "Detective Diaz, my name is Haley. I am Mr. Darkly's personal assistant." "So what do we owe this pleasure?" Gloria, being a beautiful woman herself, automatically noticed how attractive Haley was. Almost as if Haley was downplaying her looks on purpose so people wouldn't notice her. "Hi, how are you? I'm here following up on a lead involving an assault at the center back in Los Angeles. I have a few questions for Mr. Darkly." "You could have just called," Haley snapped back. Gloria's first impression just changed too. "She's a bitch. Mr. Darkly is difficult to get a hold these days. Just look around," Gloria added. "Well, he is a busy man these days, I would agree. Follow me, I will take you to him." Haley's demeanor changed to a more pleasant tone. Walking down the marble-floored hallway, Haley continued to chit-chat. "Mr. Darkly seems pleasantly surprised to hear you were here. Have you met him before?" Gloria noted what seemed to be very expensive artwork. "No, I haven't had the pleasure. A colleague of mine had some dealings with him. I'm helping him out with some follow-up." Passing a few rooms later, Gloria eyed a gargoyle face on the door. She felt like it was staring at her. Across the way was another room which looked like a personal office that had a computer on a desk. "Is that Mr. Darkly's office?" Gloria questioned. "Yes, that's his office, and that room there." Haley pointed to the demonic face on the door. "That's his special chamber. Exercise equipment, personal stuff like that. Mr. Darkly is this way, noting that the office was across from the chamber with the demon face on it will make it easy to find. Gloria felt an uneasiness as they got closer to the room up ahead. She felt for the grip of her gun holstered behind her light jacket. "I will leave you two for privacy. See you in the foyer when you're done." Haley departed and Gloria passed through a doorway into a well-lit room. Mr. Darkly sat on a throne-like chair facing the doorway. He smiled a wide white smile against his perfectly tan skin. "Have a seat, detective." He gestured to another smaller chair that sat right in front of him. Gloria couldn't help to notice how attractive and good-looking he was in person. "Nice to meet you," Gloria said politely. She brought forth her hand to shake his, and he stared into Gloria's eyes long enough to be creepy. "We have a mutual friend." Mr. Darkly stood up and proceeded to pace the room. "How's Jake doing?" He had a peculiar look on his face, like he was hiding a secret only he knew. "Jake is doing great. He's taking time off to get some rest. That's why I am here." "Good, good, good. Are you here alone?" "Actually, it's not any of your business." Gloria scowled, not falling for his charm. "I have some questions about the assault at the center. I already told Jake everything I know. As a matter of fact, I told him to drop the inquiry. Walk with me and I will answer any questions you might have." Gloria got up and followed Darkly out of the room. She was aware that Mr. Darkly was trying to maintain control of the conversation. "Have you tried my Protein Blast 6, detective?" Mr. Darkly asked. "I've seen the commercials. It's not my thing." "Well, you should. It's changing the world one can at a time. You know, it has made me rich, and dare I say powerful. I've sold almost 200 million containers as of today. Sales increasing daily. In fact, yesterday alone I sold 150,000 units." They walked past Darkly's office. "I've got to be honest with you. Money and power don't impress me. As a matter of fact, it makes me think you have a small dick." Mr. Darkly was taken aback by the comment and became visibly agitated. He stopped and looked at her in the eyes. His mouth was wet and like it was watering for a delicious bite of rich food. He slurped and made a biting motion with his mouth. "You seem like a tasty woman. Are you sure there isn't something I can do for you? Something other than answering a few foolish questions?" Gloria stood her ground and maintained a strong posture. "Sure. There is something," she said. Mr. Darkly waited on her every word. "Where's the restroom?" Disappointed, he directed her with a hand gesture. "Just down the hall the way we just came. I'll meet in the foyer with Miss Hendricks. Don't take long, I am busy. Let's get these questions you have out of the way." She casually passed Darkly's office and she turned around to see if anyone had noticed her. She speedily walked to the computer and clicked on the keyboard to power it on. She scrolled with a wireless mouse and found the hard drive and inserted the data stick. She clicked the button for download of all files. Completion time 4.5 minutes. Gloria needed a distraction. She whispered to herself, "I hope Jake and Nick made it inside." Chapter 18. Meanwhile, Jake and Nick made it inside the mansion undetected. They slid through an open basement window. The basement was dark and dank, and completely filled with artwork and antique furniture, some of which were covered with canvas tarps. Jake walked up the basement stairs with Nick a few steps behind. He stopped and placed his index finger on his lips, and he motioned to Nick to keep silent. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. "Yeah," Nick replied, equally as quiet. They listened as footsteps passed the basement door. Jake opened the door lingeringly and peeked around the corner. That was Mr. Darkly. He just turned the corner down the hall. Jake turned his head to the left and spotted Gloria, who was also peeking around the corner down the corridor. Jake was relieved to see that Gloria was okay. He emphatically waved his hand to get her attention. Gloria saw him waving his hand and gave him a thumbs up, and she pulled out her smartphone phone to send a message to Jake. 3 more minutes for data. Jake's phone buzzed loudly, and he promptly pulled it out of his pocket to disable the ringtone. "What was that?" Jake overheard a different voice from behind the door a short distance away. He rotated around and nudged Nick to turn back. Nick fell backward and held on to Jake to keep himself from falling. Both of them went tumbling down the stairs. The two bodies thumped as they hit the wooden steps and landed flatly on the concrete floor. In the jumble they knocked over an old hat stand, and it hit with a huge bang on another piece of old wood furniture. Panicking and dazed, they scaled across the basement, tripping over other artifacts. To the farthest wall in the basement, they ran and hid behind a statue that was made out of bronze that was reminiscent to the image of a devil. SHH, HH, SHH, HH, somebody is coming through that door right now. Get your gun out and be prepared, Jake whispered loudly. Gloria walked back and forth from the door to the computer. Impatiently she waited for the data to download. She saw a man opening the door to the same room Jake was waving to her from. She hurried back to the computer. Download complete. She took hold of the data stick and powered down the computer. She leisurely walked out of the door, as if it was business as usual. The man stopped at the top of the stairs and peered down over the basement. He looked around and noticed a few pieces of furniture that were out of place and continued down the stairs to investigate. Wide-eyed, Jake and Nick were unable to get a view of the person who walked down the stairs. Nick started to fidget and get antsy, and he began to breath fast and deep. Relax, man, have a little faith. You're an angel, Jake whispered. The silence in the large basement was deafening, and the air seemed thick and lacking of fresh oxygen. The figure made its way to the bottom of the stairs. It's definitely a man, Jake said to Nick, who was looking over his shoulder. Can you stop breathing on my neck? Jake, frustrated, motioned to Nick with his hand. The man across the basement picked up the hat rack and stood it up. He began to walk slowly and raised a gun he was holding in his hand. He halted for a moment, pulled back on the slide to look around in the chamber. The man cautiously walked into the direction of Jake and Nick. Ow, what the fuck? My leg is burning. Jake felt around at his thigh and followed the outline of the feather in his pocket. Forgetting it was in his pants pocket, he made a realization. Oh shit, it's Reich, he exclaimed. Jake immediately stood up with his gun drawn and Nick followed suit. Still a good 30 feet away, Reich scowled. Oh, look what I found. He smiled at his trapped prisoners. Detective Jake Fisher. I am glad to see you, and so will Mr. Darkly. He's going to be pleasantly surprised. Through a makeshift path between paintings and furniture, Mr. Reich advanced toward Jake and Nick, and Jake instantly fired off the round into Reich's chest. Without losing a step, Reich smirked. Dark, glossy black wings rose from behind him. Do you really think a bullet can stop me? He said. His eyes began to glow red and his voice became low and grating. Nick, help me out here, you're an angel, right? Jake pleaded to Raziel, who was in Nick's body. I can't use my angelic powers in this body, Nick replied. Advancing closer to the catch, Jake and Nick could now see the true grotesque face of Mr. Ronnie Reich in true form, a bony skull and face structure overlaid with charcoal gray scaly skin. The pure heat of his embodiment started to overwhelm them. The feather still burned red hot through Jake's pocket and had become almost unbearable. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, Raziel, is that you in that skin suit? Detective Nick West was supposed to be dead. You can't use your powers in a light body, you fool. Next time aim for the head. Bam! Reich was hit over the with some kind of heavy object from behind. Gloria stood over the knocked out body of Mr. Reich. I saw that metal vase sitting there, thought it might work. I was passing the room when I heard a gunshot, thought I'd check it out. Here's the data stick. She handed it to Jake. You guys have to get out of here. I'm going leave the way I came in, and I'm gonna get the car back. We will go with you, Jake protested. No, they expect me to be here. You have the data stick. Get out and I will meet you where first parked the car. See ya, boys. Gloria ran toward the stairs. Let's go, Jake blurted out sternly. Distracted, they saw the bullet hole on Mr. Reich's chest begin to sizzle and smoke. The round slowly rose out of the wound and pinged to the floor. A bullet won't stop him, but a vase will. I'm gonna put a bullet in his head now. Oh shit. Jake noticed he was beginning to wake up from the hit to the head. Let's just go, security is probably on their way. Toward the window they jumped out into the openness of the trees and fresh air, and ascended through the greenery. Gloria ran down the marble corridor and saw Mr. Darkly and Haley walking fastidiously in her direction. They were at the far end of another hallway. With the keys in hand, Gloria busted open the front door and made beeline to the Camaro. An armed guard got in her way. She met him with a straight kick to the crotch and a knee to the face. She made it quickly to the driver's side door, and a guard grabbed her from behind. Shifting her body to the left, she smashed his head into the window, and it shattered. The guard was dazed and fell to his knees. She ripped open the door and with velocity exploded what was left of the guard's nose and forehead. He laid motionless on the ashy concrete. The grip of the tires on the concrete was perfect for a fast getaway, allowing for 0 to 50 in a 30-yard space. The Camaro erupted through the gate. Splintered wood and metal went flying into the air. The guards at the temporary barricade could not stop the black streak of pure muscle car. They blazed their guns and tapped a few rounds into side panel of the once pristine classic car. Dust sprayed into the air and blocked all visibility. The bystanders camped all over stopped to watch as Gloria speed by without concern for their safety or the safety of their animal partners. The men and women with hijabs and turbans shook their fists in the air at the uninvited disturbance. Gloria slammed on the brakes and the bright glowing red brake lights on the rear side shone through the dust. She flung the passenger's side door open. "Get in," she yelled. Nick and Jake jumped inside, and the tires spun the car into forward motion before the door had a chance to slam shut. Through the door from the basement, Mr. Reich met Mr. Darkly and Haley halfway down the hall. His hand was still gripped to his firearm. Mr. Reich appeared shell-shocked from the blow to the back of his head. "What happened to you?" Mr. Darkly said calmly. "Jake, detective." Reich tried to get the words out while trying to regain his composure. "What?" "Detective Jake Fisher in my basement." Mr. Darkly's voice escalated. Furiously, Mr. Darkly threw his fist into Reich's stomach. Reich writhed on the floor as Mr. Darkly berated him. His voice echoed through the marble-laden house. "Are you telling me Jake Fisher was here in my basement, and you allowed him leave?" With a putrid, disgusted look on his face, he continued, and pointed his finger in Ronnie Reich's face. "How could you let him go? You have authoritarian power beyond any mortal man." He bent over and looked at Reich in his eyes and whispered, "You know God's prophecy and I won't allow it to happen. How do I change what will happen if I don't change the events that bring it to pass? I have to turn Fisher. He has to love me." He took the backside of his hand and gently caressed Reich's cheek with sympathetic and caring eyes. "You know, the way you love me. The way you worship me." He stiffened up and continued, "I want Detective Jake Fisher and Ms. Diaz to stand before me and bow." Mr. Darkly felt satisfied that his point was made. "One more thing." Reich spoke while he fumbled his words. "There's something else." "What is it?" Mr. Darkly grew impatient. "Nick West is alive and Raziel has taken over his body." "What?" "I want those two Chinamen right here, right now." "I don't care, Haley, you've got 1 hour." Mr. Darkly marched down the hall and opened the door to the gargoyle room. As the door closed, he shouted out, "Raziel." The echo of his voice lingered through the mansion. The silence of inactivity took over. The engine roared down Interstate 65 with Gloria at the wheel. Gloria yelled out above the cool wind that blew through the broken driver's side window. "Can you even believe what just happened? That's what I call intense, and we made it out in one piece." Her hair blew around her face. "You did great, Gloria, and you did great too, Nick," Jake said as he held up the data stick. "Nick, what was that with Reich and the wings?" Reich said, "You couldn't use your powers because you're in a light body." "What does that mean? He's Moeth, the angel of death." "I told you this already, remember?" "I really wasn't listening to you," Jake said with a short pause. "No offense, but I thought you just were another crazy asshole in the wonderful city of law, but I have to admit seeing is definitely believing in this case. That was some crazy shit. Are you listening now?" "I'm all ears," Jake replied. The city of Chicago was in the distance as they sped by green lush trees and field grass. A light body is basically a believer. Someone who believes in God, If you believe the light of God is in you, in your body, and your soul, you have a direct connection to God. The quote-unquote light. Well, that clears up everything. Jake said sarcastically. It's like this, angels and demons have power. They exist for good and for evil. Following me so far? Yeah. Nick looked around as the thoughts gathered into his brain. Human beings are special, they have free will. Humans choose to be good or bad, and they choose to love or hate. And have the ability to change their minds, to believe or not to believe. Spiritual entities don't. I was created to love God, and I do no matter what. You were created to choose to love God, and believe in Him. Choosing to love God, and believing in Him gives you a special connection. The light of God lives in you, and you cannot separate the two. It's eternal. I'm in Nick's body and I sense his memories and thoughts, but the connection with the Father is unique, and can't be separated. And me being Raziel, an angel to inhabit a light body, is like being a newborn baby. I have to learn to be an angel again. I will eventually remember my powers, but it could take weeks or months. That's why I'm powerless for now. The mind merge between light body and angel is complicated. Got it? I've got it. Makes sense, I think, and I'm almost sorry I asked. Jake always thought of himself as someone who had always believed in God. The tangibility of a creator, angels, and demons made life seem purposeful. After they parked in the hotel parking lot, Gloria took the data stick out of Jake's hand and gave him the car keys. By the way, Gloria, you're paying for that. Jake pointed to the shattered window. And you're paying for that. He showed her the bullet holes in the side panel and that. He pointed the small dent on the chrome front bumper. I already paid for it. Gloria replied. With what? He said. With my good looks. Gloria meandered past Jake and strutted across the asphalt to the front doors, and Jake jeered at Nick. Well, I can't argue with that. No, you can't. Nick added. Nick followed Gloria into the hotel and Jake stood there alone and looked up to the clear sky. Thank you, God. He shook his head as if he was the brunt of a joke. He drew a big deep breath and he looked over the car to assess the damages and patted his hand on hood. You're a beautiful beast. 15 minutes later he swiped his keycard on the door of the hotel room. Gloria sat at a laptop and Nick was looking over her shoulder. Both of their faces were illuminated by the screen. Each of them had the look of concern and dismay written in their eyes. Where did you get that laptop? Jake asked as he took position and looked over Gloria's other shoulder. The kid at the counter let me use it. A favor, because he said I am the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and I gave him $20. Niece, Jake said, impressed with her methods. What was on his computer? You are not going to believe what's on here. We are getting into some deep shit here, Jake. Are you sure you want to go down this road? There may be no going back. Gloria said very seriously. Tell me. Where to start? First of all, Darkly has ties with the Hazizi family, the biggest sponsor of terrorism. Apparently, the special herb in his protein blast drink is protected by them. He pays them quite a bit, if money, to protect the site in Syria. Secondly, he has been working here in the States with a longtime senator, who just so happens to be the Speaker of the House, Senator Lynn Bronsky. Darkly helped the senator broker the purchase of 20,000 guillotines. Darkly also provided the unmarked transportation of the units to various internment camps all over the U.S. Look. Gloria put her finger on the screen. Jake saw a picture of the modern guillotines. They had advertisement stickers on them for products from beer companies, Marl's marijuana cigarettes, and fast food restaurants. What's that file? That one, called Darklian Church. Jake asked. The file opened to a picture that looked familiar to Jake. It was Mr. Darkly in his reptilian form. Except he had two huge horns on his head and goat-like feet. He stood with a pitchfork in his right hand, and his left hand over his left eye. Title on the picture read The Darklian Church. That's how I saw Mr. Darkly on TV, and at the center. Jake exclaimed, click to the next page please. Jake requested and Gloria read the posting headline. The Darklian Church motto. Do as thou wilt. Gloria whispered. Nick scanned every line and picture exposed on the computer screen and commented, that motto. He paused like he was trying to retrieve his thoughts buried deep within his brain. That motto is the same as the Church of Satan. Gloria and Jake looked at each other and then took an equal look at Nick, and in synchronicity they both said, "Holy shit." The next page of the file had recruitment sayings. We acknowledge marriages between humans and pets and multiple partners. We acknowledge Sharia law and the decimation of Christians and Jews. The New World Order is here and Mr. Darkly is the savior of the world. Get the barcode in the Protein Blast 6 can and download the app. Change for a new. Change for your every desire. Let it go, everything and anything could be yours. Join me, my Darklian army. Do you see the release date for this shit? I do. Nick replied. Tomorrow, Detroit, Michigan, 5000 Grand River Ave at 7:00 p.m. Nick read the date and time. Gloria chimed in. We need to get to Detroit and stop him. We need to get there before he does. Gloria pulled out the data stick and deleted all the files off the desktop. Let's go, it's about a 4-hour drive to Detroit. We will need our rest for tomorrow. I'm going to use the restroom, then return the laptop back to the front desk. I'll see you at the car, she said. Jake listened intently to Gloria and replied, We are going to need to make some kind of plan on the way. Sounds good to me. Nick added, That's right. Gloria shouted from behind the restroom door. Knock. Knock. Mr. Darkly sat behind a glossy ebony desk. Who is it? It's Haley, the Shih Tzu brothers are here. Let them in, Mr. Darkly said sternly as he waited for the Asian twins to walk in through the door. They wore sharp black tailored suits. The twins were perfectly dressed and stood in front of Mr. Darkly expressionless. I asked you to take care of Detective Nick West. What happened? The Shih Tzu brothers had never been apart from each other since birth. So when they spoke, they often spoke together as one. We killed him and threw him in the ocean. Just as you asked. They spoke out in unison. Then tell me. How is it that the angel who knows God's secrets has now possessed his body? Mr. Darkly slammed his fists on the shiny desktop, and it broke in two from the bludgeoning blow. You two motherfuckers only had one job, to do, dispose of Nick fucking West. Believe me, he had it coming, all that grief he caused me throughout the years. That asshole deserved to die. We did exactly what you asked us to do. They responded. Obviously you failed. God loves that prick so much. Mr. Darkly paced the floor of the room. As his shoes clicked on the gray marble floors, you could hear his jealousy as he salivated. I unveil the Darklian army tomorrow evening. I need you two to track Jake down and bring him to me. Watch out for Raziel, he's not a threat yet, I don't think. It takes a while for Angel to remember. He's probably with him in the body of Nick West, so be cautious and don't you fuck it up and disappoint me. Or it's Chinese food for dinner tomorrow. Now get out of here. We'll take care of it, sir. The brothers bowed and walked out of the room. Haley? Mr. Darkly yelled into the air. I need a drink right away. Haley scampered out of the room. Mr. Darkly focused his eyes and thoughts out of the second-floor window of the room. I have to turn Jake to love and worship me, he said under his breath. Haley brought him a bourbon on the rocks. Mr. Darkly smiled. You have a bright future, Miss Hendricks. He took a swig of the cold malty beverage. Then he gave Haley a kiss and a slow pressing hug. He kept a glaring gaze out of the glass window, and his eyes lit a glow like the embers of the sun. Chapter 19. In the back of a luxury limo town car, the Shih Tzu brothers received a call on Bluetooth. Brother 1 answered. Did you have the GPS location of Jake Fisher? Yes, I have it. It took me a while to hack into the database and find his phone number. I'm sending you the link now, said a voice on the other line. A flat screen automatically lowered from the Velvet Line rooftop. The red dot indicates the exact location in real time. Very good, said Brother 2. Give our regards to Master Jiangxi. The brothers spoke out in unison. Interstate 94? Look like they are headed exactly where we need them, said Brother 1. Detroit. The Camaro sped down the interstate and billboard sign for a gas station passed them by. I'm pulling over here. Restrooms and snack break. Gloria said. Cool, I would like to stretch my legs. Hey Gloria, check it out. Looks like our little angel is fast asleep in the back. Jake watched Nick turn over from the car, hitting a bump on the gravelly side street. They took a right turn into the gas station and Gloria parked the car next to the gas pump numbered 5. The shadow of the huge gray metal canopy protected them from the late afternoon sun. Gloria stepped out of the car and stretched her legs and back. She gave a quick look around the other gas pumps for other vehicles and people around the parking lot. The station looked vacant. One other elderly man was gassing up his truck, which looked like it hadn't been washed in a year or so, and a vagrant was asleep in a dirty sleeping bag 10 feet or so from the glass front doors. Come on, you badass, let's go. Gloria tossed Jake the keys. You're driving the rest of the way. I'm going to relax and enjoy the view. Can you manage that? Gloria shot Jake a look through her dark brown cat-eye sunglasses. Jake waited for her to walk around the car and hooked his arm around her shoulder. They walked across the concrete, dodging the cracks and oil stains. The door chimed as they marched into the cold, bright mini-mart. The smell of slow-turning hot dogs and deli onions made Jake's stomach rumble. Good afternoon, welcome. The sales clerk behind the counter was unenthusiastic and turned her head quickly back to watch her television show. I'm going to use the restroom. Can you get me a hot dog with mustard only and a Coke with extra ice? Anything else? Jake retorted. Yeah, grab me a bag of sour cream and onion potato chips. Grab something for Nick too. Please and thank you. The sheep paraded off to the restroom, which was hidden from sight. Jake clutched the hot dogs and with the palm of his hand started pumping the mustard onto the slow-cooked vessels of deliciousness. The subtle sound of the slow pop rock music played on the overhead speakers. Jake happened to take a gingerly look outside at the Camaro. Crouched down quickly as to not be seen, he watched 2 men wearing black suits walk around the car. What the hell is this? He whispered to himself. One of the men looked towards the mini-market and gestured towards it. They began to amble toward the market entrance. Jake left the hot dogs on the counter next to the condiments. He sidestepped as he crouched and unholstered his Walther 9mm. With his gun in hand, he searched for a vantage position close to the restroom door. The entrance door chimed as the 2 men entered. Pop. Pop. The sound of a silencer, and the woman behind the counter was down. Jake quickly noticed that they were twins and that they appeared to be professionals. The same guys from the video earlier. Jake acted on the side of caution, eagerly watched the 2 men in action. One of the men went behind the counter and worked on the camera system and monitors. Jake assumed he was destroying the camera evidence. Jake, for a split second, lost track of the other man, who disappeared among the food racks. Indolently, Jake cased the store with his eyes and ears as he searched for the slightest sign of life. The restroom door opened and Gloria walked out. I can't wait. Watch out. Jake yelled. Pop. Pop. Gloria dropped and rolled just as 2 rounds hit the drywall behind her. She stood up instantly with her gun drawn and began firing. Jake focused his attention to the man behind the counter and shot off a few rounds at him. He missed his target. As he sat and watched as the man hid behind the shelter of the cash register and cigarettes, Gloria lost sight of her target. Stooping down, she began to make her way toward Jake. The black-suited man stood behind her and whistled. Click. His gun jammed. He looked surprised and jumped over the rack that held a variety of chip bags. Gloria unloaded her clip as she ran towards perpetrator. Jake remained eagle-eyed on the counter and waited for a slip-up. For the kill shot. Encounters like these reminded him of Afghanistan, and that patience was sometimes a virtue that kept you alive. Gloria now stood toe-to-toe with the man, whom she could now identify as Chinese. He positioned himself in a martial arts fighting position and waved to her to enter the invisible fighting ring. With her extra clip in the car, she holstered her weapon behind her back. She readied herself for a fight with a man twice her size. She rolled her head around her neck, and, as she walked toward the man, she kicked a bag of chips at his face. In one swift motion, she snatched a glass mayonnaise jar and threw it dead center to the man's forehead. He dropped like a sack of rice. Gloria knelt down for a pulse, and the man was still alive. Bang! Bang! Jake landed 2 shots ahead of the man behind the counter. "Are you okay?" Jake yelled out. "Yeah, I'm fine," Gloria shouted from across the market. "The perp is down over here. He's probably going to have a nice headache when he wakes up," she said. Jake assessed the damage behind the counter. "At least he still has a head," Jake yelled out. Blood was splattered everywhere behind the register area, and the rest of the place looked like war zone. Soda and open bags of goodies were sprawled all over the floor. "What's the plan?" Gloria said curiously. Jake picked up the hot dogs and brought one to Gloria. He walked over to the crushed bags of chips that were nestled in the shambles of soda cans and snacks. Like destiny, there was an untouched bag of sour cream and onion potato chips. He handed them to Gloria. He then made his way to the soda machine without saying a word. He pressed on the crushed ice setting and began to pour the caramelized brown bubbles into a plastic cup. The slow pop music played overhead softly, and the cup filled to the top with the icy bubbly beverage. He pinched for a lid and a straw. So that was a hot dog with mustard, sour cream and onion potato chips, and a Coke with extra ice. "Anything else?" he asked. Gloria looked at Jake and smiled, and took a bite of the hot dog. Her teeth crushed the soft white bun and large bite left lipstick marks behind on the soft white bread. "You know what?" she added. "What's that?" Jake asked. "This might just be the best damn hot dog I have ever had." The door chimed again, and brought Jake and Gloria to its attention. Nick walked through the entrance doors and right up to Jake and Gloria. He casually stole the hot dog out of Jake's hand. "That looks good," he said. With his hair disheveled like he just rolled out of bed, he took a bite of the juicy link. "I have some interesting news for you too," he said with his mouth full. "I have fully adjusted to Nick's body, and I remember everything as Raziel. In addition, most of Nick's memories. That guy there on the floor." Nick pointed down. "He's one of the Shih Tzu brothers. Extremely dangerous. He has a twin, or should I say he had a twin." Nick gave a glance at the man in a bloodied black suit behind the register counter. "They are both masters in martial arts, and are apprentices to the master Jiangxi, a powerful martial arts master, who is a supernatural bloodsucker." Nick continued to eat Jake's hot dog, and Jake snatched what was left of his hot dog out of Nick's hand. "Okay, not sure exactly what that means, but I'm going to zip tie his hands and feet before he wakes up." They walked through the maze of fallen merchandise and toppled racks and exited the front doors. Gloria and Nick continued to eat outside, sharing Gloria's chips while they waited for Chicago PD. Jake was inside keeping an eye on the suspect. Meanwhile, the Shih Tzu brother began to wake up from the blow to the head, and with his face down on the cream-colored white floor, his eyes opened slowly. "Where my brother?" he said in broken English. "He's dead. He fired on us," Jake replied. The sound of sirens echoed in the distance. "You gonna pay for that, Detective Jake Fisher? I'm going rip yo hot out." Jake leaned over. "How do you know my name?" "There are many things I know. I am Jiangxi," said the brother, who was still face down and straining to make eye contact with Jake. "There are many things you don't know, Detective. Tell me," Jake said. "Did Mr. Darkly hire you kill us?" "No, Darkly did no hire us to kill you. He wriggled to break the zip ties." 2 police cars pulled up to the gas station, and as Jake peered out of the advertisement-laden windows, he saw Gloria and Nick being approached by 2 officers. Jake lifted the Shih Tzu brother by his strapped arms. "Get up, let's go," Jake commanded. "You better kill me now," the man said. "I don't think so, asshole. You're going to jail. While there is still a jail to go to." They reached the doors to exit, and the brother tried to bite Jake on his arm. Jake reacted swiftly and pulled himself back and quickly applied a massive headbutt to the head. The glass door opened, and the brother's limp body fell on the threshold with a thud. "What the hell?" Gloria shouted with her arms raised as she watched the encounter from a distance. "What?" "He tried to bite me," Jake yelled out with an innocent look on his face. He waved the police officers over to restrain the men with handcuffs. The 2 policemen carried the man to their vehicle. "That Shih Tzu is going to have one big headache when he wakes up," Nick said. "You're right about that," Getting hit with a glass mayonnaise jar was one thing. But getting hit in the head by this noggin, that's something else. Gloria lightly tapped Jake's red forehead. This shit is harder than a witch's tit on Halloween. Ha ha, funny. Jake rubbed his red wrinkled forehead. At a distance across the concrete parking lot, the Shih Tzu brother woke up again and yelled out from the window of the police car. I killed you. I killed you, he said with his crunched blood-stained face. He continued, I killed you. I killed you. What is he talking about? Jake asked. Brain damage, Gloria replied. They continued to observe the crazed man as he began shouting again. I killed you. Me and my brother threw your dead body in the ocean. What did you say? Jake said curiously. I kill him and throw him in the ocean. The brother had his eyes focused on Nick. Jake had his eyes on the brother and he began to walk toward him at an accelerated speed toward the police car that held him. The man continued shouting. Jake walked right up to him and punched him in the face. The brother fell to the side, knocked out cold on the black leather seat. Third time's a charm, bitch, Jake said as she turned around and walked back to Gloria and Nick. That was for Nick. Jake justified his actions. One of the police officers walked out of the market. I talked to your precinct. Chief Washington is out for SWAT training, but we're all set. Your credentials were verified by a Detective Reyes, so you're free to go. All right, let's go, Jake said emphatically. They piled into the Camaro. The police officer from the Chicago PD walked up to the Camaro. Can I say something real quick? You seem like you're some of the good guys. So, be careful out there. They have eyes in places you wouldn't believe. We are making our own alliances behind closed door. That is the good guys, so just be careful. No, you're not alone out here, and take care. The officer put his hand out to shake Jake's hand. There was a tattoo of a cross in the inside of his forearm. He tapped the roof and went back toward the crime scene. Chapter 20. A pristine charcoal gray private jet touched down at the Detroit Metro Airport. A stair lift was placed at the passenger door on the side of the vessel. Down the tarmac, a large SUV limo parked next to the jet and stopped at an idle. The hatch door on the side of the plane was flung open and secured by the airport workers, and out walked Mr. Darky, Ronnie Reich, and Haley Hendricks. Mr. Darkly looked serious with his sharp-tailored suit as he casually made his way to the limo. The driver of the limo popped out of the driver's side. He was a little person, and he ran around quickly with his bulbous legs and hurried to open the door for Mr. Darkly. The little men waited at attention for Mr. Reich and Miss Hendricks as they slowly made their way down the portable stairs. The limo driver secured the door and checked the lock. He ran back around and hopped up into the driver's seat. Master, it's wonderful to see you again, the little man driver said. Where to? You know where, Pep? Mr. Darkly watched a news report on his tablet. To the temple. On our way, sir, Pep replied. Miss Hendricks, do me a favor and get a hold of Master Jiangxi. Notify him that one of his sons has died and one is in jail. Also ask him if he wants to pay me a visit. Tell him I will send the jet if he'd like. He held up his tablet to show them a local news report. A mugshot of the Shih Tzu brother, who was arrested for attempted murder, possession of a firearm, and resisting arrest. Look at his face, looks like he ran into some trouble, Ronnie Reich observed. Mr. Darkly navigated through the news stories. I'm surprised Jake was able to resist them. You sent the best, Reich added. Mr. Darkly looked up. You shouldn't be surprised at all, Mr. Reich. Remember, just a few days ago he sent you tumbling through a ceiling. Mr. Reich sat in silence while he recalled the event in his mind. Jake has to be turned. Darkly spoke out. He recalled a few things of his own. Did you two happen to notice where this news report was from? He said with a calm, soothing voice. No, they replied back in synchronicity. Ann Arbor. Do you know what that means? Mr. Darkly's voice began to increase in volume. No, they both responded back. Mr. Darkly was visibly becoming agitated and shouted out demeaningly. This fucking means they're coming here to motherfucking Detroit, so step on it, Pep. Down the street from the temple, large crowds of people congregated. Followers of Mr. Darkly were sprawled along the sidewalks. Anywhere they could find an empty space. They angled around the city block corners, and, as the temple neared, the crowds got louder and more dense. Security guards took posts around the entire temple, holding AR-15s close to their armored-covered chests. Mr. Darkly, dressed in a white robe, and entered the center chamber in the temple. 4 individuals draped in black robes sat at the points of a pentagram-shaped table. The shadow of the hooded figures disguised their faces. Mr. Darkly walked down a few steps. He stopped and stood at the head of the table. The chamber was lit up with the flickering glow of small torches fastened to the walls that surrounded the room. At that moment the room was silent, and the only sound that was heard was the soft whipping of the slow-burning flames. Mr. Darkly addressed his guests at the table. "The time is near," he said. He held his hands above his head slowly. "The stars have aligned, my followers are in place. Your future with me as your king is knocking at the door of destiny. As I call your name, remove your head covering and declare your allegiance." Mr. Darkly eased his hood over his head and spoke out. "Senator Gillis." The man removed his hood to reveal a middle-aged African-American man with perfect ebony skin. "I am devoted, my liege. All the internment camps are ready with the guillotines. The president has already declared martial law, just as you have requested. He also instituted a Sharia law ordinance by executive order." Senator Gillis took a seat. "Very good. Now General Feingold." General Feingold removed her hood. A woman in her early 50s with gray hair styled in a buzz cut. "I am devoted, my liege. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has 5,000 transport vehicles ready to transport civilian terrorists to the camps. Each vehicle is assigned 4 men fully armed with assault rifles and armor. We are ready to initiate Operation Shadow Man, with the assistance of the Central Intelligence and Interpol." "Excellent." Mr. Darkly had a stoic look on his face. The fire from the torches glowed and casted shadows on his face as he waited for the individuals to proceed. "Mr. Croxley." Mr. Darkly signaled with his hand. Mr. Croxley removed his hood to reveal a younger man in his late 30s. "I am devoted, my liege. I have funneled $2 billion into the requested accounts, so the bounties can be paid for each American terrorist. Also, I have put your book under strict monitoring to make sure all news on social media caters to your benefit and need. What about the Protein Blast 6? How many units have we transported overseas?" Mr. Darkly inquired. "We had 300 million units that have been sent to Europe and 600 million units that have been sent to the Middle East and China. Sales in the U.S. have reached the 250 million mark to date." "Very good. Last but not least, Senator Bronsky. How is the Darkly Inc. production bunker going?" Senator Bronsky pulled back her head covering to reveal a gorgeous young blonde. "I am devoted, my liege. Actually, it is going great. I've got over 500 soldiers trained and ready. We finally reached 666 feet below the surface. Your bunker should ready by tomorrow." "Perfect." Mr. Darkly raised his hands into the air in a V formation. "Everything is in order. The world is in calamity, people. Everyone is in need, and I will be their savior. I will be the remedy." His hands reached their highest position. Both eyes began to glow through the shadow of his bone-white hood. Everyone that stood around the pentagram-shaped table raised their hands and chanted, "Praise be to the ruler of worlds. Praise be to the ruler of worlds." The black-robed figures continued to chant. Mr. Darkly disrobed from his garment, and the shadows of the flames flickered and accentuated the ripples of his abdominals. He turned around as if in a catatonic state, and slowly walked up the stairs. When he reached the top, he turned around fully exposed in the dim-lit room. "Feast your eyes upon me," he said, and examined the room. "There is no one greater than me." Just then, in the wing form, a pair of shadow wings appeared to spread out from the back of Mr. Darkly's exposed body. The black-robed individuals fell to the ground as they watched in fear. Haley walked into the room with a crimson chenille towel and wrapped it around Mr. Darkly's midsection. They proceeded to exit the chamber, leaving his guests without any other words spoken. "Here you go," she quietly said. Haley opened a black gold-encrusted door for Mr. Darkly to enter. "Your gym equipment you requested is ready for use, and I will wait for you in the bathing room." "Very good, Miss Hendricks. The pleasure will be all yours," Mr. Darkly replied. He entered the room quietly and closed the door. Chapter 21. Pull over here. The Satanic Temple is literally around the corner. Gloria chimed out. "Good job navigating, Gloria," Jake said. "I got a missed call from Detective Reeves earlier. Looks like my phone was on silent." "I hope everything is okay," Gloria replied. Nick was in the back seat, with his eyes closed, meditating. Jake turned the car into a small empty parking lot. He parked under a huge elm tree in the far corner. Jake and Gloria stepped out and stretched. She gave the front passenger's seat a tilt to let Nick out. I was praying to God right now, and a verse came to me. From John 16:33. I have told you these things, so that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble. But take heart. I have overcome the world. Those are words from Jesus. Nick recited the verse with care. Jake listened intently to Nick. That's a great verse. I like it too. When I was younger I went to church a lot, and I miss it sometimes. Gloria said. God loves you so much, Gloria. More than you know, and boy does God love you, Jake. Thanks a lot for that, Nick. Gloria smiled. Meanwhile, Jake took out his phone and listened to a message from Detective Reeves. Jake, it's Ben. I wanted to see how you and Gloria were doing in Chicago. There were 5 Islamic terror attacks in law today. I'm sure you've heard by now that the president declared martial law. My good friend from DC told me he was forced to do it. My buddy also said that muscle guy, who was in town the other night. Mr. Darkly, I believe his name was. Well, he is influencing the attacks, and the protein drink with the barcode inside is taking effect over people's minds worldwide. It's pure chaos out here, man. If it gets too crazy, I'm driving to Chicago to find you. Stay safe, brother. Jake looked over at Gloria and Nick. He was concerned about his city. Looks like all hell is breaking loose. 5 terror attacks today in law. Ben was giving us a heads up about the martial law thing. It seems that people are connecting Mr. Darkly to the chaos. No way. Gloria said in surprise. Ben has a close childhood friend who is high up there in the White House, so it has to be true. Gloria gave Jake a slap on the shoulder. Well, this means things are about to get a little more interesting. Gloria pulled a clip out of her Glock. What's the plan? Nick interjected, trying to keep himself included in the conversation. Ben also said that it looked like Protein Blast 6 with the barcode has gone worldwide and is taking over people's minds. The assault at the center doesn't matter right now. We have to take Mr. Darklian. What's that? Gloria pointed to a crowd of people marching down the street. Nick answered. Looks like a parade. Yeah, a parade of what? Jake replied. They watched as the men and women banged on drums and clanged cymbals. There they go, the barcode people again. Look, they have Protein Blast 6 bottles tied to their belts, and more signs too. Jake and Gloria both looked over the crowd as the long train of pedestrians circuited along the street. Jake felt the pocket of his pants get hot. What the? Jake exclaimed. He pulled a feather out of his pocket. Nick sensed something evil and spotted a shadow glinting down the side of an old 2-story house, and it moved rapidly. Look over there, he said. Nick gestured to the house across the street. He stayed focused on the shadow as he watched it bolt across the cracked asphalt road, over and around the wave of people. The shadow crossed the street over a patch of grass, headed straight to the corner of parking lot where they stood. Stand back, I got this, it's the Reaper, Nick said. Shadow wings expelled from his body, and the thrust of air pushed Jake and Gloria down to the ground. Nick had his feet planted firmly as the shadow rose from the ground and manifested itself. The collision between Nick and the entity was silent, with a bright flash of light. Raziel, you must die and come with me to hell, the Reaper groveled. Nick maintained a firm grip on the Reaper and spoke out. Psalm 68 says, proclaim the power of God, whose majesty is over Israel, whose power is in the heavens. You, God, are awesome in your sanctuary. The God of Israel gives power and strength to his people. Praise be to God. Nick's eyes blazed with the brightness of the sun. Lightning flashed, and the Reaper disappeared. A few of the parade participants noticed the scuffle and began pointing in their direction. What the hell was that, Nick? Jake asked. That was the Reaper. He was trying to take me to hell. With a perplexed look on his face, he continued. It seems a great battle is ahead. The heavenly realm and hellion realm are colliding on earth. God wrote about this prophecy in heaven eons ago. The evil one will rise on earth and attempt to overtake heaven and rule all 3-dimensional planets. What's the point of that? Jake said, not convinced. The point is to take over God and control his creation, to be God himself, in a sense. Nick had a look on his face as if he was going through a bunch of complicated files in his brain. Nick, we've got to go. Come on. Gloria grabbed Nick's arm to break his concentration. They ran back to the Camaro and jumped in. The barcode people are coming, let's go. Gloria yelled out. She pulled out her gun and prepared to unload a few rounds if necessary. I don't know what I did with the keys, Jake shouted out as he patted his pocket, searching frantically. Right there. Gloria pointed to the floorboard near the gas pedal. Jake snatched the keys, threw them in the ignition, and the engine rumbled. They ripped backward in reverse and welcomed the smell of burnt rubber. The rear end of the glossy black machine bumped a handful of barcode people, and they went flying across the parking lot. Thrown into first gear, the roar of the engine block flung the Camaro across the lot as if it was flying on air. The car made a turn onto the street. The barcode people in the parade heard the rumble. Some got out of the way in time and others bounced off the car like gumballs bouncing off a tile floor. Onto the next open street they left the crowd far behind. I hope those people are okay, Nick said sympathetically. Hippies, Nick, nobody likes hippies. Not even hippies like hippies, Gloria replied. What's a hippie? Nick asked. He had the look of ignorance on his face which was wide-eyed and reminded Jake and Gloria that he was inhabited by Raziel. Nick would have never made a look like that. Wait a minute. I know what a hippie is. Nick's memories tell me he didn't like hippies either. See, nobody like hippies. There's a funny thing about that group of people. You know what that is? Gloria asked. Nick grew more curious of her question. No, what's funny? The funny thing is they literally believe in anything like global warming, domesticated pets for marriage, and Sharia law. They even believe in aliens. But they don't believe in God. I mean, that would be crazy, Gloria said sarcastically. That doesn't make any sense. Who do they think created humans and the soul? Nick replied, all by chance, a perfect accident. It's not an accident, Nick added. It says in 2 Corinthians 4:4, the God of this age has blinded the minds of unbelievers so that they cannot see the light of the gospel that displays the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. So it makes sense that they don't believe. It actually is a sad thing to me. To search for love and things of this world that can't fill that void deep in their hearts God can fill. I know I have spent some millennia with God. They drove down Woodward Ave. It was almost like driving down any other street in Los Angeles. Same traffic, same people walking aimlessly down the street. Except in Detroit there seemed to be a cloud of hopelessness that covered this once great city. Hey Nick, I have a question. Since you know God and all that, why can't he just fix everything with a snap of the finger? Jake inquired. Nick thought about Jake's question for a moment as they passed a mix of old houses and small storefronts. It fills God's heart. He loves all his creation. You all start off the same. A child born into a Christian family, or let's say a Muslim family, whatever you are born into. The sins of their own fathers corrupt those pure souls. Born into a world that is powered by the pull of love and hate. When a soul lives in this world of distraction and self-fulfillment, and finds their faith, or keeps their faith in God, and chooses to believe in Him, there is joy in heaven and it fills God's heart. It is true love and it is free will. God doesn't play the game, so to speak. He just provides the board and the pieces. I'm kind of following you. I just believe in God's power. It seems easy to fix all this mess. Here it is simplified, Jake. We've got some people here on earth to bring to Christ. It seems Mr. Darkly stands in our way. God has placed me, you, and Gloria here right now to play a part. I get that, but we're just 2 detectives. Jake focused his eyes on the road. Noah was a guy who built a boat. David was just a shepherd and Jesus was just a carpenter. Yeah, you're 2 detectives, all right. I think you'll make it. Besides, you have guns and an angel to guide you to the end. Since you put it that way, let's kick some ass and help God save some souls. Where to next? Jake asked. Let's pull over at the burger joint and get some food, Gloria interrupted. It's right there up ahead to the right of the street. Chapter 22. Today, my fellow Americans, as President of the United States, I regret to say I have declared martial law. I have fought the powers that be with no success. I have had 0 congressional support, and I have been constantly mischaracterized in the mainstream and social medias. There have been threats to my life and the lives of my family and friends. Many people feel that there are reparations long overdue in America since its founding. Sharia law will be instituted in our nation of equality. Any Christians who resist will be arrested and taken into custody. We have made great strides to give marriage to domestic pets, and in the name of saving our planet from the pillaging, I have held out a hand of compromise to sign in laws that save our planet from pollution, and have supported population control. The progressive agenda is a hungry beast that can never have its full. This is a dawn of a new age. An age of progress and a new world order built on progress and change. not built on traditions and not built on the foundation of God and Jesus Christ. Self-fulfillment and equality is our new faith for planet Earth. Applause erupted from the nation's Capitol steps as a crowd of about 66,000 cheered. Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, fellow Americans and the world. My name is Senator Gillis, 10th District in Chicago. I represent Chicago and the African American community. I am pleased that the Islamic community has stepped into our neighborhoods and helped create unity within the African American communities. We had to let go of the Christian roots that have been pushed on us since the founding. We now embrace the Islamic State. We need to unite through this time of progress, Senator Gillis said with conviction. With his arms stretched up, he held a can of Protein Blast 6. A citizen has stepped up to help all of us. Buy this, it's called Protein Blast 6. There is a barcode in the can that is unique. It can be peeled off like a sticker and fused permanently to your skin, preferably on the forehead. Once you do this, download the Darklian app and register. There will be $10,000 credited to your barcode to buy goods at shopping establishments. Because martial law has been ordered, you won't be able to trade or buy goods without the barcode. You have 3 days to buy the Protein Blast 6 and get your code. As the president just said, he has also ordered Sharia law to be recognized. This means Islamic rule over our outdated Christian traditions. According to Islam, Christians are second-class citizens and are to be ruled over. If not, they must die. If you're a Christian, you must conform, or you will be arrested. Any questions before Mr. Darkly speaks? You in the blue sweater, Senator Gillis pointed out to a member of the press. Thank you, Senator. How long do you think this will take to implement? Don't you think you will get quite a bit of resistance from basically every state in the Union besides California and New York? Even then, there are still a lot of Christians in those states, and don't you think the government is overreaching its power? First all, it's implemented now, like I said, 3 days to get the barcode. Christians need to turn the other cheek, progress, and allow this change to happen. Let's stop the attacks, give them what they want, and we can have peace. The government is definitely not overreaching. In fact, we are giving the Christian right what they want: less government intrusion. Martial law basically means you have 0 constitutional rights. Time to govern yourselves, make a decision. That's it, folks. Here's the citizen that has stepped up to help America. I give you Mr. Darkly. Mr. Darkly walked onto the stage and looked over the crowd with his piercing eyes. The crowd slowly became deafening silent. A flock of birds chirped as they darted through the crisp afternoon sky. His blue tie beamed in contrast to his perfectly tailored gray suit. Dear fellow Americans and people around the world, some of you are familiar with me and some are not. I am here to save America and the world. Today is just the beginning. The dawn of a new era has finally come. Today progress knocks on our door, and today we shall answer. A new direction of change is here. The need for reparation from the traditions of the past is here. Applause echoed loudly, while Mr. Darkly's face remained stern and stoic. We shall be free to act on all of our desires, he continued. Some of you have married your pets, have multiple wives, some have been free to outwardly praise planet Earth and give sacrifices to it with population control. We have made great strides to abort millions of unwanted babies, to save our planet from overpopulation, and I agree Earth is healthier for that reason. The outdated make-believe ways of Christianity will be replaced with Sharia law, which is what the world needs to stop the violence against progress. I am giving you all who get the barcode from the Protein Blast 6 $10,000 in cryptocurrency to better your life. You deserve it, don't you? Screams and jeers of happiness filled the air. You have 3 days. Buy it up and download the app. Join the revolution for change. Take control of your destiny, your desire to be happy. Seek pleasure, not disparity. You have one life on this earth. Join me and millions of others. Start living today. He raised his hand in the air. His white smile mesmerized the onlookers as they stared into his face. Very satisfied, as he overlooked the crowd, Mr. Darkly stepped away from the podium and exited the stage. There he was joined by Haley Hendricks and Mr. Reich. The jet is ready. We need to head back to Detroit, Haley Hendricks said. We will leave in a minute. I need a word with Senator Gillis. Bring him to me. Haley scanned the crowd and saw Senator Gillis talking to General Feingold. Haley made her way past the president and other government officials with their security staff, and she made eye contact with the senator. Senator, Mr. Darkly needs to speak with you, she said. Okay, just a minute, I'm talking with the general, the senator replied as he brushed Haley off. Across the crowd of people, Mr. Darkly kept a sharp eye focused on the senator and Haley. "No, now, Senator!" Haley exclaimed. She grabbed him by his arm and looked at him in his eyes. All right. Excuse me, General, I will be back." Senator Gillis and Haley made their way through the array of people, and Mr. Darkly welcomed the senator with a smile. He proceeded to take hold of him by his neck and lead him to a more secluded area amongst a hedge of dark leaves. "When I ask to speak to you, you come running. No one takes priority over me. Do you understand me, Senator?" Mr. Darkly held a tenacious grip around the senator's neck and squeezed tight like a vice. "Do you understand me? Speak up, I can't hear you." Senator Gillis gasped for air and tried to speak out. "Hello. Do you not know English? Here, let me help you." Mr. Darkly noticed a planter just feet away from where they stood. "Here you go," he said, with his grip held tightly around the neck of Gillis. Mr. Darkly directed his face into the soft, rich wet dirt of the nearby planter. "Do you understand?" Mr. Darkly released his puppet from its strings. Senator Gillis gasped for air. I understand, I'm sorry, Mr. Darkly, it won't happen again." With his face covered with dark brown earth, Senator Gillis satisfied Mr. Darkly with his words. "Very good, Senator. Go clean yourself up, you're an embarrassment," Mr. Darkly said. He then pulled down on the lapels of his suit and made the proper adjustments. He dismissed the reason he even wanted to talk to the senator in the first place. He looked up and the president had his eye on him as he walked toward Darkly. "How are you doing, Mr. Darkly?" the president asked. "I'm doing great, Mr. President." Mr. Darkly accepted a handshake from President. "That's a weak handshake there, Mr. President. You really should squeeze a little harder like you've got a pair," he said. He held on to the president's hand and continued to speak. "You know, you are completely powerless now, don't you? You have done what I've asked, declared martial law in the greatest country on the face of this earth. It's survival of the fittest now, Mr. President. If I were you, I would go hide in a bunker somewhere and disappear." Mr. Darkly leaned over and calmly whispered a breathy statement. "I don't like you. Something about you rubs me wrong. You might even be the biggest pussy I have ever met. If I see you sometime in the next 3 days or so, I may have to devour you. You are weak, get out of my sight." Mr. Darkly released the president's hand, which was pale and blotchy from the pressure. The president winced and walked away slowly with 2 undercover security professionals. "Why do you let him do that to you, sir? I could kill him now," one of the president's guards said in confidence. "I'm just biding my time. God gave me special wisdom as a master of chess." Mr. Darkly is blinded by domination. The president left with his motorcade and without incident. Mr. Darkly departed from the Ronald Reagan Airport urgently. He was to be back in Detroit to visit his factory, where they produce the Protein Blast 6. Chapter 23. Jake and Nick were already sitting in the food booth at the burger establishment and not speaking a word. Nick fiddled with the glass salt and pepper shakers. All that was on Jake's mind was the food in front of him. Gloria walked up with her tray of food. Her high heels clicked across the tile floor. She sat next to Nick so she could see Jake's face. "This bacon cheeseburger looks so good. There better only be mustard and lettuce," she said as she examined the pile of greasy goodness. "This place is really good. The fries are perfect," Jake replied. He threw a couple more crispy potato sticks into his mouth. Jake glanced behind the counter where 4 middle-aged men hustled to make fresh, delicious fast food. A couple walked in, a man and a woman in their mid to late 20s. They ordered their food to go, and while they waited at the counter they struck up conversation with the cashier, who also looked like the owner. "Did you hear what the president said today?" the woman asked. "No," said the man behind the counter. "The president declared martial law," the woman said. "No way," the man replied. "It's true. You haven't been out lately, I take it. All those Muslim refugees they gave homes to a couple blocks away in Brush Park in Gricksdale are going crazy. They are taking over, and some guy named Mr. Darkly is giving out these barcodes loaded with $10,000 for free. They are in a can of this drink called Protein Blast 6. Jake hunched over the table and whispered, "Did you guys hear that?" Gloria reached for more fries and necked down some soda. "Mr. Darkly is giving out money to buy his Protein Blast 6, Jake commented. Nick sat his soda on the table. "Don't worry, Jake, it's God's plan, don't worry," Jesus said. Matthew 6:34 "Therefore do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own." By the way, Karen keeps texting. I'm going to give her a call. Nick would want that. I will see you in the car. Nick got up and took one step and turned around and grabbed a handful of fries. For the road, he said. He turned around and walked out of the door. I tend to agree with our dysfunctional angel over there. Why worry? Gloria said. Dysfunctional? Jake replied sarcastically. They both watched Nick through the window as he struggled to open the door to the Camaro and flip the seat back. You look really gorgeous, Jake said. He put his hands out to touch Gloria's. Thanks. An awkward silence ensued. Quite an adventure so far, huh? Gloria said. Who knows how this will end? Jake paused for a moment. I can't think of anyone I would rather spend the end times with. They both laughed to relieve the tension. Let me ask you. Do you really think it's the end times? Like the Bible end times? Gloria said curiously. I don't know, only God knows that. But I've been thinking there seems to be reason that we are here right now. If God has a plan for us, whether it is big or small, it doesn't matter to me as long as I am on the side of good. Cool. Gloria replied. By the way, you're looking pretty sexy yourself. I'm liking the facial hair growing. Is that a little gray I see in there? Jake smiled. They grabbed their food trays and walked outside. They discussed a plan of what to do with Mr. Darkly. The sun shone down and the coolness of the late afternoon gave signs the daylight was running short. At the very least, we need to take Mr. Darkly in along with Ronnie Rake for the assault at the center. Jake concluded. Have you considered that we might just have to take him out with a bullet? Gloria blurted out. If it's life or death, without a doubt. Jake replied. They approached the Camaro with the door still propped open. Nick was sitting in the back. I just finished talking to Karen. She was so upset. She misses Nick, and all his kids miss him too. The youngest wanted to talk and say hi, and they all want him home. This world is, for a lack of a better word, sad. There is a lot of pain I am feeling. I don't know how you humans do it. Nick sat back crouched over with a semi-frown on his face. Gloria and Jake looked at each other over the matte-finished car roof. Dysfunctional is right, Jake said. Now emotional too. I hope he's not turning into a chick. Only room for one woman on this team. Gloria laughed. They slid down onto the shiny black leather seats and Jake fired up the engine. As they drove down Beaubien Street, pedestrians filled the sidewalk and traffic was moderate. The speed of traffic slowed drastically, and the amount of people in numbers had increased exponentially. What is going on? Gloria observed. They all looked out of car windows as if they were watching an episode of their favorite TV show, Allah Akbar. Someone shouted only feet away from the passenger's side window. Looks like there is a shitload of Muslims on the street, Jake pointed out. You've got to be kidding me. Are we in that neighborhood where the government gave houses to all those refugees from the Middle East? Gloria recalled. Allah? Praise be to Allah. The voices became more prominent and boisterous. Suddenly there was banging on the car from all sides. With the windows rolled up, they thirsted for oxygen. The air in the Camaro had become thin. Nick was in the back seat and looked very unsettled as more fists and objects struck the vehicle. I don't like this shit, Jake said. Fuck it. Jake slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The car was propelled into forward motion, like a running back finding a hole through a defensive line. Jake steered his way through the chaos. As the street opened up, they watched a crowd of Muslims throw huge rocks at a woman on the lush green grass of an inner-city park. One blow after another, they saw a final blow to the head. The men shouted, Sharia, Allah, Sharia. We need to get a hotel room and figure some shit out. It's too dangerous out here, Gloria exclaimed. She pulled out her smartphone and searched for a hotel. Here's a place, the River Park Hotel. Keep driving until you see the waterfront, then go left. Maybe 4 miles or so. Jake nodded and switched the gears. Through the streets of bedlam and chaos, the buildings and storefronts became considerably nicer. The lingering pedestrians became scarce. Jake parked the car near the lobby entrance, near the security guard shack. All three grabbed their belongings and walked in. How you folks doing? Can I get you a room? The lady behind the counter said as she adjusted her purple wig. We will take 2 rooms. I got this, relax. Gloria shrugged off Jake and his wallet. A room for Nick and a room for me and you. Go for it, I'm all about women power and equality. Especially when it works out good for me, Jake said. We have 2 rooms on the 5th floor, across from each other. The purple-wigged hotel associate said. Perfect, Gloria responded. We will take them. On the 5th floor they found their rooms. Here's your card, Nick. We will be in this room here. Our phone numbers are in your smartphone. Don't hesitate to call. Okay, Nick said. I think I'm going to call Karen back. I feel so bad. Jake looked side to side and around for onlookers. Nick, I mean Raziel, you're not really Nick, and I appreciate you taking on the role for Karen's sake, but remember you're not Nick. I know, Raziel said. I believe it is Nick's memories, or maybe his soul wants to come into his body. I just can't help myself. The pull is very strong to be Nick. Maybe you should just get some rest. We actually all need to get some rest, Jake said. Nick swiped his card and entered his room. Gloria swung open the door to their room. Come on, let's go. They placed their belongings on the table by the window. The room was exceptionally clean, and looked like your average higher-end room. Everything was the color taupe, with some tones of burgundy and gold. I'm taking this bed. You're taking that one, Gloria remarked. Jake looked out of the window that had a wide view of the city. There were plumes of smoke and sirens blazing all across the rural landscape. We're not gonna share, Jake asked, sounding disappointed as he began to zone out at the visual of the city. Not tonight, Gloria replied. I'm going to take a shower. Jake threw off his boots and plopped on the bed. He grabbed the remote and turned on the flat screen. The sound of a bath knob cranked, and through the bathroom door he could hear the water crash to the shower floor. Flip. Jake turned on the flat screen, which went directly to the news. I don't know, man, why did the president declare martial law? There is pandemonium everywhere, man. My friend told me to get something called Protein Blast 6. Rumor has it that if you put this barcode thingy on your forehead, the Mr. Darkly guy will give you $10,000. It's crazy, man. An on-the-scene news reporter flashed on the screen interviewing a man on the street. Well, there you have it. Pandemonium is taking over the streets of Detroit. Looks like I'm going to get me some of that Protein Blast 6. $10,000 sounds pretty good to me. A woman's voice chimed in. Hey Rick, it's Kellyanne here. Who are the people that are going crazy out there? Everyone. White, black, Asians, Latinos, kids, and adults. But there does seem to be a larger percentage of Muslims. People think it has to do with an executive order the president signed today giving Sharia law legal powers. The refugees are taking advantage of that. All I can say is stay out of Detroit. Oh, by the way, Kellyanne, there are a group of moderate Muslims that don't support Sharia. They have formed a coalition with the Christian freedom fighters. A lot of them are fleeing to Texas and Arizona. Well, that's it from here. I'm Rex Scrotum reporting from downtown Detroit. Gloria walked out of the bathroom with a white terry cloth towel wrapped around her bust. The hair on her head was still damp from a towel dry. Her exposed neck and shoulders had beads of water on them that the towel had missed. Watching the local news? She asked subtly. Yeah, I just turned the TV on. Civil unrest is everywhere. Jake watched Gloria dress herself with her undergarments. He never got tired of noticing how beautiful she was. Her skin naturally glistened, and her smile could light up a 10-mile radius. I don't know where to go from here, Jake said. Gloria brushed her hair and hopped into the twin bed next to Jake. Let's pray about. She tapped the comforter on her bed to welcome Jake. Sure, why not? Jake replied. He put the TV on mute and plopped on the bed next to Gloria. She took hold of his hands and they began to pray. Gloria took the lead. God, we come before you to ask for guidance. We pray you will open doors for us and protect us. We want to pray for Nick. We know it was your plan to have him leave this world, and we trust in that. We are at a standstill right now, and we are not sure the direction we should go. Give us the insight and intuition to follow your will. Gloria finished praying. They sat there on the bed with their heads down and eyes closed. The flicker of the TV light and the silence in the room were the only distractions, and Jake began to pray. Heavenly Father, Lord God in heaven, you have taken us this far. We thank you for each day we have to be in this earth. Your ways are perfect and good. Help us, Lord. Amen. Don't you feel better? Actually, I do, thanks a lot, Jake replied. Now it's your turn to take a shower. You smell like shit. Gloria smiled her perfect smile. Yes, ma'am. Jake stood up with a spring in his step. He grabbed his bag and went into the bathroom. Gloria snuggled up in the soft blankets and the plush pillows. On her back she laid down and looked up at the white-specked ceiling, and she heard the shower turn on. Thank you, God. I love you. She closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Jake finished taking a shower and found Gloria fast asleep. Perfectly motionless, Jake was cautious to be extra quiet. He positioned himself on the other bed and watched the news on mute. Gloria's eyes began to flutter as REM began to set in her mind. A flurry of images flooded in an instant, as she dreamt. Mr. Darkly was smiling, as the vision of his face was blurred in contrast with horns and goat feet. Blood flowed like a molasses across marble flooring that was encrusted with gold. Ruler of the worlds, chanted by a chorus of people, sounded like millions. Legs marched in lockstep, tennis shoes, leatherwork boots, and high heels following a path that led to a cliff. One after the other they fell into a huge pit of fire and lava. The bodies were afloat in the molten orange glow. Alive and pleading for mercy, they reached up and made eye contact with Gloria, who was standing on the edge observing. 2 hands caressed her shoulders. She felt loved and then turned around. It was Mr. Darkly with his perfect face and hair. He leaned in for a kiss. No, Gloria shouted. She turned around and jumped toward the melting people, and, as she fell, the heat became more intense. Suddenly a hand grabbed her and pulled her up to the clouds. She was surrounded by a blinding bright light from every direction. God, she said. My child, remember, in this world you will have trouble. Take heart, for I am always with you. When traveling the roads of life, every fork in the road will require you to make a decision. That way or this way. Each path is smooth and bumpy. Each path has its unique beauty and horror. Though vastly different their views may be. Be assured that both paths lead to the same destination, the end of the road. Gloria opened her eyes and her body remained motionless. She turned her head and saw Jake fast asleep with the TV remote on his stomach. She looked out of window and noticed it was dark outside. The time on the cable box was 11:30 p.m. Gloria sat up in the bed feeling disheveled. She wanted to completely wake up. The news channel flickered through images on the flat screen that attracted her attention. Although it was on mute, the images told the whole story. Split-screened news feeds of Detroit, Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles. People throwing Molotov cocktails. Police forces trying to control huge crowds. Protesters flipped over burning cars and threw objects into the windows of storefronts. Crowds of young people with the barcodes on their foreheads took videos with their devices cheering and shouting at the lawlessness. There was a group of dissidents in Detroit that got a hold of a police officer, tied a rope around his neck, and dragged him behind a compact electric car as he flailed dead and lifeless. Others kicked him as he passed bouncing of concrete curbs and parked cars. New York was being overtaken by a group of Muslim New York police officers who welcomed Sharia law. They had women by gunpoint, accusing them of adultery and executing them in the streets. Jake, wake up. Gloria nudged Jake on his arm. His mouth was wide open with a little drool on one side. He closed his mouth slowly and smacked his lips with dryness. Jake, wake up. Gloria became more persistent. She knew he was almost awake. What is it? Jake said in a stupor. Look at the TV, she said. She snatched the remote from Jake's lap. Jake sat up and placed his warm feet on short-haired carpet. The front of his hair stuck out like a pompadour gone wild. He rubbed his eyes and gave attention to the flat screen as Gloria turned the volume off mute. A voice spoke with a breaking news headline. Just in breaking news. We have confirmation that the Darkly Corporation has been rounding up the resistant protesters with the backing of the federal government. A video clip showed a line of what looked to be your everyday middle American citizen lined up in groups with their hands and feet tied with white zip ties. Good evening, America. I'm Tracy White, live from New York. This evening we have never before seen video footage just recorded moments ago in Detroit, Michigan. A company named Darklian has been taking militarized action against Christians for not conforming to the executive orders signed by the president. Earlier, the President of the United States took unprecedented action by declaring martial law. A signing of executive orders giving Sharia law credence in America. Civil unrest between Christians and every other minority group in America has increased and is in full chaos. The only state seemed to be holding its ground against these decrees is Texas. We have an expert here with us tonight. Senator Jeremiah Jenkins, welcome to the show. What are your thoughts on what is happening in America and around the world? Good evening. I would like to say, Tracy, that there were many warning signs that have brought us here today. The progressive left in this country have been breaking down the traditions of this great nation. Let's be honest, it's the Christian traditions they don't like. They have torn apart the family structure. They have Chekified our men. They have manified our women. They have gotten rid of our Judeo-Christian God and replaced him with worship of the environment, aka climate change. I mean, we have a coalition of domestic pets for marriage. people are marrying their cats and dogs because love is love. The so-called slippery slope we have been sliding on ends in a pool of shit. Excuse my language, Tracy. Senator Jenkins continued. We have coddled every desire imaginable. Looks like we have all reached our limitations. So in your opinion, how do we take steps back to traditions of the past and still progress? Tracy White asked sternly. We don't. All you Christians out there, you know what time it is. Fight for God, don't renounce your faith. Remember, Jesus Christ died on the cross to save mankind. Remember those who believe that Jesus is the Son of God shall not perish, but have eternal life. Senator Jenkins' mic was cut off. Thank you, Senator. Tracy said, smiling. We can't have partisan commentary on this channel. You took your beliefs too far to the opinion side. What about the law? Jeremiah Jenkins continued as his mic was turned back on. The president has been writing executive orders that have given him unfettered powers. He can basically do what he wants. We have to fight. We have to go the distance. It's about kicking our enemies' asses. Christians unite, stand up and fight. The senator's voice became louder. A commotion happened live on set as he was speaking. Two men with military-styled uniforms and masks snatched the senator from his chair. Come with us, they said. The camera turned away, and off cue. The image became jumpy and unfocused. The senator was dragged away kicking and screaming. Just as Tracy White was to comment, Gloria pressed the mute button on the remote control. What the hell was that? Gloria asked. I don't have a clue. Jake replied. He was still trying to wake up and wasn't sure if he was dreaming. We need a plan, Jake. Did you see? That was Mr. Darkly's people rounding up Christians. Gloria said. Looks like plan B, Jake replied, which is a bullet to the head. Jake turned the TV off. Let's get a couple more hours of sleep. Get out of here early. Things should have settled a little by first day break. Jake laid down next to Gloria, on her bed, and embraced her. They closed their eyes. In the silence of the darkened room, it seemed the world was right for that one moment. Always thought I would have a family one day, Gloria whispered. You never. How this is going to end. Let's be positive. Besides, I think you would be a great mom. Moments later they were fast asleep. The morning came quickly. Gloria and Jake were ready to head down to the car. Jake knocked on Nick's door and the door slowly creaked open. Jake grabbed his gun from his holster and slowly entered the room. The curtains were open, streaming in the early morning light. Jake checked the bathroom and the rest of the suite was empty. He looked around for foul play and found a note on the side table. It was written on River Park Hotel stationery. The note read, Thanks for helping me. Remember, Jake, I have guarded over you since you were born. I have enjoyed watching you grow up to the person you are today. I have some guardian angel things to take care of. Be yourself and keep your faith. I will see you soon, Raziel. Jake walked into the hotel room where he and Gloria were staying. He handed her Raziel's note. Looks like it's just me and you, he said. Gloria read the note. Interesting, Gloria responded. All right then, let's get a move on, slow ass, Gloria said while she picked up her bag. All right, partner, Jake replied. Chapter 24. The morning was cool, and the early sun was peaceful. Smoke plumes still arose to the provincial blue sky. Detroit had quieted down immensely from the night of fury and debauchery of the protesters. Raziel, who still inhabited the body of Detective Nick West, walked into the St. Stephen's Catholic Church. Vivid stained-glassed windows from floor to ceiling. Depictions of Jesus Christ on the cross, the Virgin Mary, and the apostles told the story of the history of Christianity. The empty thick wooden pews were lined in perfect order from the rear of the sanctuary to the front. Along both sides were elegant arrays of white-colored candles that burned perfectly without waver. Raziel walked up to the steps that lead the way to a huge white cross. He knelt down alone in the candlelight of the grandiose room and began to pray. Jesus, I understand my mission now. I have felt the plight of free will, and Lord, I lift you up. Glory forever. Amen. While Raziel prayed, a priest walked in through the rear entrance. He saw Nick from across the room kneeling down on the steps in front of a huge cross. There was a bright yellow glow of electricity emitting from his body. As the priest watched, he saw the glow take shape of an angel spreading its wings. The angel's wings were widespread and fluttered slowly. The image reached toward the heavens, then there was a huge flash of light. The priest saw the neck fall to the ground face first. He ran across the sanctuary to see if he was alive. He pressed down on Nick's neck and frantically searched for a pulse. Shapes and colors blending as fast as light would travel. Raziel found himself in a vacant room. The walls were the color of a deep red crimson. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of iron slamming against iron began to beat from the outside of the walls. Screaming and shouting of people in pain began to dub over the clanging iron. Raziel's feet began to burn. He looked down with a vision of haze, as if he was in a dream. The floor burned with flames. Raziel saw a door open, and he ran straight towards it and left the orange flames behind. He entered into a dark hallway. It was narrow, and had closed doors aligning both sides. Each door had a different sound of unimaginable horror. Raziel ran down the hall, gaining speed as he stumbled. He knew he was in hell. Fear and hopelessness barraged his mind like a voice that wouldn't stop talking. As if little demons of despair were prodding and poking at his consciousness. A door in the distance, unlike the others, was covered with light. Raziel reached the door and stood in front of it. He stood there for a moment and waited. His body casted a black silhouette blocking the light. He slowly grabbed the brass door knob, and the door opened. Raziel walked in, and the door behind him closed. There was a man sitting in a chair with his back facing the door. Raziel looked around the empty room. There was a settling comfort and peace that surrounded the plain white walls. The man quickly turned around, feeling the presence that someone entered the room. It was Detective Nick West. Nick smiled. "God told me you would be here," he said. "Nick West, it's you. I'm the angel that has inhabited your body. Karen and your kids miss you a lot," Raziel said. "I miss them too. I wish I could see them," Nick replied in a daze of confusion. Raziel took notice of Nick's request. "Take hold of my hand," he said. Nick took hold of Raziel's hand. Suddenly a torrent of images of the kids laughing and playing with Karen. Images stormed through his mind. Vivid and real. Nick reached out in his mind's eye to touch all of his family. In an instant he stood alone with Raziel in the white room. "There have been lessons to learn for me, and for you, my friend," Raziel said. "God entrusted me with the secrets of heaven. I became thoughtless, and I had all I was created for taken away from me for a while. Now I remember all that I was. All that is, and all that is to come. Being in your body, Nick, helped me to empathize with humans and see how lucky they are to have free will. Although life is difficult and sad, the love and goodness overwhelms, and that is God's love." Raziel paused for a moment and continued. "I hope you learned something as well. Either way, God's will be done. Now it's your turn." He placed his thumb on Nick's forehead. A flash of light and a roaring thunder. Raziel flew straight through the roof of the white room. Nick opened his eyes to see a priest staring down at him. "Hello, my son. My name is Priest Vera. You had a fall?" "Hi," Nick said, disoriented. "Where am I?" Nick tried to stand up. "Sit, sir. It's okay, relax. You're in the St. Stephen's Cathedral," Priest Vera said compassionately. Nick looked around as his vision gained clarity. "Was I dreaming?" Nick whispered to himself. He patted his chest and found his phone. There was 5 missed calls from Jake. Priest Vera handed Nick a bottled water. "Thanks, Mr. Priest. I don't remember a St. Stephen's Cathedral here in the priest laughed softly. "Oh, no, you're not in Los Angeles. You're in Detroit." "What the phew?" Nick stopped himself from swearing, especially in a church. "I apologize. The last thing I remember, I was investigating a case in Los Angeles. I dreamt I was in hell. There was a room that was protected by God. An angel walked into the room, told me a few things, then I woke up. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorta confused. I'm gonna sit for a minute, if you don't mind." Nick crawled his way to a pew. He lifted himself up and sat with his back against the thick dark wood. He pulled out his phone and with his right hand and thumb he scrolled to dial Jake's number. The phone went straight to voicemail. Outside the church was a string of sirens that soared by the beauteous cathedral. "What's going on out here?" Nick spoke out to Priest Vera. Well, if you think you're in Los Angeles, you definitely don't have any idea what's happening in Detroit. Priest Vero walked over in his piercing black robe. The stark white square on his collar sat stiff on his shirt while he sat down next to Nick on the pew. There is mayhem on the streets of Detroit and other cities in America. The president declared martial law and Sharia law has taken a foothold. Godlessness and lawlessness have overtaken this country. A beam of light shot to Priest Vera's forehead. He fell softly to the side and laid quietly in a deep sleep. Raziel manifested himself before Nick. A glowing opulent figure of an angel with wings spread out 8 to 10 feet wide. "Hello, Nick," Raziel said. "I remember you from my dream," Nick replied. "That's right. I owe you a great deal of gratitude, Nick." "Glory to God," Raziel continued. "A fleeting glimpse into your mind and body helped me to appreciate God's creation. I obviously had nothing to do with it," Nick responded. "The one time you let your guard down, you got yourself shot and killed," Raziel explained. "What are you talking about?" Nick said indignantly. "Let me show you, I remember." Raziel took hold of Nick's arm. With a swirl of fragmented color, Nick found himself watching as he began to investigate around a building. Bang, bang. Nick observed himself being shot and thrown into the trunk of a car. "I recognize those guys from somewhere, but my mind is foggy." Nick cringed as he watched 2 men dump his lifeless body into the ocean. Those 2 men were the Shetsu brothers. Jake and Gloria killed one of them. The other is in police custody. "These 2 men worked for Mr. Darkly," Raziel explained. He paused while Nick mulled over what he had just seen and heard. "Mr. Darkly, is that the same fitness guy me and Jake did the security detail for at the center?" Nick asked. "The one and the same, and I believe Jake and Gloria are on their way to find him now." "They are here in Detroit, find them." Raziel vanished in an instant. Priest Vero was still fast asleep. Nick's phone rang. It was Karen. Nick looked around the church beside the sleeping priest. He was all alone in this place of solitude and privacy. "Hey baby," Nick said as he put the smartphone to his ear. "I just wanted to hear your voice. I miss you, Nick." "I miss you too. I will be home soon, my beautiful." "How are the kids?" "They are great, but they can't wait for you to come home." "Little Jacob said his first word this morning," Karen said with a pleasant tone in her voice. "What was it?" "It was Mommy." "No way," Nick exclaimed with a voice of excitement. Yep, he's a smart one," Karen responded, snickering. "I love you, Karen. I will call you in a few hours." "I love you too, be safe." Nick ended the call and looked at the screen on his phone. He felt around his pockets as his thoughts and surroundings started to become more clear. He felt a holster inside and underneath his thin weighted jacket. He reached in and pulled out his .357 Magnum revolver. He opened the cylinder and noticed it was fully loaded. He closed it up and gave it a spin. Then he holstered it back under the disguise of his clothes. "Thanks a lot, Mr. Priest." Nick gave the sleeping holy man a pat on the shoulder. He exited the church and pulled out his wallet. It was unusually thick. He looked through the billfold. A whole stack of $100 bills. About $3,000 or so. "I guess I don't need to get any money," Nick said to himself. "Still have the Vegas money." The morning had broken, and the sky was a beautiful blue with the occasional smeared white cloud. A few plumes of gray smoke billowed in the distance. It was still nice outside. A siren sounded off a few miles away. Nick walked down the street and things seemed normal. The old traditional houses with their little green yards sat untouched. Down the street Nick saw what looked like storefronts, and the only thing that seemed out of the ordinary was people. There weren't any people out and there weren't any vehicles either. Nick walked up to the strip mall and, as he crossed the street, while he scanned the storefronts, electronics, ammo and guns, thrift mart, and coffee shop. There was a beat-up silver Mercedes parked behind the coffee shop. Good sign for the place to be open, Nick thought. Sure enough, Nick flung the door open, and an old tin bell rang. Nick walked up to the empty row of seats that sat by the cash register, and an older man in his late 50s walked out from around the corner. "Good morning," the man said. "You want some coffee?" Sure. The man placed a bone-white mug on the countertop, and he poured the fresh hot coffee out of an old beat-up metal carafe. Nick took a pleasing sip. It's really good. Thank you. Can I get you anything? The man inquired. Nick looked up the menu, which was handwritten high on the wall for all patrons to see, and he scanned the menu fast. Sure, I will take a bacon breakfast burrito. The man sipped on his own cup of coffee as he listened to Nick's request. Coming up. The man disappeared into the back. Nick pulled out his phone and started catching up on the latest news stories. The sound and smell of sizzling bacon was comforting. He scrolled through the headlines. Nick couldn't believe that Priest Vera was right. The president did declare martial law. The images and videos of the protesters was sobering and shocking. How long was I gone for? Nick said to himself. It couldn't have been more than a day or so. I guess this all escalated pretty quickly. One video in particular had him especially alarmed. He pressed on the play button. Get down on your knees, a figure said, who was dressed in a solid black uniform. There was an arm wrap around his bicep. It had one single eye with the letter D in the middle and a lightning bolt. Nick couldn't see the faces of the uniform officers. They were covered with some kind of black plastic mold. The people were on their knees, men, women, and children. The uniformed officer spoke out again. You are being taken to an intermittent camp at Marks Air Force Base for a violation of non-compliance to Sharia law. We are Americans, we have rights. A man shouted out in pain from being on his knees. Sir, martial law has been declared. You no longer have any rights. The soldier, like men, corralled the people into a primered black box van. The video cut off as one of the men walked up to the source of the video. The man came back from the kitchen and delivered a perfectly wrapped bacon breakfast burrito. Thank you, sir. Can I get the bill? Nick asked. No, it's on me, the man said. No, I couldn't. Nick tried to get the words out, but the man interrupted. Police officers eat here for free. The men lingered for more conversation. You know something? I am Muslim and I love living in America. It's the only free place on earth. Me and my family don't support Sharia. As a matter of fact, most of my family doesn't. The laws of this country keep us safe. We have religious freedom here, to practice our beliefs without being persecuted. I love American freedom. The man pointed to Nick's badge, which was clipped to his belt loop. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. The man looked around the joint for a second or two. In times like these you realize the end is near, and that's when the regrets run through your mind. The things you should have said and done. The things you didn't do or try. Sounds like an old country song, Nick said jokingly. Nick took a few bites of his burrito. This is really good. You're welcome. The man walked to the back somewhere out of sight. Nick's phone rang. It was Jake. Hey there, Jake. Where have you been? Where are you? Jake spoke out in a panic. I'm at the coffee shop near the river park. Stay put, I'm coming to get you. Jake cut off the conversation. Needs to talk to you too, Jake, Nick whispered to himself. The sound of a siren quickly approached as two cars sped by the coffee shop. One of the cars bounced up the sidewalk and crashed into the ammo and gun store. The police car that followed slammed on his brakes and stopped in the street. Nick popped up and threw a $100 bill on the counter. He flung open the door and began to run to the crashed car. The tin bell chimed behind him. A police officer and Nick reached the ravaged storefront at the same time. Nick could tell that the officer was a rookie by the hesitation and reluctancy to act fast. I'm a detective, Nick exclaimed as he showed the uniformed cop his badge. Nick then unholstered his .357 Magnum. The cop observed Nick and did the same. Get out of the car, put your hands where I can see Nick yelled out to the crumpled car. The cop, who was on the opposite side of Nick, yelled out the same order. Get out of the car, Nick shouted again. The man rustled with his seat belt. The glass and twisted metal made it difficult, but the man in the car got out and fell to the ground. His face was bloody, and it looked like his leg was broken. Nick walked behind the counter to look for some rope, and he found a large bundle of black zip ties. He walked back to the crash scene and handed the zip ties to the cop. Tie him up, Nick looked around at the destruction of the store. The broken boxes of shotgun shells and miscellaneous rounds sprawled all over the floor. The caged-up shotguns and rifles remained secured against the untouched wall. Jake and Gloria saw the carnage as they pulled into the parking lot. The black Camaro was instantly recognized by Nick. Jake and Gloria stepped out and ran toward the demolished storefront. Nick stepped out of the shadows and onto the pavement to meet them. "What have you done, Raziel?" Jake said angrily. "Raziel?" Nick replied. "Why are you calling me Raziel?" Nick connected the dots in his mind. "You think I'm Raziel, the angel that took over my body?" No, it's me, Nick." Jake was slightly confused. "You're Nick?" he said. "Yeah, it's me, Nick." "You're Nick? You mean you're Nick?" Jake shouted. "Nick, it's you." Gloria jumped up with excitement. Ear to ear, a smile began to form on both of their faces. They attacked Nick and gave him a gripping group air hug. "Holy shit, how did this happen?" Gloria asked. "I guess I was in hell waiting in a room protected by God, and that Raziel angel came and sent me back. Me and Gloria here were trying to get you into heaven by taking out Mr. Darkly." Nick shook his head. "I know a little about the situation you'll have to fill me in." Jake looked around. "An ammo store, huh? This guy was driving crazy, lost control, and he smashed into this building," Nick explained. "Any 9mm boxes?" Jake said jokingly. They all walked back into the store, where the cop was standing by, and Gloria waved at the young man. "We're detectives. How's it going?" she said with stern confidence. "Going good, but there isn't anyone responding at the station. I think they are all spread out in the city taking calls. Well, just hang in there, someone should be by soon. Maybe even the store owner." Jake took a look at the suspect sitting down with his hands and feet zip-tied. He grabbed some boxes of 9mm rounds and 357 Magnum rounds. "We might need these." He held them up for Gloria and Nick to see. "Cool," Nick said. "I will pay for them." Nick dropped 2 $100 bills on the counter. Jake looked at the officer. "We have to go, good luck." They stumbled over the fallen racks and debris. Outside the gun store, the Camaro sat waiting for its passengers in the parking lot, and they settled inside the car. "Here we go, we're off to get Mr. Darkly," Jake proclaimed. "Let's go," Gloria announced back. Jake smiled and took a look at Nick in the rearview mirror. "I'm glad you're back, my friend." "You know it," Nick replied. Jake stomped the pedal to the metal, and they sped off, leaving burnt rubber and white smoke far behind. Chapter 25. Mr. Darkly walked alongside Ronnie Ruck and Haley Hendricks. They were led by the Protein Blast 6 factory chief operator Billy B. "I hope for your sake, Billy, that you have the supply I requested," Mr. Darkly said. Billy B. had a frantic look on his face. Yes, sir. We have been working day and night to fulfill your request, sir." They walked into the production area clean room, where employees and production line workers wore white head-to-toe gowns with hair and face protectors. Mr. Darkly scanned the room and observed the manufacturing of his protein drink. The computers were beeping, and the microscopes were in use, as the busy atmosphere was pleasing to Mr. Darkly. "I haven't been here in a while. Take me to the black room," Mr. Darkly said. "Yes, sir," Billy replied. They left the production area. The stomping and clicking of their shoes echoed through the uninhabited corridors. They stopped in front of an unusually slim doormat. There was an eye scanner to the right of it. Mr. Darkly placed his left eye in front of it, and the light scan proceeded. A voice from the computer announced, "Access granted." The door opened from the ground up and the sound of depressurization occurred. They all stepped into the room with Mr. Darkly in the lead. The door closed behind them and the sound of pressure filled the air. The room was pitch black and completely absent of light. The darkness was so dense and pure that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. "Isn't this wonderful?" Mr. Darkly spoke out. "You see, in the darkness no one sees. No one can see what might be lurking around, what threats there may be. The sins that are committed in the cover of darkness stay covered, unless exposed by the light." Mr. Darkly suddenly stopped speaking. You could hear the breathing and the movement of his clothes. Clump, clump, Clump. Mr. Darkly walked to a distant side of the room. Clump, clump, clump. His footsteps kept going and going. As the sound became lighter to the ear, suddenly, the industrial sound of electricity switched on black lights. They surrounded the upper crevices, where the wall and ceiling met. Billy B., Ronnie Reich, and Haley Hendricks stood isolated under the purple glow. Mr. Darkly stood at the far end of the room. His already white smile glowed exceptionally white, as the black lighting accentuated his perfect teeth. "How do you like it?" Mr. Darkly questioned the group. They muttered accolades in unison. "This is a special room. You are the first to be in here beside me. Although it has been a while, I really love it in here." Mr. Darkly held his hands out. "Look around. See anything interesting?" As they panned the room, their surroundings became more clearer as their eyes adjusted. The room was round and had little square windows that were evenly spaced all around. At each window was a pair of virtual reality goggles hanging. Beside the windows there was no way to find where the entrance was. The room was adeptly constructed. In the center was a leafy plant on a golden stand. The stand sat in the center of a large pentagram that was painted perfectly on the floor. Mr. Darkly took off his jacket and walked toward the center of the room, where the plant sat in its place. "This, my children, is the secret ingredient to my Protein Blast 6. Mr. Darkly reached out to the plant and plucked a leaf from its foliage. He proceeded to fold it into his mouth and chew. Come, take a leaf," he said. Each, one at a time, picked a leaf off the plant and apprehensively ate it. Abruptly, a euphoric sensation ensued into their minds. Mr. Darkly's eyes began to glow as he began to speak, and he tore his shirt off. His skin became that of a lizard. Horns grew from his head and his feet morphed into goat feet. In the deepest voice one could imagine, Mr. Darkly began to speak. "My time to rule has come. My followers plague the earth in disguise and in the name of religion and self-desire. As my faithful disciples, I will have to ask many things of you." Mr. Darkly let out a deafening shriek into the air. "God has been jealous of me and my power for eons. That's why he created humans to love him and praise him. Now it's my turn to be praised." Billy B., Ronnie Reich, and Haley Hendricks mumbled, "Yes, you are the master. God should be thanking me for all the sin. Leading his flock to darkness, to help them search for salvation." As the confusion and disorientation continued, Haley stumbled to one of the square windows that aligned the wall. Her hands felt the smooth cold glass as she peered inside. There was a yellow snake lying motionless at eye level. A masterful painting depicting the Garden of Eden was painted on the wall behind the snake. Haley looked at the black rubber goggles hanging just below the window glass. She carefully took hold of them and fitted them over her head. As she placed them in front of her eyes, the light of what was seen inside shone across her face as the goggles pressed around her eyes. She smiled as she observed a video of what appeared to be the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve walking in a luscious, fruitful paradise. There was a tree unlike the others. It was beautiful and isolated at the center of the paradise. It caught Eve's eye and she went to admire it. A yellow snake slithered around the base of the tree. There wasn't any sound, but you could see her talking to the snake. She grabbed a fruit from its perfect branches and took a bite. She loved it and went to Adam to share in what she loved. Adam took a bite. The snake sinisterly smiled as he watched. Adam and Eve cried after they ate the fruit. God's hand reached down and gave them comfort and love. The snake's smile turned to a scowl and he slithered into the background. Haley took the goggles off and looked across the dark purple-lit room. Mr. Darkly stood smiling with his glowing eyes. She felt the need to look at the next window, as if Mr. Darkly was encouraging it through his mind. She took a glimpse into the shiny glass. There was a statue of Goliath. He was dressed in battle armor. Painted behind him was the Philistine army. Just before he battled David, Haley placed the goggles over eyes and watched. Billy B. laid down on the floor at the top point of the pentagram, and Mr. Darkly placed a goat hoof on his forehead and pressed down. He lifted his leg and the imprint of the numbers 666 embossed on his skin. Mr. Darkly spoke deeply. "Go, Mr. Reich, look, take a glimpse into the past." Ronnie Reich walked to one of the windows. This window had the depiction of Mr. Darkly, in human form in a desert. He was dressed in the clothes of the Bible days. Ronnie clutched the goggles and placed them over his head and eyes. Mr. Darkly walked up to a desert cliff where the shadow of a man stood looking over the world. Mr. Darkly stood behind the man and spoke to him. "If you're so hungry, turn these stones to bread and eat," Mr. Darkly said. The man spoke back, but the words were not heard. "You're the Son of God. Throw yourself over this cliff and God will send angels to catch you," Mr. Darkly said. Again, only seeing the man's back, he responded to Mr. Darkly. The words again were not heard. "All these kingdoms of the world I can give you," Mr. Darkly said, as his voice became beseeched and desperate. "Worship me, and I will give these all to you." The man spoke out with muted words. Mr. Darkly shrieked to the sky and disappeared. Ronnie took the goggles off and placed them back on the hook. "Come here." Mr. Darkly's voice vibrated through the room. Ronnie and Haley walked toward Mr. Darkly. They peered into the other windows that circled the room. They saw a depiction of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi regime. They saw a pope from the early 15th century and a man in modern times with a purple turban. "You see, my beloved, I have made many attempts to stop God from getting glory. Finally, it is my turn. All these failed attempts in the past were seeds planted. They have grown over time, and now are producing fruit. I've made self-desires rule the minds of man. Jealousy, hate, murder, obsession. Women want to be men and men want to be women. Men and women want to have legal relationships with their pets. Children are to be detested. Christians are loathed while Muslims are edified. You hear it all the time." Mr. Darkly looked down at Billy B., who was laying on the floor with his eyes closed. "If you tell someone a lie enough times, they will eventually start believing it's true. Who can lie better than me?" Mr. Darkly looked up at Haley and Ronnie. His eyes glowed with a bright fury. He stomped his hoof and the room became pitch black for a moment. The lights turned on and the entire room was illuminated with fluorescent lighting. The windows that surrounded the walls were gone, and only pictures of the Protein Blast 6 in various stages of advertisement and production were displayed. Haley and Ronnie were befuddled as they gazed around the room. Mr. Darkly stood in front of them with his tailored suit, perfect hair, and his winning smile. "I'm famished, let's eat," Mr. Darkly said. The door to the room opened and Mr. Darkly exited with Haley Hendricks and Ronnie Reich following behind. "Master?" Ronnie asked. "Where is Billy B?" Mr. Darkly seemed unconcerned. "He will catch up to us later. No need to worry." Mr. Darkly, Haley, and Ronnie walked into the factory cafeteria. Among the rows of tables and chairs was an elegant table setting readied for their lunch. They each took a chair and sat down. The candelabra had 3 flickering flames that reflected on the bone china. Mr. Darkly grabbed the stiff napkin from the bundle of flatware and placed it on his lap. "I wanted to have a special lunch today. To commemorate the beginning of a new era, there is a fight ahead of us. I have foreseen it, and that is why I have you." Mr. Darkly acknowledged Ronnie. "Detective Jake Fisher and his friends must be stopped," he said. "We need to get Jake alone. I know I can turn him," Mr. Reich said. "If we get Jake alone," Mr. Darkly added, "then we can get him to reject God and worship me. He would do it to save his friends." A kitchen worker walked to the table with a silver-covered platter. "Lunch is served." The kitchen worker lifted the cover, and a delicious smell of smoked barbecue meat wafted into the air. The perfectly tender meat was surrounded by lettuce greens, small potato rounds, and buttery broccoli florets. The kitchen worker served the food to their plates. "Bon appetit." Mr. Darkly raised his glass of ice water. Haley devoured her plate like she hadn't eaten in days. Ronnie ate his up as well. After they had finished their food, their plates were removed by food services workers. "I would like to thank Billy B. for providing the food today." "Thanks, Billy." Mr. Darkly looked toward the kitchen. "Where is Billy?" Haley asked inquisitively. "He's in our stomachs," he said. "At least the most tender pieces." Mr. Darkly smiled and felt satisfied. Haley and Ronnie looked at each, not sure how to respond, and they shrugged their shoulders. "Best barbecue I've ever had," Mr. Reich said. He missed the quota for the Protein Blast 6, and he didn't get the barcode on his forehead. He couldn't be trusted. Mr. Darkly added. Be prepared, Ronnie. I need you to get a hold of General Feingold and set up the security staff and get properly armed. Haley, you go to my office, take a shower, and wait for me. I am going to my gym and work out. We are leaving for Chicago in a couple hours. Keep a sharp lookout, God is afoot. Chapter 26. The Black Camaro weaved through the destruction on the city streets. Broken storefronts, windows, overturned cars, and trash littered the roadways. There were people walking around and looked to be in a daze. All of them had the barcode on the foreheads. There were advertisements for Protein Blast 6 everywhere. Walls were spray-painted with words and phrases. Sex with pets is best. Global warnings, not a hoax, Jesuses. They had to drive slow through some of the congested areas, which in turn gave them a good view of the happenings on ground level. Society's really got out of hand fast, Nick said from the back seat. All the political correctness. You know, all that slippery slope bullshit, it came to pass. Jake took a quick glance at Nick through the rear view. Gloria looked out at the carnage with the cool air blowing in her face. The contrast of her hair and dark sunglasses accentuated the red lipstick she was wearing. It seems a little fucking crazy out here, but God can do anything, God can do anything, she whispered. Gloria repeated her words for her own assurance. Beep, beep. The sound of the vibration of a message notification was sent to Gloria's smartphone. What the hell? Jake said. He checked his phone for news alerts while he was driving. The internet is down for public safety. I just got the message too, Gloria said. They said this would happen, Nick responded from the backseat. Remember when the government started regulating the internet? They said this is what would happen. Oh yeah, that's right. It was unfair for the United States to have total control. So they gave it up to the UN to be fair. Bites us in the ass every time, Gloria replied. She powered off her phone and put it in her pocket. Maybe they will lift the ban later, Jake said, continuing to speak. We don't need the internet right now anyway. I looked it up last night. There's a Protein Blast 6 factory in St. Clair's Shores, somewhere off the 94 interstate. As a matter of fact, there is the on-ramp. You're going to miss it, Gloria exclaimed. Gloria and Nick braced themselves as Jake made a sharp right turn onto the interstate, a sign that had an arrow with words St. Clair's Shores. Jake was calm and cool, handling his Camaro like a pro. I always love those backseat drivers, especially when they are as good-looking as you. Gloria looked at Jake and smiled, then continued to look out of the window. The sun shifted the shadows as their direction slightly changed, and Jake reached over Gloria's knee to grab his sunglasses out of the glove box. Oh yeah, Gloria said. She hinted a bit of flirtation as she felt Jake run his hand against her knee. Jake, recognizing the joke, and responded, hey, you can't blame a guy when he's sitting next to perfection. They both laughed out loud. I see you guys have taken your relationship to the next level. I knew it would work out for you too. It was the same for me and Karen, love at first sight. Now we've got all the kids, it just keeps getting better and better, he said. I always wanted to have my own little girl. I little mini Gloria, toting a toy Glock, but it looks like the end of the world is happening. Gloria gazed out of the window in a daydream. The Camaro sped down Interstate 94. The newly paved concrete thoroughfare was smooth and bump-free. I've always thought I would have a couple of kids of my own too, Jake added. He side-eyed Gloria, while simultaneously watching the road. Maybe get married. You're a blessed man, my friend. He looked at Nick. Nick agreed. I am blessed. I thank God all the time. But you have to be willing to take a chance on the unknown. If you love someone, ask yourself these two questions. Do you see this person in your future, and can you live without them? It's before your time, Gloria. But, Jake, do you remember the Bloody 13 killer case? That case that I was wrapping up before we became partners? Yeah, I do, Jake responded. I became a total mess, and Karen got me through some tough times in my career and personal life. She is my rock and I can't live without her. That's a sweet thing, Gloria replied. Here's the off-ramp. Jake chimed in. Great advice. The car veered off the interstate and came to a halt at a stoplight. While the engine rumbled, they noticed there wasn't any activity to be found. Not a person, car, or anything moving, not even a breeze. It was as if they were the only people left on Earth. The stoplight remained red and didn't change for an unusual amount of time. I don't think the light is changing, Gloria said. Something's not right here. Jake pressed on the gas slightly and inched forward. Jake cautiously looked left and right to the cross-traffic lanes. Are there earthquakes in Detroit? Gloria asked. I don't think so, Nick said assuredly, as the Camaro began to shake and rumble abnormally. What is that? Where is that coming from? Jake looked out of the car windows in all directions. Watch out! Jake shouted. He hit the gas pedal and raced through the intersection, and skidded up the sidewalk to a halt. As the train of military tanks and diesel trucks zoomed by, the car windshield faced the caravan resting on the dirty sidewalk against traffic. What the fuck is this? Jake blurted. Look at the symbols on the sides. Upside-down American flags, a goat head with a D? Who are these people? Gloria asked. Wait a minute, those are the same uniforms as the security detail at the Darkly Mansion. You're right, Jake said. The last truck passed them up as it cranked through its gears. I wonder if they noticed us? Nick said from the back seat. Doubt it. Even if they did, they don't give a shit. That's possible too, Nick said in agreement. We've got to follow them. It's possible they might lead us straight to Mr. Darkly, Gloria added. Agreed. Jake slowly drove his car off the sidewalk and advanced in the direction of the convoy. They maintained a long distance from the last truck in the line, and after a few miles the cavalcade began to slow down. It stopped at a gate with a security post. Look! Nick pointed to the large white building beyond the guard shack. Darkly Empire, the Protein Blast 6 factory. I hope that asshole is inside. Jake parked his car in the cover of a tree line on the side of the road. These trees have given us good cover. We have to foot it in from here, Jake added. They stepped out of the car. The factory was undeniably huge as its image stole the skyline. Here's your extra ammo. Nick handed the boxes over to Gloria and Jake. Let's go. Jake paused for a second and took a long stare at his car, while Nick and Gloria followed the tree line. Jake couldn't help to think this was the last time he'd see his baby. He ran and caught up with Gloria and Nick. Hey man, don't worry, you will see your precious car again. Nick smacked Jake on his butt. You know he loves that car, Gloria. You better watch out, he won't let anyone even touch the wheel, let alone drive it. He let me drive it, Gloria responded. He did? Huh? He must really be serious about you. Nick's eyes widened in disbelief. A few minutes later they reached a metal-grated fence. They observed the tanks and trucks parked in uniformity. There were dozens and dozens of what looked like civilian men, women, and children exiting the box trucks. The soldiers had them lined up orderly as they stood on the pavement. A siren went off and a flag rose out of the ground, upside-down American flag, and the goat head with the letter D. All the soldiers had their backs facing Gloria, Jake, and Nick when a voice spoke over the outdoor loudspeakers. Stand at attention and salute. What the fuck? Jake said in a slow whisper. They are saluting the flags to the song they play on the Protein Blast 6 commercials from TV. Hurry, let's go. We have about 2.5 minutes. They sprung over the fence unseen and hid behind a fleet of tanker trucks and barrels. They will never spot us in here, Nick said. Looks like these trucks will give us cover all the way to the factory too, Jake replied. Hunched over, they scampered their way to the factory. There was an empty table with an umbrella and a sign that read smoking area. There was a door and it looked propped open. Thank you for smokers. Gloria pointed to the door. God be with us, Jake said. God be with us, Gloria and Nick repeated. They snuck their way up a few stairs and into the door. Inside the door was a small gowning room. Hey, where's Nick? Gloria said, casing the room. Nick stealthily walked into the door of the gowning room. I had to tie my shoe. Nick shrugged his shoulders. Inside the gowning room was a large rack of white coveralls. Hurry, let's gown up, it's perfect," Jake said. They fastidiously grabbed the coveralls and put them on. There were boxes that had hairnets and green rubber gloves, and they put those on as well. The door at the far end of the room read manufacturing, and assembling the door closest to them read receiving. "What do you guys think?" Jake asked. "I say receiving," Gloria replied. "Sounds good to me." Nick held a thumbs up. They slowly opened the door to the receiving area and peered inside. The sound of forklifts scooting around in the distance echoed through the vast warehouse. Tall racks of palletized Protein Blast 6 and emptied wood pallets towered to the ceiling. "The coast looks clear, let's go, just look natural," Gloria whispered. She led the three of them and they started walking, and followed yellow painted lines that read walkway, and passed a few workers scanning pallet barcodes. The workers kept to their task and didn't notice them passing. "Look over there." "What's that?" Jake pointed out an area at the far end of warehouse. It read robotics, and there were casts of arms and legs. The pieces resembled real human body parts. Gloria took a gander at what Jake observed. "Hurry guys, this place is freaking me out." "Over there, the lobby elevator." They casually left the receiving warehouse unnoticed. The elevator foyer was empty, and the stainless steel doors to the elevator were a welcome sight. Nick pressed the arrow button that pointed up. The elevator opened, and they walked inside. The elevator floor panel showed 5 floors including a parking structure level, and a floor labeled Penthouse 6. Nick looked at Jake and Gloria. "Do you think Mr. Darkly is here?" he said jokingly, as he pointed to the button. "Fuck it," Gloria said. She quickly pressed the button for Penthouse 6. The elevator began to rise as the buttons lit up. 1-2-3-4-5-6 beep. The dull reflection of their faces shone on the stainless steel doors as they slid open up to another foyer that had a small waist-high table with a landline telephone on it. Otherwise the small entry room was vacant. There was cherry wood molding and striped pink wallpaper aligning all the walls equally. There weren't any doors or windows to be seen. Jake walked over to the shiny black phone and picked it up. A voice on the other line spoke out after a few long rings in the earpiece. "Yes," a voice answered. Yeah, is Mr. Darkly, and it's Noah Zed from the health department." Jake lifted up his shoulders in response to Gloria and Nick, who were outwardly disapproving of Jake's method. "Just a moment," replied the voice over the line. The phone was placed on hold. Soft music began to play and an old gray man in a dark blue tracksuit walked over to a door and knocked. "Mr. Darkly, a Noah Zed from the health department is here." "Just a moment." Mr. Darkly continued to work out on the butterfly machine. With his shirt off he continued his reps with his tan skin bulging. He stared at himself in the mirrored wall ardently. As his arms met across his chest he watched the elating strain of his muscle. With a deep clang of the metal weights he finished his workout. He stood up and examined himself over in the mirror. He flexed his triceps and biceps, and turned to each side admiring what he saw. He grabbed his white terry cloth towel, and dabbed his face. "I have never heard of Noah Zed from the health department." "Call Miss Hendricks, she's in my office." "Gus, hurry up, there is something suspicious here." "Yes, sir," Gus replied. Mr. Darkly walked into a huge living room area with walls of windows that overlooked Lake St. Clair. As the sun reflected off the deep blue water, one wouldn't have guessed that the city of Detroit was in a holy mess. Mr. Darkly walked over to a closet that was inlaid into the farthest wall. He looked over an array of suits and selected one from the bunch. In minutes he was dressed with his hair perfectly combed. Gus walked into the room. "Miss Haley is on her way up, sir." "Good," Mr. Darkly responded. "Show me to this health inspector." Meanwhile Jake, Gloria, and Nick were still waiting in the foyer. "What the hell is taking so long?" Gloria said. Her impatience began to take over her mind and body. "Something doesn't feel right here. We've been waiting a long time," Nick advised. Nick walked over to the elevator and pressed the button. "Shit, someone's coming up." As the little white circle lights started blinking, the elevator slowly ascended. Jake pulled out his gun, as did Gloria and Nick. They quickly tore off their thin white gowns. As all three of them faced the elevator, a hidden panel opened from behind them. They all turned around. It was Mr. Darkly. Mr. Darkly responded expeditiously and closed the door. That was Mr. Darkly. Jake bellowed. Without hesitation, Jake ran fleetly and hit the door full-bodied. The door exploded with splinters and drywall dust. Jake headed in, leaving Gloria and Nick in the foyer. "Should we follow him?" Gloria said. "No, not yet. Let's make sure whoever comes up the elevator is not a threat. Jake can handle Mr. Darkly," Nick convinced Gloria with a strong sense of certitude. Jake rushed to the open living room with his gun drawn. He immediately noticed the enormous view of the lake. "Darkly, come out with your hands up," Jake demanded. Coming out of an adjacent room, Mr. Darkly calmly walked into Jake's view. He was holding a drink and continued to gently walk toward Jake. "What seems to be the deal here, Detective Jake Fisher? You ruined a perfectly good door, and I don't appreciate that," Mr. Darkly unexcitedly said. He kept a crawling pace toward Jake. "Stop or I will shoot," Jake said firmly. With his eyes fixated on Jake's eyes, Mr. Darkly threw his drink at Jake's head. Jake ducked to avoid the glass, and Mr. Darkly rushed to grab his hand with the firearm. Flailing around, they tried to overpower each other. Bang, bang. The Walther fired off 2 rounds. Mr. Darkly struck Jake's hand to his knee and freed the firearm from Jake. Jake took an elbow to the face and flew backward and fell to the ground. "I hope you're enjoying this," Mr. Darkly said. He began to take his jacket and shirt off to reveal his muscly chest. Mr. Darkly reached down to grab Jake by the hair on his head. "Get up. One little elbow to the head, and you're going to sit there and cry? I expected more than this from you," Mr. Darkly said, disappointed. Jake performed a quick leg sweep and took Darkly down instantly. Jake jumped on Mr. Darkly and the scuffle continued. Each of them took punches to the face and stomach. Jake's pocket began to burn. Knowing it was a warning from the feather, he tried to subdue Mr. Darkly quickly. From the direction of the elevator, gunshots rang out. Jake let his guard down for a second. He got distracted by the gunshots. He took a headbutt from Mr. Darkly and was knocked out cold. Mr. Darkly stood over Jake with his hair in a tussle and blood in his mouth. "I always win when it comes to the power of the mind." Mr. Darkly regained his composure and Gus walked in. "Miss Hendricks would like to see you in the elevator lobby." Mr. Darkly walked over the broken door and wrapped his hand with a white silk handkerchief. He motioned to the security staff that accompanied Haley Hendricks and Ronnie Rake. "Go secure Detective Jake Fisher." "I didn't expect to see you," Mr. Darkly added. Gloria and Nick were on their knees, and they had their mouths duct-taped with their hands on their heads facing Mr. Darkly. "What do we have here?" Mr. Darkly smiled. He walked over and caressed Gloria on her cheek. "What a beautiful woman. Nice to see you again, and Detective Nick West, nice to see you. The pleasure is all mine." Ronnie walked over to Mr. Darkly. "Here's her Glock. You hold on to it. Have security take Detective Fisher to my plane while I clean up. Take these 2 to the guillotine." 2 security guards and Haley Hendricks took Jake immediately downstairs and proceeded to head to Mr. Darkly's private plane. Gloria and Nick were being escorted the way they came in. Through the lobby in the receiving area, they walked with Ronnie Rake at the lead. To the gowning room they exited out of the door to the smoking area. Gloria and Nick were being led past the table that sat under a blue canvas umbrella. Nick threw himself to ground and pulled his bound arms underneath his legs. He rolled under the table and grabbed his gun. He planted under the table before they entered the gowning room. He sent 1 bullet to the heart of each of the security guards. Nick peeled the duct tape off his mouth. Ronnie grabbed Gloria in a headlock and placed her own gun against her temple. Nick hid the sight of his revolver on Ronnie. "Give it up, Nick, or I will kill this bitch," Ronnie said aggressively. Gloria tried to give Ronnie a struggle, but he was too tall and too strong. Having the duct tape over her mouth made it difficult to communicate with Nick. Nick felt pressed and motioned with his left hand, a sign of surrender. "Listen, don't shoot. Let me think about it," Nick pleaded. "Okay, I thought about it." he said, and he quickly redrew his gun and discharged a smoking round into Ronnie's forehead. Ronnie Rake, with a blank stare in his eyes, fell instantly and soullessly to the ground back first. Nick ran up to Gloria and removed the duct tape. He saw her gun on the ground and grabbed it. "Here, take this," Nick said. He placed the Glock 9 into Gloria's hand. "Let's get out of here." Nick pulled Gloria by the arm, and they absconded across the factory lot and over the chain-link fence unnoticed. They made their way to safety into a thicket of trees as they advanced to the spot where the Camaro was parked. "Holy shit. We need to go back and find Jake," Gloria said while she paced back and forth, lamenting over options in her mind. "You're absolutely right," Nick agreed. "Let's take a moment and come up with a plan. We're going to be too late." Gloria placed her hands over her eyes and calmed her nerves with a few deep breaths. "He's already on the jet. We'll have to trust that everything will work out according to God's plan." Chapter 27. Mr. Darkly looked up to the cerulean blue sky as he casually walked up the mobile stairs that led to the entrance of his private plane. He reached the top and entered into the shadow of the cabin. Jake was still passed out on a reclining chair guarded by 2 security personnel officers. Haley Hendricks sat beside him at a small table where a scotch on rocks sat next to Jake's gun. Cold droplets of moisture gathered and dripped down the sides of the scotch glass. "Get us in the air now," he said. Mr. Darkly pressed an intercom button that alerted the pilot. The jet stream taxied down the private runway and lifted off the ground in minutes. They glided over Detroit as the image of buildings, cars, and people became smaller and smaller. The vibration of the engines hummed, and it was peaceful and soothing. Mr. Darkly walked over to Jake and sat down in a white leather chair next to him. He tapped Jake's knee and began to speak. "Jake, wake up. Jake, wake up." He slapped Jake's knee a few more times. Jake's eyelids began to open with confusion. "Where am I? How did—" Jake realized who was sitting in front of him, so he proceeded to stand up quickly. One of the security guards batted him down onto the recliner. Jake observed his surroundings in a blurry daze. He saw Haley Hendricks and the 2 guards. A drink and a gun on a side table, and no way out. Mr. Darkly grabbed the scotch on the rocks and took a sip of the amber liquid. "Hello there, sleepyhead. Detective, I trust you are feeling quite uncomfortable," Mr. Darkly said. "I am sure you are feeling quite abandoned right now. You know, faith is believing in something you can't see. Tell me, where is God? Do you have faith in what you can't see? Put your faith in something you can see, like me. I can take care of you. I am powerful. I can fulfill your desires. Does he care about you? After all, everything that you have love for is now gone." Jake looked around the cabin and searched for a quick resolution for escape. He noticed a small light outside the window, and it plunged straight toward Mr. Darkly. Brighter and more piercing as it traveled. The light seemed to be strong and ever-present, and it was building up to an inevitable impact. Jake closed his eyes and prayed for the end of his story. The illuminating light was resplendent and permeated the entire cabin. The light embodied one of the security guards. "What the fuck is this?" Mr. Darkly bellowed. The security guard responded. "This is a rescue mission." The security guard took hold of Jake and lifted him up like he was weightless. "He's mine," Mr. Darkly persisted. Haley reached for Jake's gun, and while being held over the shoulder of the security guard, Jake acted quickly and snatched Haley by the hair. Haley screamed out loud before she took hold of the gun. Mr. Darkly and the other guard grabbed hold of Jake and the security guard that was holding him. Jake flew off the guard's shoulder and crashed onto the table, and it smashed in half. Jake still had a grip onto Haley's hair, and he fumbled on the ground looking for the gun. While she screamed, Mr. Darkly began to grumble and contort. Pure evil began to fill the air and oppress the minds of everyone in the jet. Fear, hopelessness, and anxiety began to ravage Jake to his soul. The guard that was helping Jake raised his hands up in air. "God grant me strength, may your power guide me. Your will be done." Brilliant light began to glow from his eyes and mouth. Mr. Darkly shouted out in a deep vibrating voice. "No, he is mine. He is mine." The light exploded and threw Mr. Darkly, Haley, and the other guard to the outer edges of the interior. The jet started to descend rapidly without notice. The guard helping Jake grabbed Jake's gun and took hold of Jake. Jake looked at his hand and there was a huge clump of Haley's hair still nestled between his fingers. "Hold on, Jake," the guard said. He walked near the cockpit and noticed the pilot was passed out. The guard grabbed a parachute from a locker beside the cockpit curtain and snapped it on. The jet became more erratic as it began to fall and lose altitude. "Come here," the guard said to Jake. Jake walked to the guard. "Hold on." The guard proceeded to open the emergency hatch. The jet filled with a torrent of air. "You're insane if you think I'm jumping out there," Jake yelled, pointing to the opened hatch. "What's insane about saving your life? Nothing is insane about doing God's work. Take a leap of faith, Jake," the guard said loudly over the static sound of the wind. Jake closed his eyes and the guard took hold of Jake with both hands. Out of the hatch they fell into the wind-resistant sky. Nick opened the trunk to the Camaro and rummaged through its contents. He grabbed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from a small paper bag. He noticed the can of Protein Blast 6 and held it up to show Gloria. "You see this?" he said. "Yeah, Jake told me he bought that. It didn't sit well with him," she replied. Nick slid a thin cigarette out of the freshly opened pack and lit it, and he inhaled the nerve-calming smoke. "I didn't know you smoked," Gloria remarked. "I used to smoke and I quit, like 3 months ago after the 13 killer case. I had to quit. I smoked 5 years of my life away on that one." Nick enjoyed another deep drag. "I made Jake hold my last pack in his trunk. If I wanted a smoke I had to go through him first. That health nut did a good job, but he's not here now," Nick said as he flicked the dry ashes off the cigarette. Gloria gazed off at the trees in the distance. An object in the sky caught her peripheral vision. "What the hell is that?" she said. Gloria pointing up to the sky. "Holy shit." Nick threw his cigarette to the dirt. "That plane is going down and it's flying straight toward us." Nick and Gloria both stiffened up in shock at what they were witnessing. The sun reflected off the plane as it plummeted to their direction. "What's that?" Gloria pointed out at something else in the sky. Just then a white parachute blasted open. The jet flattened out as it skimmed over the treetops, roaring past Gloria and Nick. Jake and the security guard quietly and effortlessly drifted through the blue sky. In the distance Detroit looked like a sleepy city except for the plumes of white-gray smoke that sporadically dissipated into the air. The guard and Jake swayed through the clear, cool sky. "Jake, it's me, Raziel," the security guard said after a moment or two of silence. "What the fuck, man? Are you serious?" Jake said in dismay. "I told you I would protect you, didn't I? Nothing like waiting for the last second, huh, asshole?" Jake said, smiling. "I'm glad to see you, Raziel. Look down there, it's your Camaro." Jake scanned the surface. "Oh yeah, I see it," Jake said. "Wait a minute, it looks like Gloria and Nick are standing there next to it." "Land over there." Raziel held on to the handles of the parachute and guided it toward the Camaro. Nick had his hand over his eyes to block the sun. "It looks like there are 2 people on that parachute. Almost seems like they are headed directly to us," he said. Gloria was still following the trajectory of the small jet, and she turned around to take a look. "There are definitely 2 people," she said, gazing at the parachute in the sky. "Is that Jake?" Gloria questioned, recognizing the clothes on the figure who dangled in front of the other. "It is fucking Jake." "No way." Gloria confirmed her own question. "It's Jake," Nick shouted. He waved his hands up at him as he paced around the Camaro. Jake and Raziel glided closer and closer as Gloria and Nick waved their arms and welcomed their friend. Jake and Raziel approached the clearing where the Camaro was parked. "Are we landing too fast?" Jake asked. "I'm not sure, but it seems like we are now that you said something," Raziel replied. "Well, slow us down. We're coming in too fast," Jake shouted. "I'm doing my best," Raziel calmly responded. This my first time using a parachute. I'm doing my best. Jake began to scream and flail around in a panic as he and Raziel bolted toward the line of trees that surrounded the Camaro. Ow! Jake shouted. Nick and Gloria also noticed they were coming in quickly and heading straight toward them. They both ran and jumped for cover into the trees as Jake and Raziel flew onto the ground like a slowly flying asteroid. Dust flew into the air and their bodies were flung around the parachute material and rope. Nick and Gloria ran to give assistance to Jake and his accompaniment. The dust began to settle as they uncovered the two men that were entangled in a parachute's mess. They uncovered what appeared to be a security guard and their good friend Jake, who slowly opened his cringing eyes, happy to see his friends alive. Nick held out his hand and gave Jake help to stand up. "How in the hell did you end up with this guy on a parachute?" Nick inquired. Jake dusted off his pants and shirt. "It's a long story, but Mr. Darkly had me on his plane. Then the situation was about to get messy. Then Raziel took over the body of one of Darkly's security guards and busted me out of the plane. Well, here I am, long story up." Gloria walked over and gave Jake a huge hug, then a kiss. "I'm glad you're back here. I knew you'd be okay. I figured finding you was going to be a bitch. So things got a hell of a lot easier." Raziel stood up and dusted himself off. "Looks like my job is done for now," he said. Gloria, Jake, and Nick observed Raziel as he spoke. They noticed he didn't have any wings, but casted a shadow on the dirt of the wingspan of an angel. Raziel continued to speak. "Not only did God send me to help you, Jake, he wanted me to pass a message to all of you. He told me to tell you. No matter what the situation, he is always with you, no matter how dark or how alone you may feel, God is here." He pointed to his head and continued. Isaiah 41:10 says, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." Also, Mr. Darkly has an internment camp filled with Christians in the city of Chicago. Jake, Gloria, and Nick all looked at each other, then looked back to carry forward their conversation, but Raziel had vanished. The security guard fell dead on the dry dirt. "Well, that was weird," Gloria said. They all looked at each other for a time. The air was quiet, and a soft breeze blew through the branches of the nearby trees. "I guess we're headed back to Chicago," Jake said. He walked over to the Camaro and opened the driver's side door and hopped in. Gloria opened the passenger's side door. "Here we go again." She motioned her hand as if Nick had never sat in the backseat of a car before. They roared down the interstate, leaving Detroit behind. "Looks like we will be on the 80 for a while, then the 90 to the 94. The internet was back up as she navigated their path with her smartphone. "That's cool, the internet's back up and running." Nick sprawled out in the backseat, pulled out his smartphone and made an attempt to contact Karen. Karen said, "The kids are doing well. LAPD has been cracking down on the protesters. They've been trying to take back the streets." "Awesome," Jake replied. "That reminds me. Speaking of law, I had a missed call from Chief Washington." "Did he call you guys?" "No," both Gloria and Nick conferred. "He didn't leave a voicemail, but it sounds like things were okay out there according to Karen. I'm gonna check online for stories about an internment camp in Chicago and find out the location," Gloria announced while she peered down to her smartphone screen. "You've got about 4 hours to get it," Jake responded. They cruised down the interstate and the roar of the engine was like a battle cry. As each minute ticked by, the faith and confidence of its riders grew. Chapter 28. "You really fucked me over, you stupid." Mr. Darkly cut his own sentence short. "Why do you work for me?" Mr. Darkly stood up, seething in anger, while he looked at his security guards and Haley Hendricks. A middle-aged man walked up wearing flight attendant attire. "Mr. Darkly, sir, we are almost to the Midway Airport. You may want to fasten your seat belt. We are almost ready to land," the flight attendant said. Mr. Darkly's face cringed with frustration. "What the fuck did you just say?" He grabbed the flight attendant by the shirt with both hands and yanked the man towards him and kicked the hatch door open with his foot. With his hair blowing in the turbulent wind, he tossed the man out of the plane, and he pressed the automatic button to close the hatch. The blustering sound of the wind raged as silence as the door sealed shut. Mr. Darkly turned around and brushed his fingers through his thick hair. "See you on the tarmac, you stupid fuck," he murmured sternly. "I need Detective Jake Fisher on my side. Haley, get me a drink." Haley popped up and quickly went to work on Darkly's request. The plane began to descend. The Chicago Midway Airport was desolate due to the protesting and declaration of martial law by the president. Mr. Darkly sat in his chair with a drink in his hand, and his head was back with his eyes shut. The small jet landed and taxied to Mr. Darkly's personal hangar. Mr. Darkly walked out of his private jet and down the portable stairs. General Feingold stood waiting with a small band of Darklian soldiers with masked helmets. The reflection of their black uniforms shone on the shiny gray flooring. "This way, sir, we have a car waiting for you," General Feingold said. "Is the facility in full working order, like we discussed?" inquired Mr. Darkly. "Oh yes, it is, and you're going to be very pleased," General Feingold confirmed. Mr. Darkly, General Feingold, and Haley Hendricks walked with the soldiers to a small motorcade of black vehicles with dark-tinted windows parked just outside the hangar. The doors to the black SUV were opened and ready for Mr. Darkly. He slid into the leather seat, while Feingold and Haley followed and positioned themselves across from him on a bench-styled seat. General Feingold motioned with her hand and spoke into a handheld radio. "Let's go, Swallow Cliff Woods," Feingold commanded. All the vehicles started their engines and drove away from the hangar to the rear gate of the airport. "Miss Hendricks," Mr. Darkly said, "have you heard from Mr. Reich?" "No, sir, I haven't heard from him," Haley responded. "I must close my eyes and meditate," he said. Mr. Darkly closed his eyes and focused his energy to Ronnie Reich. The chain-link fence opened, and the line of vehicles left the airport, destination Swallow Cliff Woods. Meanwhile, Mr. Reich's body laid lifeless on the ground from the round placed in his head by Nick. Sprawled out on his back with his head turned to the side, there was a stream of dried blood that left a small hole where the bullet was lodged in his cranium. The eyes were vacant and opened with a blinkless stare. A charcoal black crow began to circle Mr. Reich's body. Peering down from the blue sky as it flew, the bird observed, as if it was free-thinking. It landed on Reich's chest and looked side to side with its beady eyes, and it placed its beak into Mr. Reich's mouth. The silky black bird pried its head deeper into Reich's mouth. Wriggling and writhing its body, the black crow shimmied further into the mouth of Ronnie Reich and forced the mouth to expand beyond human limits until the tips of its tail feathers disappeared into the small aperture. A bulge appeared to bump up in Mr. Reich's stomach, while his entire body began to convulse, and in a wild torrent a great deep rumble of gazes exuded from Ronnie's mouth. The cornea to the whites of his eyes turned solid black, and he sat up stiff at the waist. The bullet hole in his forehead began to sizzle and smoke. As the bullet grain made its way out of the wound, Mr. Reich spoke. "I'm on my way, master." He stood up as black angel wings spread out from his body. He jumped up to the sky and disappeared. Mr. Darkly opened his eyes to see Haley Hendricks and General Feingold looking at the particulars for the facility at Swallow Cliff Woods. "Mr. Reich will be with us shortly," he was delayed. "Will the president be joining us later, General?" Mr. Darkly added. "Only at your request, sir. You told him to go hide, so he did." "I can make a phone call," General Feingold replied. "No, that won't be necessary. He's pretty much powerless at this point. I just had a thought of curiosity." They drove down the 45 to 123rd Street to the entrance of the Swallow Cliff Woods. Huge white tents were stacked out in the distance. Between the green grass and the vibrant trees you could see a medium-sized gray concrete building. The motorcade drove past the security checkpoint and creeped its way closer to the unassuming edifice. Mr. Darkly rolled his tinted window down and admired the view of white tents and the approaching building. The line of cars stopped at the entrance. The security staff exited the vehicles and staged themselves as if they were following basic safety protocol. Mr. Darkly exited his black SUV and took a look at his surroundings. Haley Hendricks and General Feingold stood waiting for Mr. Darkly to walk into the building, but he kept staring at the direction of the white tents. "Is something wrong, sir?" General Feingold inquired. No, I feel the power in this place, and I like it. The fear, desperation, and death, they intoxicate me, Mr. Darkly remarked. He raised his hands into the air. Let's go inside, shall we? He said. He jostled up the clean concrete steps and into the front door. Waved through, they bypassed a security check-in desk with 2 guards, and the pristine waxed floors were shiny and smooth. Take me to my room. Yes, sir, this way, the general replied. Down a few short corridors to a set of double doors. Here's your pass key, sir. General Feingold handed Mr. Darkly his card. Thank you, General, that will be all, he said. He took his card and swiped it to unlock the door, and motioned for Miss Hendricks. Haley inside, he said sternly. General, I hope to see a demonstration later, Mr. Darkly announced. Yes, sir, I will get it ready. The door shut quietly with a click of the automatic lock. General Feingold walked back to the security lobby desk. Get me a card, I want to set up preparations for sacrifices this evening, she said. Feingold pulled out her smartphone and called Senator Gillis. Senator Gillis, Mr. Darkly is here in Chicago. He wants a demo on the sacrifices. I suggest you get over here as soon as possible. Okay, I will be there in 45 minutes, Senator Gillis said with a tone of inconvenience. Feingold pressed her phone to end the call, and she gazed to the distance and scowled. One of the security guards broke her concentration. Your card is waiting outside, he said. Feingold gave a nod and walked outside where the trees gave off clean oxygenated air. She stepped up into the cart, which was a mini version of a luxury sedan, and the all-electric cart gave off no sound as it buzzed along the sidewalks. A small blue lagoon along the side of the building reflected the late afternoon sun, and the green and brown trees that surrounded the tiny lake made for perfect scenery. As she approached, dozens upon dozens of white tents, the amphitheater that was set below the ground began to show itself. Reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum in design, it had the mystique of something ancient but made in the modern times. Down below on the floor level it was dark, and the sight of dozens of guillotines that had advertisement stickers on them loomed in the shadows. They promoted beverages, fast food establishments, and social grievance groups. There were satellite and cable television cameras set up like a movie set or TV show with red applause signs that faced the rows of seats. General Feingold flew past the amphitheater and parked in front of a tiny office building. The office was set up with monitors that had camera feeds. 3 operators watched the feeds for anything out of the ordinary. How are the prisoners today? General Feingold inquired to one of the men watching. They are all behaving today, no real disturbances. Just the usual I don't want to die stuff, one of the cameramen said. Good, we are having a sacrifice this evening, I don't want any problems, General Feingold added. Her phone rang. It was Senator Gillis. I'm here, General, he said. General Feingold began to immediately give out orders. I'm at the Coliseum. Contact Harvey, he's in the security office by the lobby. Tell him we need security and pre-details for a sacrifice this evening. I will contact the major news sources and get their press packets ready. Be on careful watch. She paused. Mr. Darkly is here. Haley Hendricks was asleep on an ornate bed decorated with gold-encrusted leaves, and her pale skin was a striking contrast to the black silk sheets that engulfed her naked body. Mr. Darkly was lifting weights on a weight machine, working out his shoulders. Fully naked, he admired himself in the mirror, while his shoulders strained to reveal his rippled muscle. He finished his set and knelt down on both knees. He bowed down with both arms extended and began to meditate. The track of LED lights shone off his glistening body. As minutes passed, he began to raise and drop his arms, taking himself into a pure altered state of concentration. My will be done. Clarity fill my mind and visibility to see my path of desires fulfilled. He had his eyes shut tight and stopped moving to rest his face on its side flat on the foam exercise mat. With his eyes closed, he smiled sinisterly and opened his glowing yellow eyes. A moving shadow appeared over the landscape at the Swallow Cliff Woods. The shadow cast was that of a large bird and glided effortlessly and vacant of sound. Over grass, dirt, and road it moved at a dashing speed. Landing perfectly on running legs, Ronnie Reich stood in front of the concrete office building. His black wings spread out, retracted once he stopped moving. He adjusted the collar of his black jacket and brushed his fingers through his hair. He winced and felt his forehead where the bullet was lodged into his head. He walked into the front door and up to security at the front lobby desk. "I'm looking for Mr. Darkly," he said. "If it's you," the security guard said, and continued to speak. "If I have been a follower for years." "You are mighty Moeth." Ronnie Reich took a deep stern stare into the man's eyes. "I will be seeing you soon. You have been a great worshipper of the darkness and doer of evil deeds. So well done." He stepped over to the guard and placed his hand around his neck. "I need Mr. Darkly, now." Reich reaffirmed his request. "Yes sir, right away sir." The lobby guard acted in a moment of panic and of haste. He picked up the lobby phone and whispered some unintelligible words, and then he hung up the phone. "Mr. Darkly will be with you a moment. He will be right out." The guard stared at Mr. Reich as if he was in the presence of his favorite movie star or musician. The sound of shoes clicked and echoed from down the empty hallway. It was Mr. Darkly in one of his tailored suits, and he walked up to Ronnie Reich and gave him a welcoming hug. "Mr. Reich, you made it back," Mr. Darkly said, pleased at who he saw before him. "Detective Nick West shot me in the forehead. It will be my last rejuvenation into this human form," Mr. Reich said. "So that would be the second time Nick put a bullet in you, make it his last. I have reason to believe he is heading here now, and I believe he is with detectives Jake Fisher and Gloria Diaz," Mr. Reich said. Mr. Darkly became instantly tense. "How do you know this?" "I have a mental link with a few of my own worshippers. One of them saw the three of them at a diner off the interstate. He watched them leave heading towards Chicago," Reich affirmed. "Well, this is unexpected news. I am going to have to make special arrangements now, and I sense you're right. This is going to be an interesting and enjoyable evening." Chapter 29. The Camaro blazed down the interstate headed toward Chicago. "I still can't believe they are arresting Christians," Gloria said. The soft glow of light brightened her face as she looked intently at her smartphone. "The news is breaking everywhere. Listen, the largest populated Muslim states, New York, Michigan, California, and Illinois, are currently arresting Christians by the hundreds. The Muslim leadership in those states are using martial law to round up what they call infidels and are taking them to the government-provided internment camps." She paused for a moment and continued. "Christian activist groups in Texas, Arizona, and other heavily Christian-populated states have sealed off their borders and have organized militia groups." "How did we get here?" Gloria asked with disgust. "It's political correctness," Jake responded. "All those baby steps Nick was taking about, remember how great it was being a police officer? To serve and protect, well, that has become don't get involved and cover your ass. From the government down to the educational system. All of it has been corrupted by political correctness. Don't even get me started on the educational system. How they rewrite history and water down our American traditions with the narrative of the day. I'm surprised they don't teach that the Founding Fathers were a bunch of Muslim minority gay transgender independent women who were married to their domestic pets. I'm being ironic, by the way." Jake finished his comment and took a look at Nick in the rearview mirror. Nick smiled. "I just want to live and be left alone. I want a safe place for my kids to grow up in. Grow old and be happy," he said. "I don't handle change very well, I know. I sound like an asshole." Jake finished his thought and kept his eyes on the road. "The thing is, Jake, everything changes whether you like it or not. Some things you will like and some you will not. You just have to put it in God's hands," Gloria added. Nick straightened up in the back seat. "You know, it seems to me every modern civilization has evolved and progressed itself into non-existence. The Romans, Egyptians, and the Babylonians. Maybe it's our turn. Doesn't mean God won't take care of us." Jake thought about the conversation for a moment while they barreled down the interstate. A Bible verse popped into his head. He recited it word for word. Romans 8:28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." You know what? Thanks for the reminder. That God is in control. He can do anything. Gloria and Nick agreed. God can do anything. The Swallow Cliff Woods isn't too far. They were about 40 miles away. Gloria peered into her smartphone. Beep, beep. What? You guys are not going to believe this, she said. Nick sat up to get a better earshot. There is a news alert on my news feed. They are having a special televised event in 2 hours from now, Gloria said in surprise. Okay, so? Jake said. From the Swallow Cliff Woods in Chicago. No way, Nick said. Yes way, and guess who is the special speaker? No other than Mr. Darkly himself. Gloria finished reading. Looks like we are headed to the right place after all, Nick's eyes in the rearview mirror announced. Yeah, and that jerk-off will be there too, Jake said. A knock on the door. Mr. Darkly, your food is here, said from behind a black gold-encrusted door. Let him in, Mr. Darkly said. He motioned Haley to answer the door. Haley walked over and opened the door to see a rolling cart with a variety of foods neatly placed over a white tablecloth. Hello, you must be Haley Hendricks. My name is Harvey. I'm in charge of the sacrifice tonight. I thought I would bring Mr. Darkly the food he requested and introduce myself. Well, Haley said. She motioned Harvey to come into the room. Harvey looked and saw Mr. Darkly and Ronnie Reich sitting at a small table with one empty chair. Harvey rolled the cart of food as he looked around the room and made his way to the table. I thought you were here to introduce yourself and not just gawk at my room, Mr. Darkly said. Harvey gave a bow of respect and began to speak. Hello, my name is Harvey and I'm in charge of the event tonight, sir. Nice to meet you, Harvey. I want everything perfect tonight. The fact that it is going to be televised means it absolutely has to be. There are going to be hundreds of millions of people all over the world watching. I am going to change America and the world. Would you like to sit down and have a bite with us? He said. Mr. Reich snickered quietly and smiled. Harvey? Mr. Darkly questioned. Without notice, Mr. Darkly stood up and placed his hands on each side of Harvey's head. Harvey convulsed, and in his mind's eye traveled through a gold wormhole. He suddenly appeared with Mr. Darkly looking over the city of Chicago, in an apocalyptic ruin. The orange glow of smoldering fire reflected off crumbled buildings. Steel and concrete lay strewn across the ground. Harvey looked down and he and Mr. Darkly stood on a mountain of dry bones and skulls. Here's a glimpse of my perfect future. I will rule this world and there is no place or time for weakness. You are now my servant. Body and soul, lest you end up like these. Mr. Darkly pointed to the mountain of bones and skulls. Harvey felt a fulfillment of fear. Despair and loneliness filled his entire being, and he felt elated. Whatever you need, master, Harvey said. Very good, very good. Mr. Darkly stooped down and grabbed a skull, and took a powdery bite into its cranium. He started to turn into a shadowy silhouette of a being with long hair and red glowing eyes. As the eyes smoldered, the entity engulfed Harvey into its mouth. Suddenly, Harvey stood in front of a table with all the food spread out neatly. He stood there and looked into the eyes of Mr. Darkly, Ronnie Reich, and Haley Hendricks. Well, get to work. We've got 1 hour before airtime. Very good, sir. Harvey bowed, then made his way out of the room. Harvey closed the door softly behind himself and waited for a second. He wondered what exactly had just happened. Through the confusion, there was one thing he knew for certain, and that was he must do all he can to please Mr. Darkly, and make this the best sacrifice the world has ever seen. The Colosseum was hidden by newly planted willow trees and a huge hill that formed a natural-looking barrier. The old toboggan slides were accented with a bright green grass overgrown between them. The slides were picturesque and grandiose. Security paced along the Colosseum walls while government officials and religious leaders slowly arrived in their black-tinted vehicles. There was a brass bowl at the main entrance where people could give an offering of 1 droplet of blood for each desire unfulfilled. Many people stopped. Men and women of the cloth with turbans and uniforms gave for their desires. A dinner with alcohol was served to the guests as they settled into their seats, and the rumblings of debauchery casually began to rear its ugly head. Mr. Darkly was in his room preparing with Haley Hendricks. Are you ready for tonight, my love? Haley said. I am. Mr. Darkly replied. He was looking at a mirror, while giving himself a debonair look to each side of his face. I really don't think anyone could look better than me, Mr. Darkly said. He flexed his biceps and stretched out his back. You are looking very, very good, Haley said. She walked over to him and flaunted pure feminine sex appeal. She walked and kept her eyes focused on her prey. She smiled and continued to speak. Do you remember what I told you the other night? Of course I remember, Mr. Darkly affirmed. Well, here is the other piece you need to know. Haley circled Mr. Darkly and dragged her finger across his upper body. My favorite play, The Morning Bride, has a well-known quote. Nor hell a fury like a woman scorned. I just love that. Haley kept circling Mr. Darkly slowly and continued to speak. But they always leave out the first line to that quote, which I think is the most important. It's the reasoning, it's the motivation, if you will. Here it is. Heaven has no rage like love to hatred turned, nor hell a fury like a woman scorned. That sums me up quite well. I have placed everything into you and you must deliver for me. Mr. Darkly stretched his hands out to touch Haley's. I will do anything for you, Apollyon, my queen, Mr. Darkly said. Ronnie Rake walked into the room unannounced to see Haley and Mr. Darkly standing in front of the mirror together. Haley's strong, confident presence became timid and unassuming. Get me my drink, Mr. Darkly commanded. Yes, right away, she said. Haley cowered her way to the bar and began to pour. Your car is waiting to take you over to the Coliseum, Ronnie said. I'm ready, I will be down in 5 minutes. I'm going to grab my jacket and my drink. I will see you at the car, Reich said as he walked out of the room. Shall we? Mr. Darkly held out his arm while he waited. Haley placed a small black half hat with a veil on her head and welcomed the invitation. They walked to the car like royalty headed to an annual ball. Chapter 30. The twilight sky was darkening to the lights of the Coliseum. Harvey walked along the line of white tents with a faction of security guards. This one first, Harvey commanded. He pointed to a tent that had the Roman numeral 6 marked above the door in black letters. Harvey with his entourage walked up a few steps and past 2 guards holding Arkansas 15s who were guarding the door. They walked into the tent entrance, and the interior had a wide open floor space, but along the walls were dozens of people chained to numbered stations. There were men and women dressed in stark white clothing bound at the hands and feet with chains. Each person had a ball gag in their mouth, and they quaked and jerked at the sight of the Harvey and the guards. Harvey paced the length of the tent looking at each of its occupants. Up and down, head to toe. Every clamp of his boots made a sharp echo in the dead silence. I will take that one and that one. Harvey pointed out his first 2. Let's take those 2, him and him. Harvey made a few more selections while the guards corralled them outside in a single file line. That will be all the selections for tonight, Harvey proclaimed. Take them to the lion's den. The guards marched the men and women in a single file line to the lion's den at the Coliseum. It's getting dark quick, Gloria said. She looked intently out of the car window casing the landscape of trees and small rolling hills. The pink-orange glow of the sunset lit up the sky in the distance. The entrance to the Swallow Cliff Woods should be right here. Jake looked at the road ahead. Doesn't it seem kind odd that there isn't a soul around here? Nick added. I was just thinking the same thing, Gloria announced. She was still looking out of the window for clues. The paved road turned to dirt and the headlights of the Camaro shone on a wood rail fence where the road came to a dead end. Dead end? I hope this isn't what's ahead for us if we continue, Gloria joked. Talk about fucking irony, that's the kind of irony you look back on and laugh about. I mean a literal warning sign, what would the chances be? Jake laughed. Let's make a deal, I will jump out. If the fence is unlocked we keep going, but if it's locked we drive back to Los Angeles right now, Nick said, looking to take a wager. I'll do it. Gloria hopped out of the car in a flash. Jake and Nick watched Gloria walk up to the fence with the headlight shining on her back. She is so gorgeous, Jake thought. He kept an eagle eye on Gloria's every move. The rickety old gate swung open with ease and Gloria ran back to the car with a skip in her step and slightly out of breath. "No luck, let's go, assholes." Jake put the car into drive and gave Gloria another glance, and she swung her hair back into place as she tilted her head back. Gloria looked at Jake, sensing that he was looking at her, and smiled. They drove slowly down the narrow dirt road, as the darkness of the night had begun to take over. The beams of the headlights revealed the shadows of the small rocks and imperfections of the dirt. In the distance, the light of the Colosseum reflected the light from behind the trees, revealing its hidden location. "What is that?" Nick said from the back seat. "It's hard to tell, but it's definitely where we need to be, I bet." Jake maneuvered the Camaro to be as quiet as possible by keeping the RPMs low. The distance between them and the Colosseum was quickly losing ground. "I'm turning off my headlights," Jake chimed out. Their visibility was instantly impeded. As their eyes adjusted to the natural light of the low-hung moon, the only thing that could reveal their location now was the low rumble of the engine. Senator Gillis and General Feingold waited in the lion's den for Mr. Darkly. "Listen, when Mr. Darkly gets here, let me do all the talking. Harvey, you stand over there and make sure the sacrifices stay quiet," Senator Gillis explained. "I know more about playing the game of politics than you. I was born in Chicago, it's my hometown." Senator Gillis smirked. The senator continued to explain his position of authority to General Feingold. The general adjusted the collar on her military coat. "Don't lecture me on the game of politics. I know how it works. A pencil pusher like you gets to tell someone like me, who gets their hands dirty, how to do their job. Then when I'm successful, you take the credit, and when things go bad, you throw me under the bus. So here's one for you, Senator." General Feingold put her ear closer to the senator's. "Shut the fuck up before I stick my boot in your ass." Senator Gillis straightened up and had a look of disapproval and dismay on his face. He looked around to see if anyone heard what Feingold said to him. One of the security members walked up to the senator and the general. "Mr. Darkly has arrived," the security member said. "Thank you," Feingold replied. "Here he comes." Senator Gillis pointed out the obvious. Mr. Darkly was accompanied by Haley and Ronnie Rake. Mr. Darkly looked polished and ready for television. His perfect hair and flawless face matched his defectless suit. Haley was wearing an elegant dress and looked stunning, as if she was an entirely different person altogether. "General, Senator," Mr. Darkly said. He acknowledged his two underlings. "Are we almost ready to turn the live cameras on?" Darkly inquired. Senator Gillis quickly spoke out in a panic. "Oh yes, sir, they are almost done prepping the sacrifices." "Okay, then show me." They walked into the back room of the lion's den, where all the men and women who marched from the tent earlier were getting hair and makeup. They walked along and he observed the prisoners while they sat in barber chairs getting prepped. "I see they still have the ball gags in their mouths," Mr. Darkly observed. Haley whispered into Mr. Darkly's ear, and he shook his head in agreement. "Senator, where are the children?" Mr. Darkly asked. Senator Gillis was visibly unsettled and started to acquire beads of sweat on his face. "I'm not sure, sir," the senator replied. You're not sure. Mr. Darkly's voice began to rise. "Senator, how is it that you do not know where the children are?" Haley whispered in Mr. Darkly's ear once more. "General, get me one boy and one girl. I know I can count on you," Mr. Darkly requested. "Right away, sir." General Feingold stiffened up to attention and marched out of the lion's den. "You see, Senator, that is someone who is up for the task, motivated to get the job done for me," Mr. Darkly said. "You are all about your power and your money. I need people to raise me up and give me their power and give me their money." Mr. Darkly walked up to Senator Gillis and adjusted his collar, then wiped his shoulders off as if to dust them. "I apologize, Mr. Dar." Mr. Darkly shoved a knife into Senator Gillis's stomach and turned the blade slowly. Mr. Darkly held on to the senator to keep him from falling to the floor. "I wanted to choke you out last time we met, but I needed you to get the other senators and congressmen here tonight. Now I have no use for you." The men and women who were still chained together began to grumble at the sight of Senator Gillis being stabbed in front of them. With the ball gags in their mouths, they sounded off low, painful groans. Mr. Darkly took a white handkerchief out his pocket and wiped the blood off the razor-sharp-edged knife. He had to go, Mr. Darkly said. He was insincerely apologetic to anyone within hearing distance, and he placed the knife in the inner pocket of his jacket. "The lion's den, the lion's den," Mr. Darkly said loudly to all in the room. This is where the faith of Daniel was tested. All Daniel had to do was rebuke God, and his life would have been spared. Instead he refused and was thrown in the lion's den to die. God saved Daniel, who had enormous faith, but that story doesn't fly in this situation today. I am going to rewrite history, and all who are here in the lion's den today are going to die. But if you rebuke your God and worship me, I will spare you. You will receive the barcode on your forehead, my mark, and you will get $10,000 in cryptocurrency into your account and sent back home, alive." The men and the women listened intently at his words. "Harvey, Mr. Reich, prepare my sacrifices. We are on live in 15 minutes. I am headed to the guillotines on the Colosseum floor. I will be looking forward to a great night." Mr. Darkly finished his words, and he and Haley walked out of the lion's den. Chapter 36. Mr. Darkly stared. "Where is God now, detective?" Jake walked at a persistent pace and pulled out the firearm Gloria gave him. "He's right here," Jake announced. He pulled the trigger with a blink of an eye and unloaded the magazine in a split second. Mr. Darkly absorbed the bullets into his body. One by one the small perfect holes began to bleed. They met toe to toe and Jake threw a right jab that was blocked by Mr. Darkly's forearm, who answered with a right hook to Jake's jaw. Jake fell to the ground and rolled on his back. "You're so weak, Jake, and to think I was worried about you, about God using you for his will. But now I see how insignificant you really are. It's not too often I am wrong, but I'm going to enjoy killing you nevertheless." Mr. Darkly meandered over to Jake and stood over him. "Everything is mine now. All over the world my worshippers are committing atrocious acts in my name. I can feel the evil dissipating into the air. I sense the excitement of death. Self-desires of hate, murder, sexual acts never even imagined." He leaned over Jake and put his mouth to his ear. "I have a little secret. Spoken like a child teasing a fellow classmate. I'm going to kill Apollyon, and I only wish you were alive to see me in all my glory." "But..." Jake grabbed Mr. Darkly by the sides of his head and delivered a striking head bunt, and he fell back in surprise and grabbed the front of his face in pain. Jake overlooked Mr. Darkly and Sonic and Gloria taking on Apollyon from two sides. Chief Washington and his team were holding off the demons and the Darklian guards that barraged them in droves. Jake inhaled a deep breath of oxygen and tried to quickly gather his thoughts as the tumultuous fight began to boil up. Jake looked down at his hands and caught the shiny reflection of his cross necklace in the corner of his eye. All his surroundings seemed to slow down, almost as if his senses became acute with supersensory. Suddenly, Jake noticed a tear of light forming in the sky. The edges peeled back like paper. A space opened to see inside. It looked like a heavenly place of light, and inside the tear were angels flying and people dressed in white walking around. A soft glow of light surrounded everything. You could feel the peace and goodness that occupied the air, and a deep soothing voice from the beyond began to speak. "My time of rest is nearing an end. 1,000 years is a day, and a day is 1,000 years. The crystal throne is illuminated with my spirit, and all believers shall pass through these heavenly gates. Go, Jake, keep fighting for the good." The tear in the sky sealed itself up and disappeared into the stormy sky. Jake felt a sudden rush of energy. All his surroundings sped back up to real time, and he found himself in the midst of the firefight. Mr. Darkly stood up smiling while small blots of blood strewn down his face. Hunched over, he beckoned Jake to his direction. Jake answered his call by rushing toward him. The two collided and became entangled in flying fists. Nick and Gloria drove red-hot bullets into Apollyon. She momentarily stopped with each round, and she continued to forge forward with her hands raised and claws extracted. She arrived within feet of Nick and quickly lunged at him. One of her claws on her right hand caught the edge of his collared shirt. She pulled his face to hers and stuck her long red tongue out of her mouth. Small strands of saliva pinched and spread on the edges of her mouth. "You look delicious," she said. Gloria seized the moment and from behind rushed toward Apollyon. She jumped up and wrapped her arms around her neck. She twisted her body and forced Apollyon to drop down to the ground. Nick ripped loose from the claw and took hold of Apollyon's horns. He laid his body weight down and forced her face further into the cold white floor. "We have her pinned," Nick said. "Yeah, but for how long?" Gloria held a heavy grip around her neck. They bounced and darted left to right in short intervals as they struggled to maintain power over her. Chief Washington and Ben were clipping off demons and Darklian guards left and right. The sound of their Arkansas 15s clamored in rapid succession as the rounds flew from their barrels. Chief Washington signaled to Ben. "Hold them off, I'm gonna go help Nick and Gloria." 10-4, Chief," Ben replied. The chief made a beeline toward Nick and Gloria, unleashing a barrage of bullets. He approached Apollyon while Nick and Gloria held her down. He emptied his magazine. Without thinking, he threw his empty Arkansas 15 at her head, and it bounced and smacked Nick on the side of his head and knocked him out. Nick dropped to the ground spread eagle. "Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that," Chief Washington yelled out. He immediately took Nick's place and grabbed Apollyon's horns. "What do we do, Gloria?" he shouted among the heavy noises. "I don't know. I can't say I have ever had to fight a woman devil before. I have a time or two," Chief joked. Gloria kept a tight hold on Apollyon's neck. "I'm going to kill you both. I'm going to tear you limb from limb," Apollyon shouted. She throttled from her choking throat with a mighty thrust and flipped her head back with supernatural strength. The chief and Gloria were flung across the shiny white floor. The chief slid off the stage and into the crowd of attendees, who were fully engulfed in their desirous actions. Chief Washington looked around at the people, and their eyes were solid black, and they moaned out loud as if under a spell. He pulled a secondary pistol from his ankle. "I don't like the look of this shit. Not today, motherfuckers, not today." The chief walked backwards and waved his pistol from side to side. With his eyes wide, he dashed back toward the stage to help Gloria. Stunned after sliding and hitting the backstage wall, Gloria saw Jake and Mr. Darkly on the ground grappling at each other's throats, while Nick laid peacefully on his back with his legs and arms spread eagle, sleeping like a baby. Apollyon moved towards Gloria in a womanly manner. Her legs were long and her body was perfect. With hypnotic eyes, she increasingly sped up, while one foot was placed perfectly in front of the other. She bent her head down and lined up her horns to impale Gloria. Just as she reached Gloria, Chief Washington jumped in front of her at the last moment and misdirected the horns from Gloria to himself. He let out a gasp, then she tossed the chief across the stage with extreme force. Gloria pulled out Nick's knife that she had slit Ronnie Reich's throat with and raised it to the air. Apollyon looked at Gloria with concentrating eyes. "What are you going to do with that? A knife?" "Ha ha ha, and it says Patriot on the side. Is that what you are? A patriot?" Gloria held the knife up in a defensive posture as she shook with exhaustion. "A knife can't kill me. I've been around since God created man, and I have the power of darkness running through my veins. Look at you. Are you going to cry? Cry, you little bitch." Apollyon began to speak loudly and became more agitated as she watched Gloria fend herself with a knife. She lowered her head and stuck out her tongue and slid it slowly up and down the blade of the Patriot. Taste like a moth, the angel of death. Mr. Reich was a good servant. I might miss him if I cared. I wonder if there is a way I could keep you around. You are absolutely gorgeous now that I see you up close. Do you like women? Gloria. Gloria felt a rush of sexual desire and energy flow through her body. She changed her focus immediately to God. In an instant she felt and remembered the roller coaster that life was. All the blessings and the prayers answered. She remembered a conversation her and Jake had about maybe getting married and having a family one day. A feeling of total peace overwhelmed her being. You're right, a knife probably couldn't kill you, but my faith in God can. If I die in this moment right now, I know I will be going to heaven, but before I go, let me leave you with this. Gloria spun around instantaneously with the Patriot in hand, and drove the blade through Apollyon's left temple. The tip of the blade broke through the right temple as droplets of blood trickled to the white flooring. She stood wide-eyed and astonished at Gloria's speed. As Apollyon dropped to the ground, Gloria held onto the knife as it slid out of her skull. The vortex of demons in the sky began to evaporate. Ben and his team used their military training to pick them off as they dispersed. Countless dead bodies of the gruesome creatures and shredded robots stretched across the Colosseum floors. Although the broadcast was cut short, the audience, who cheered on Mr. Darkly's sacrifices, were beginning to wake up from their sinful trance. Some still engaged in unspeakable acts, and some were confused on how they got there. The Colosseum air began to quiet down. The fumbling of Jake and Mr. Darkly fighting was the only sound left. Everyone in the Colosseum watched and waited for an outcome. Jake wielded a roundhouse to Darkly's face. Mr. Darkly countered with a leg sweep that took Jake down. "Get up, you pussy," he said. Mr. Darkly motioned with his fingers. Jake ran for Darkly's legs and he pushed him across the floor, while Mr. Darkly pounded the back of Jake's neck with his fists. "You can't win this fight, Darkly. God always wins," Jake said. "Where is this God now? I don't see any God around here. That is, except me." Mr. Darkly took hold of Jake and dropped to the ground and flipped Jake over his body in one smooth motion. "You can't win, Detective Jake Fisher. I am the ruler of worlds. Soon, I will be the master of heaven and God himself will answer to me." Chief Washington, Nick, and Gloria began to amble toward Mr. Darkly, and he raised his fist to strike Jake with one final blow. He paused and froze in mid-action when he reached the apex of motion. The sound of depressurizing air came from his eyes, and they both popped out with wires and diodes. The upper half of his body lunged over and fell to the ground. It beeped and clicked, and a sound ensued like a computer powering down. "What the fuck?" Gloria said in surprise. Chief Washington walked over to the Mr. Darkly's imposter and kicked him over. It fell to the ground with a thud. Chief Washington started to chuckle to himself and reached out for Jake's hand to help him up. "Damn, man. You got your ass kicked by a robot. By the way, I love Kevlar." Chief Washington stuck his finger in the hole that was ripped by Apollyon's horn. "What's going on?" Jake said as he stood up. Gloria flipped her hair out of her face and began to dust Jake off, and she quickly gave him a once-over to make sure he was okay. "Remember that Protein Blast 6 factory? The area labeled robotics that had plastic molds of body parts. Mr. Darkly was working on building robots. This whole place is full of them," Gloria said. "Look around, Jake," Chief Washington added. "We shot the shit out of these assholes." Jake looked around at the carnage of robot guards in shambles and twisted hairless wing demons. "Mr. Darkly, I mean, this piece of shit here on the ground had me distracted. The question now is, where's the real Mr. Darkly?" They stood over the robotic depiction of Mr. Darkly. In the background, in the shadow of the backstage area, two glowing yellow eyes peered out in the blackness. A grumble of laughter slowly arose from the shadow as it dissipated into itself. "Did you hear that?" Gloria asked. All three of them looked toward the backstage. "I guess it was nothing." Ben and the SWAT team began to group the audience members together. Trying to clean up the scene and across the stage, Nick slowly opened his eyes and sat up. "What happened?" "Oh shit, Nick!" Jake exclaimed. They ran over to see if Nick was okay. "What happened, guys? Where is everybody?" he said. Nick looked around for clues. In a daze of confusion, he tried to make sense of his surroundings. "We won, and not only that, Nick. We kicked their asses," Gloria said. Jake reached out to help him up. A loud rumbling blew up from behind them and startled the group. Apollyon's wings fluttered and her body began to rise. Nick quickly snatched Jake's gun out of its holster and landed a bullet into her forehead. Her body dropped back to the ground and began to hiss. "I love the forehead. There you go, my contribution." Nick smiled with satisfaction. The mouth of Apollyon opened wide, and a little red tongue snapped in and out. The group stared in wonder. The head of a snake protruded out of the mouth, and the slithering body followed. The serpent immediately dropped into a floor vent and disappeared. "What the fuck?" they all said in unison. Apollyon's body made one final loud gasp, and a bright light shot out into the air. An illuminating silhouette of an angel in a light trail flew through the air. "Raziel," Jake said out loud. "I knew you could do it. Trust in God always through the good and the bad. He will never let you down." Raziel smiled through the bright glow of his embodiment. Then he shot straight up to the night sky and disappeared into the stars. Chapter 37. Good evening, thank you for tuning in. Just minutes ago, people in America and abroad witnessed a live camera feed of Christians being executed. The executioner was motivational speaker and exercise mogul Mr. Darkly. Wait, Justin, we have confirmation that the President of the United States is about to speak. Let's go to the news conference live. Good evening, my fellow Americans. Tonight I am addressing the series of events that have occurred over the last few days. First thing, I am redacting my executive order for the declaration of martial law. I have signed and issued a replacement that will reinstate governance and security back to the federal level, upholding the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Sharia law that was imposed will be handled at the state levels and governed accordingly. We are a polarized nation, divided on traditions and divided on morality. Our founding fathers, and until recent years most Americans, believed we were founded on Christian principles. Those traditions and beliefs have been written out of history and out of practice. This nation has been built by the backs of many beliefs and many lifestyles with one common thread: to follow God's 10 commandments and to follow the most important commandments from Jesus Christ himself. Mark 12:28. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind and with all your strength. The second is this: love your neighbor as yourself. There is no commandment greater than these. These words are the way we should all live for a prosperous and safe nation. It's what we were founded on. That being said, we can't stop ourselves from growing and evolving. Unless we adopt these principles again, we will evolve into a completely godless and sinful nation bound for its own destruction. What will guide our morality? There was a broadcast of Christians being beheaded. Under the martial law order, it was completely legal, but not legal anymore. Apparently the facility, which will remain unnamed, was being operated by SRP technology, that is synthetic robotic people. Now for any questions. You in front. Thank you, Mr. President, for taking my question. Mr. Darkly was seen on the live feed executing Christians. You're saying he was an SRP? Where is the real Mr. Darkly? How do you explain the devil woman Apollyon? Information on Mr. Darkly is classified, and the woman claiming to be Apollyon was an actress, Haley Hendricks. She was in costume and makeup. I will say that Mr. Darkly is not a person of interest due to that he was being impersonated by an SRP. We do have questions for him regarding this matter. We do not know his whereabouts. If anyone has any information, contact the FBI or Homeland Security. Thank you. The president left the podium with a barrage of reporters and video cameras that were juxtaposed for his attention. A man who wore a black fitted leather jacket turned away from a flat screen that aired the president's speech. He looked down at a business card that rested gently between his fingers. Detective Gloria Diaz, the man said to himself. He walked out of a bar named Elmer's and looked up to a bright moon that carried a silhouette of a palm tree. He lit a cigarette as he meandered to his car, which was parked at the cross street of Ocean in Wilshire, BLVD. Chapter 38. Jake and Gloria stood outside in front of the Coliseum. The sky is so clear. It doesn't look like this in law. The stars are amazing. Gloria reached for Jake's hand without looking. Looks like we survived. Huh, Jake? We sure did, with God's help, Jake said. Jake turned as they held hands into a warm embrace. You know something, Gloria, you're a badass. I have never seen a woman kick ass and shoot a gun like you. Remind me to never be on your bad side. You got it, pussy. She punched him on his arm. Oh, Jake exclaimed while laughing. Jake and Gloria were snickering to themselves when Chief Washington walked up. Hey there, the president just lifted the martial law executive order. So I called the local sheriff's department. They're sending ambulance and fire to help these people. Thanks, Chief, for having our backs. Jake said. Hey man, like I said, you three are my best detectives. Besides, I need you guys alive to write the report. Because I sure as hell am not doing it, and I expect it on my desk in a week. Next time you fight the devil and demons, can you give me a heads up? They smiled at each other and looked around at the surrounding trees that were lit up by the Coliseum lights. Surprisingly, a loud commotion of people shouted and noises started to erupt from inside the Coliseum. Detective Ben Reeves ran out of the front doors. What the hell is going on in there? Chief Washington yelled. Chief, I'm not sure how to say this. Those dead demons on the ground are exploding into thin air. Jake, Gloria, and the chief followed Ben back inside of the Coliseum. They saw the last demon explode into thin air the moment they walked in. Jake walked close to the stage and examined the floor. There isn't a trace of the demons. They literally disappeared without any evidence. Looks like Apollyon was good at covering her tracks, Gloria said. Nick walked back inside the Coliseum staring at his smartphone. I just got off the phone with Karen and the kids. They can't wait for me to get home. Sirens roared in the distance and Chief Washington's ears perked up. Here comes the cavalry. Jake, why don't you guys just get out of here and get on home? I'll stick around and wrap this shit up. We couldn't do that to you, sir, Jake said. Look, I'd get the hell out of here myself, but I lost a few guys from the team. I've got to make sure they are taken care of. You guys have done a lot. So get the fuck out of here. That's an order, Fisher. Jake motioned to Gloria and Nick with a hand and a nod of his head. All three of them walked out of the Coliseum. Fire truck, ambulance, and sheriff vehicles rolled up to the Coliseum's front parking lot. Jake stared as two black-tinted windowed vehicles followed the caravan. 4 individuals stepped out with the words FBI on the back of their Kevlar jackets. Well, it's just like they said. One of the FBI agents, as he pulled out 2 body bags from an inner pocket of his Kevlar vest. They proceeded to bag him quickly. Haley's nude body laid lifeless on the stage floor nearby. She was transformed back to her regular human form, although her body was ravaged by bullets. She was beautifully lifeless. Blood flowed from each side of her head. And it was thick and still. The FBI walked out of the Coliseum, and they placed Mr. Reich's and Haley Hendricks's bodies in the trunk of their SUV. Chief Washington was distracted, talking to the sheriff's department, and didn't notice them load the bodies. There go those pussies. Chief Washington watched the black FBI SUVs drive away. There's the car, Jake, Gloria said cheerfully. Thank God, I thought we would never get out of here. Keys, please. Jake put his hand out for the car keys. They are behind the sun visor, asshole, Gloria said. Jake hopped into the driver's seat and flipped the visor down. The keys fell to his lap with a heavy clang. Jake slid the key into the ignition and fired it up. The engine rumbled, and the reflection of the moon on the hood was bright and vivid. Gloria and Nick slid into the Camaro, through the passenger's side, and Jake ripped the car into reverse, pressing hard on the gas pedal. Next stop, while Gloria laid her head on Jake's shoulder, and the Camaro shot off down the narrow road. The roar of the engine lit up the night. Are you on your way, General? A gruff voice said through the car speaker. Yes, I'm on the interstate now. I should be at the production plant on 1 hour. Very good, the first part of my plan is in action. The seeds planted will produce all the fruit needed. General Feingold accelerated down the dark, empty interstate. Praise be to the ruler of worlds, she said. The trees were alight with moving shadows as she passed the sceneries. The glow of the red and orange running lights of her black SUV abated into the gray horizon.